Welcome to the Sambazon Dawn Patrol here at Huntington Beach at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Erin Brooks, we'll see her later on today, women's bracketed division. Jarvis Earl, he's gonna be up first thing this morning. Great surfer out of Cronulla. Ian Govale, we're gonna see him on the championship tour next year. A couple judges out there surfing too. That's Morgs though. Morgan Siblick, Sophia Medina. Love the animal print. Everyone readying themselves as we're coming to the pointy end here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Got my surf on, let's crack into it. And my retina's completely protective from my IC. I'm Kaipo Guerrero. This is Mitchell Salazar. And that's Matt Chinaski, AKA the Waxhead. Matt, I like it. The waves have dropped, but I think there's more performance opportunity today with that drop swell and a little bit more peaky conditions.
Any of the prep work that these surfers have been doing coming into Huntington, this is what they expect today. Yesterday was a bit of an anomaly. I think we had some tremendous performances, but back to normal programming today.
What are you looking forward to, Mitch? I'm looking forward to the fact that we're in the bracketed stage right now. We can see the matchups coming. So that's one thing, but what are you looking forward to?
I think the use of priority and experience is going to be very valuable today. I feel like Michael Rodriguez, Alan Cleland is one of the sleeper heats in this round. Really looking forward to see the women, and especially Luana Silva. She's coming off of quarterfinals over there in Tahiti. She needs a big result right here if she wants to requalify, Kaipo.
Yeah, that's right. We are, in the bracketed division, so that means that it's head-to-head matchups all day long. Let's go down to AJ McCord. She's in the Bonsoy athlete area.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. I'm here with the call with Luana Silva. Just got out of the water. Give us the conditions report.
Yeah, the conditions are a lot smaller today, but there's a few fun peaks around. It's actually really fun, and I think this morning will be very fun for the men, and then hopefully the women have fun conditions, but always in the afternoon it gets a bit tricky.
So today we obviously moved to head-to-head. So how does that change for you as a competitor, the way you approach heat?
Yeah, I think you kind of got to start with the competitor in the beginning of the heat always. But, I'm going to stick to my own game plan and just not try to focus on my competitor, always just do my own thing, and hopefully it turns out well.
Can't wait to see you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Wow. So men first thing this morning. I heard a little trepidation in her voice when she's looking forward to her afternoon heat. As we've seen, the convective winds come through and onshore, but the surfer's been dealing with that just great. But wind, waves, all that stuff, we look to Surfline to provide us data on what we should expect. Let's dig into our Surfline forecast, Mitch.
Yeah, and yesterday, as Matt was pointing out, kind of an anomaly that it was not only that big, also a lot of east in the swell. It did peak yesterday, though, Kaipo, so it is easing throughout today and tomorrow. We do have a lot of northwest wind swell, though, Maddie, in the water right now, and that's going to continue into tomorrow, too.
Yeah, it makes it super peaky as well. We saw a lot of those combos coming through in between the long period the last few days. As you can see, 3 to 5 foot faces. Realistically, it's actually more come in at about 3 feet faces. No 5 feet faces out there this morning. Lacked a bit of energy overnight. Wind will come up in the afternoon as expected, but these surfers are expecting onshore conditions every afternoon in Southern California.
And finals day set up. Good news? Hey, I'll take the 2 to 4. I'll take the 2 to 3. If we got waves breaking here, finals day, that's all we need, especially because it's just one-on-one competition.
Yep.
There's not going to be as much, need for multiple waves, and that's when the drama really sets up. That's what I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to the drama that comes as we go through all the brackets, around the 16 quarters, semis, and finally a battle for the champion.
Well, and there's a major difference point-wise between this round and the quarterfinals, too. So whoever's able to advance out of this round, Kaipo, I'd say on the men's side, this is a keeper result. On the women's side, I'd probably still say you want 2 more heats out of it.
Yeah, kind of doing the math, right? Men's quarterfinals, a ninth, you lose in this round, you get an equal ninth, that's okay. But quarterfinals really is where you want to be at.
Yeah.
For the women, Matt, you need semifinal finishes.
Absolutely, with Erin Brooks and Isabella Nichols as well still in the draw. They have an opportunity to clinch their spot on the championship tour. Isabella's been here, but Erin, see her walking up the beach today. Conditions possibly in her favor. I think high repetition today is going to be what we see. The last few days, it was all about selective surfing, and we saw up to maybe 4 or 5 waves maximum, and some heats ridden by each surfer. But today, maybe 10, 15 waves. It's going to be a lot of action.
Yeah, and innovation coming through. We got a couple of innovative surfers that have been throwing down some big airs to start off the morning. Cronulla's Jarvis Earl coming up against a freshly qualified Ian Govea. Mitch?
Yeah, so with that being said, Kaipo, there's only 9 spots left on the championship tour, and to qualify for the championship tour next year. And as Matt was pointing out, if both Aaron and Isabella are able to achieve that right here at this event, that would only mean there's 3 spots left on the women's side. So a lot on the line for these gentlemen. Jarvis Earl, this is already his best result of the year, Kaipo, at least a 9th place finish. On the regional QS, though, he won 3 events, and they were all 3,000 or better, especially the one over there in Urban Surf in Melbourne.
Yeah, pretty cool what he's done this year. Ian Govea, we talked about him, freshly qualified for the 2025 Championship Tour, where he was on that tour 2017, 2018, did some hard work on those grindy Challenger Series years. He's rewarded in this year with great performances, 2 quarterfinals and a victory. Still going here. We're going to see him in pipeline for the start of next season. Ian Govea, 31 years old, 2nd generation professional surfer. And Ian is up against a young man out of Australia who's right now on the live rankings has climbed 20 spots to number 34 and still going if he's able to move through this heat. That's the 20-year-old and a former World Junior champ, Jarvis Earl. Both surfers, Mitch, with the right foot forward, both surfers goofy foots.
Yeah, and Earl already his best result to date on the Challenger Series. It's a massive result right here in HB.
I talked about the jump up for Jarvis Earl. Let's take a look at some live rankings and see who's climbing those live rankings. Jet Schilling with his win yesterday, up 18 spots. Alan Cleland made it through. He's up 18 spots. We talked about Jarvis, up 20 spots. The Japanese surfer that we're going to see in the second heat of the day, Ryaru Ito, making a name for himself and climbing 23 spots. And the vet, Kolohe Andino, up 24 spots. That is how dynamic Stop 4 is on the Challenger Series. Matt, when you see these surfers climb double digits up the rankings.
And if they make this heat from the round of 16 into the quarters and then the semis, you'll see those guys, even some of them, enter into that top 10 bracket as well. That's how tight it is. And the Challenger Series, I mean, it's the second tier to the Championship Tour, but we've seen CT matchups already. We saw yesterday Jiao and Miggy Pupo as well. Yeah, that was a tight heat, of course, but
we'll break down the numbers. Quarterfinals, 4,745 points and an equal 5th. Semifinals, that's 6,085 points for that equal 3rd. Runner-up, of course, 7,800, and the prize that everybody wants point-wise, 10,000 for our winners for both the men and the women. And remember, on the women's side, Erin Brooks, she wins this event, she's on tour.
Yeah, and you know, it's obviously a huge accomplishment for anybody who's able to come here to HB, especially given the changing conditions from one day to the next. We went from real small surf one day, Matty, to huge surf almost closing out. To look at this now, it's really fun, but inconsistent though, so it's a challenge this morning, no doubt.
Yeah, board change-ups for sure. Not quite step-ups yesterday, but close to in some heats. If you're just joining us now, we had some of that hurricane swell joining us in the surf yesterday morning. There was barrels in the free surf, so they didn't really see too many tubes. We saw some attempts during the event yesterday, but some radical airs. And these 2 goofy footers put on a show. Just 2-turn combos for the majority of the day yesterday, but today I think we'll see a little bit of that that Huntington hop and perhaps a few inside connections making the difference.
Yeah.
Quiet first 4 minutes of this heat. It was a tense heat yesterday for Ian Govea. He was well aware of what was on the line. He had a huge celebration in the water after he realized he's fulfilled his goal of making the championship tour. And then Govea does something that he did in Bolito also. What is that?
The celebration when he's on the wave. What are we calling that stance right there?
I don't want to.
It's not the cockroach, because the cockroach when you're laying down, isn't it?
Yeah, he's just kind of does this just
weird stance.
Exaggerated. I don't want to use the word kook, but I guess I do have to.
It's kind of in that realm, yeah.
Yeah. It's just funny. It's comedy. He basically surfs a comedy wave. I'm going to say what Ian Gouveia does as a celebration.
Yep.
He surfs a comedy wave to celebrate, and he surfs it comedically to shore, Matt.
Yeah, it's animated with his body language, and often we'll do that when we actually have a bad wave, or you have a really good wave and you're coming in as well. But he's actually just a really personable guy, and he's got such a gentle, happy-go-lucky atmosphere around him in the competitor zone, and he is a fan favorite. And we look forward to welcoming him on the tour.
Yeah, let's take a look at that moment from yesterday as we qualified our first man to the championship tour. Tense before heat, zoning, performed well in some difficult conditions. Matching the closeout there, realizing he crossed the line. Ian Gouveia onto the championship tour. Live rankings there. Look at George Patar up another spot to number 3. Emrod, another Brazilian, making a climb. Miguel Pupo making a climb, and the Maui boy, Jackson Bunch, up 9 spots.
Well, and Jackson Bunch going up against his good friend and now rival, Jet Schilling, later on in this round. That is a massive W for him yesterday, making it through into the round of 16. Also want to point out, though, that Emrod, if he makes a seat against South Cleveland, which is a very tough task, might I add, that is a huge feather in his cap, because I would think he's going to move up at least 2 spots in the live rankings right there, Kaipo. Number 5 right now, you're able to get into the top 3 at this event. That's huge.
Jarvis is going to strike first. A couple of whips on the backhand for Jarvis Earl. And we'll be waiting for the opening number of this matchup. What do you think, Mitch?
Well, first things first, back on the ECT, not surprised whatsoever. I think it's the right call for today. Just want a bit extra spring as we see Gouveia now.
Ian Gouveia finds the left. And does a great job of that air reverse there, Matt.
Great job, and that's a similar equipment and the same sort of surfing we've seen him get to this position on the Challenger Series right now, so no surprise. That board relatively small. I think that'll be around the 5'7", 5'8" mark, which is why it actually looks short, and it is short. He's a small guy at 5'6". These conditions playing well into his wheelhouse, and just getting this heat started. One thing to note, these guys, they're super activated surfers. They're animated on the wave, and they're the guys that like to keep a high wave tally, so I think we're going to see this go right down to the last few minutes.
Check out the replay, Mitch.
Well, a lot of speed, and head judge Bill Seitz sent that out in the judging criteria this morning. To me, it's the projection outside into the flats that's really going to bring the score up, Kaipo. Great projection right there by Gouveia, especially when you talk about generating speed. That's what the ECT from Britt Merrick, Channel Islands does right here. Great 2-turn column on the backhand for Earl. Then as in the little foam climb at the end. That should also be a decent score for him. Judge is going to set the scale with this opening exchange.
Yeah, contrast, one big move versus putting together a combination. Jarvis Earl, like you mentioned, on that Channel Islands ECT. So there's carbon construction there. A unique carbon construction that Channel Islands uses with that ECT, where it's pulverized carbon fiber that they mix with the resin when they're glassing the board. So they give the board a little bit more strength with that additive to the resin. It's not a carbon fiber cloth, but that does, when you have a hard shell like that, that enables you to have a lighter interior, a lighter core, a lighter EPS core generally.
Yeah, and for the most part, a lot of those boards are stringless epoxies too, so I'm a huge fan of them. I love my dark arts. I have a JT Dadbot, and personally in these kind of conditions, it's really the board to go to, so I feel like it's a good choice for Jarvis.
Here goes Jarvis, finds a left.
Whoa!
Pops a big tail high air reverse. He had a 5.67 on the opener, and Jarvis quick to work there, Matt.
I mean, we're just talking about the surfboard there. I was about to say controlled flex is something. EPS boards do have a lot of flex through them, and adding carbon and some composite materials will add that. And the spring that he got out of that and the solid landing, we're not going to say it's obviously just the board, because he does those all the time on a regular PU board, but just very fitting that we just mentioned the equipment as well, because that was a really clean air, and I think he'll get the jump on Ian.
Here he is, Mitch.
Well, the speed coming out of the rotation is the most impressive part about that maneuver right there. Just the fact he was able to fit in those couple pumps right before he hit the lip line. But look at how fast he's coming out of that thing right there. Tail high, landing in the flats, Matty.
Yeah, that's incredibly, see how far forward that front foot is as well. But that is a incredible landing too. So score comes in and it is better than Ian's.
Yep, a 7.23 for Jarvis Earl. This could be a breakthrough stop for the young man as we look at all of the numbers there throughout the 7 and throughout the 7.5 and average the remaining 3. Earl, maybe a breakthrough performance here, a breakthrough result. Has not made this round all year. So this is the furthest he's gone in a Challenger Series competition, is at stop number 4 here at Huntington Beach. So he's going to want to make the most of this. He's got great people in his corner as well. Back-to-back U.S. Open champ, Brett Simpson on the beach and lending a hand coaching Jarvis, Mitch.
Yeah, and it's been 12 years since an Aussie male has won this event. Julian Wilson being the last one. There's been finalists. Liam O'Brien came close in 2019 against Iago Dora, but you know, all in all, as you said, a breakthrough performance is one thing. There's a lot more to lose from Jarvis Earl if he doesn't make it through this heat in comparison to Ian Gouveia. Gouveia already qualified. All he's looking for is better seeding heading in the CT next year, Kibes.
Yeah, this is true.
The way you compete changes. Obviously, the way you're thinking within a heat, too.
It'd be interesting if Gouveia gets a good result here, if he will even choose to go to stop number 5 in Ericeira, Portugal.
It's a good point.
Because that may be a needless stop for him.
Well, you know he's competing in Saquarema.
That's what I mean.
Sure.
That's a given. He's going to be in Saquarema.
Mhm.
But, you know, would he take the extra time, money, all of that stuff if he gets a good result here? Because his plate will be pretty full, you know? 2 quarters and a win. I mean, he makes semifinals here. Looking good.
Well, not to mention the board prep and the body prep you need to get ready for Hawaii.
Yeah.
It's a completely different lineup, a different mentality, and just going over there earlier perhaps and just trying to get your
And you know
season
what,
started.
you spoke about Hawaii. I'm looking forward to what Ian's going to do because he was in the semifinals back in 2017. Bonsoy Brew Break. We'll be back after this.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Hurley, born from water. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. By Eventbrite, on or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Rad Power Bikes, the official e-bike partner of the US Open.
Huntington Beach Pier, people already crowding up for today's action at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Kai Figueroa, Mitch Salazar, and Matt Shanoski on the call. Jarvis Earl in the lead up against Ian Govea and Earl looking to better his 5.67 backup. That's pretty tidy, Mitch.
He hasn't made a single mistake in this heat so far, guys. 3 waves, extremely efficient. Could be improving on the 5.67. It's just a testament, Matty, to how well he did on the regional QS and now applying those same tactics right here to the CS level.
Yeah, last year, winning the World Junior Championships earlier on, he really failed to capitalize on the Challenger, but he looks like he's got this new spark about him. You can see how activated he is out there right now, and having a free surf earlier on, looking to drop a 5.67, and it's with surfing like this that he's going to do that. The judges wanted progression and a combination of maneuvers. They specified that in the criteria today with just the opportunity to do 2 simple backside hangers. He decided to throw the reverse spin in there. Just a 4.83, but good things starting for Jarvis Earl.
So it didn't improve his situation. You talked about the qualifying series, Mitch, for Jarvis Earl. He won a couple events in that APAC region in really cool location.
Yeah.
He took out a win at Urban Surf, which is a great wave system there in Melbourne. And that's a mind game, right? You know, because you know the wave's coming. And then took a win in a excellent wave in Indonesia, Krui. So talk about a contrast. A win in Indonesia, out in the boonies there, and a win in the middle of Melbourne with that wave system.
What a big difference, isn't it? Especially when it just comes to competing under the bright lights. He's been able to shine in those big moments. You know, the World Junior Championship, once again, I thought that was an excellent performance, especially who he had to beat on finals day, too. You know, Alan Cleland was in the event. You saw Eli Hanneman make it to the semis. Then he defeated local boy Levi Slauson in that final over there, Kaipo. He was untouchable during that event right there.
Yeah, fun wave. Miguel Pupo getting ready. He's going to come up against the Japanese surfer Ryaru Ito, who's been making a name for himself. Pupo continues to climb the leaderboard and the rankings on the Challenger Series, looking to regain his spot on the championship tour. Here goes Jarvis again. Earl staying busy. Don't know if that's going to improve upon his scoreline. What do you think, Mitch?
Don't think so either. First turn was nice to get a little hung up and set him a little off time for the second one, but I like him being proactive though. This is a smart move, especially under priority of Ian Govea right now. Seems like a couple waves rolling through. This might be a good right-hander for Ian.
Yep, and Ian identifies that. He's going to activate, a couple paddles. Good for him that Jarvis is still in the paddle back out, so I think he's going to maintain his priority out there in the lineup. Another replay. This just came in at a 4.33, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, they set the bar pretty high with their aerials in the first 3 waves of this heat. Great surfing nonetheless, and this is something a lot of surfers would like to generally start their heat with. And he hasn't fallen off yet, so it's a great way to start your morning campaign and move into finals day. But he's got Ian Govea, who's dropped some of the biggest single wave scores of the Challenger Series throughout all 3 events, and he knows that he's capable of excellence in a left or a right. We saw him at Snapper, and we also saw him at Narrowband doing crazy Ambolito.
About to bring that up, Kaipo, you were on the Gold Coast. That courageous flip, haven't seen too many of them, both on the CT and the Challenger Series level. I thought it was amazing to be able to see that, especially at Snapper, a long right-hander.
Yeah, talk about going impromptu, right? That's not what you would expect. What'd you call it?
It's a courageous flip, because it was Josh Kerr and Dion Aegis collabed on that, yeah.
Nice. Whatever. It was, he hucked it. I mean, I'm not a big fan of double grabs, but that was impromptu surfing. That's not what you would expect, and I think that's why it was rewarded, is just that I feel the judges didn't expect it. It was certainly, the fans exploded, right? And just the beach went crazy. All the Brazilians went crazy, but yeah, that was a really cool moment. And that just shows, you know, how diverse Ian Govea's surfing is. I talked again about, you know, 2017 as a rookie. Govea goes to Pipeline of all places, and you wouldn't expect him to rule there. Went through so many barrels, like made the semifinals of that event as a rookie. That is such a hard thing to do in such a heavy wave.
Yep.
But then at the same time, he can pull out airs just like the best of them. And he's really quick-footed, Matt, in little shore break or beach break conditions. He's got super fast feet.
These guys deserve every dollar of what they get paid. It's phenomenal. There's a lot of people that's sitting at home, everyone's sitting at home judging right now. These guys travel the world putting on a show for us, but to go out there and train every day, new boards, work on their bodies, and to pull stuff like that out in the heat and practice that and to do it in a pressure cooker moment, it's not lost on the judges, thankfully, because I'm a purist. I love good power surfing, but you see something what Ian's been doing throughout the year, your jaw drops. It has to be rewarded. It's experimental, it's progressive, and I'm glad that the judges are going there. But likely, going to do the same thing at Pipeline. You take off on a big wave, you pull in, you disappear, you get spat out, and our jaws still drop, 60 years after it's first been initiated on, into the world of surfing. These guys are phenomenal, and we're here to see it.
Well, we got Flick roaming the Bonzoy Athlete Zone, and she's got some information for us. Flick?
Yeah, Kipes, I do. Obviously, this morning, no surprises. The swell height has dropped considerably. Spoke to a couple of coaches, and they're saying that, most likely we're going to see a lot of board changes back down to those epoxies. And then clearly we're in man-on-man heats today. So that's a change from yesterday, 4-person strategy, obviously going to be a lot different in today's conditions.
Yeah, and proactivity in comparison to reactivity out there. What do you like about Jarvis Earl so far? He hasn't fallen on his 4-wave flick.
Yeah, look, I think Jarvis, his backhand is deadly. Obviously, his forehand is too. What I like right now, he's got a tough heat and he's so young. I feel like he's just surfing beyond his years. There's still 8.5 minutes left in this heat though, so you can't count out Ian. I'm just looking forward to watching the rest of it unfold.
Thank you, Flick, and we'll catch up with Flick. She's going to be coming in the booth in the next couple of heats as well. As we plow through today on the schedule, what do we got? We got this round of 16 for the men in the morning. That's 8 heats. Then we have the round of 16 for the women this afternoon, another 8 heats. Last heat of the day, we have a rematch of a World Junior Final, actually, in the way of Jet Schilling and Jackson Bunch. That's something to look forward to, Mitch.
Yeah, definitely, and both of them surf great over there in Oceanside. Really similar conditions to what we're seeing now, and I feel like it's going to be a great heat. I think Schilling is going to have the upper hand on that one, but Jackson Bunch been surfing great, Kipes.
Yep. Lots to do here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. So many activities. Of course, we're going to have finals tomorrow, Sunday, August 11th, but you can count on live music every single day on the sand from 1 to 4 p.m. at the Hurley stage. Going on this weekend, the Lexus X Games Vert Pro Skate. Go check that out. Some airs on the sand, and of course the village, the festival village, with all kinds of activations, goodies, giveaways, games. Come down here. It's fun. It's going to be a great weekend. Huntington Beach.
Kaipo, do you not like double grabs because you're a skate purist? Is that why?
You're still reflecting
I
on my
am,
whole
because
double
I'm
grab
like,
thing.
it's a pretty sick maneuver, and then especially the front one, too.
I'm part skateboarder.
I know.
And my part skateboard thing does not like the aesthetics of a double grab.
Because it's like safety skating right there, too, isn't it?
People generally never do it on a skateboard. Heritage Heat, we got that in the middle of the men's and the women's heat in this round of 16. We have a Heritage Heat where we're going to celebrate the surfing of some greats, Tom Curran, Shane Beshen. Archie's going to be out there, Jeff Deffenbaugh, and Mike Parsons. Sorry, Mike, there's no 40-foot waves out there, but we're going to see Mike Parsons also out there in the mix. Here's Jarvis Earl. He's in the lead. Oh, another great air from Earl. Brett Simpson likes it.
He should. I mean, probably will improve on the 5.67 right here, too. 5 waves, and he hasn't fallen a single time. Like, that just goes to show you how confident he feels on that board.
It just goes to show you he doesn't need that leash that's on his foot.
Well, I mean, let's not get to that point where he doesn't need it anymore, and then you lose the board. It's a pretty darn good paddle back in, Kaipo. You lose a few
You only
minutes
need a
right
leash
there.
if you fall, and he has not fell this entire heat.
Maybe the leash adds to the confidence, though. Who knows?
Here's another look, Matt. I love this air.
Racing down the line, he tacks it. He goes tail high, spins it, almost a full spin, but I must say, this is the second or third air reverse we've seen in this heat so far. It'll garner a good score. I think it'll go higher than the 5.67, but typically when we see this at the beginning of the day, turns start to be rewarded really healthy throughout the day. Scores in.
He called it. That was great. Did you hear Brett Simpson? He said, that's an 8. And the score comes in at exactly that. Jarvis Earl just went excellent for an 8-point ride. Good judging, Simpo.
Game recognized game, that's for sure. Well coached too. 15.23 heat total, Maddie. By today's standards, that is a massive heat total right now.
Gouveia still needing 8.56 though, so you know, and he's been waiting a long time, over 15 minutes for his third wave right now. You get the feeling that he's loading up for something, and casting our eyes to that next heat, 2 goofy footers as well. They'll be watching this going, okay, we're going to have to go to the air to get something in the excellent range.
Yeah, unfortunately for Ian, he waited a long time to do this.
Yeah, and it just seemed like it was really a forced maneuver right there. Only the second wave ridden, as Maddie was pointing out, waited over 15 minutes for that wave, wasn't able to convert, and just want to go back to what we were talking about earlier on in the heat. So much more to lose in this heat for Jarvis Earl than for Ian Gouveia. Your motivation changes, the way you want to compete, and really exemplify why you're here, Kaipo. Jarvis Earl has served 3 heats up until this point. He's won every single one of them. So if he's able to go 4 for 4, especially against the guy that just qualified, that does massive things for your confidence moving forward.
We could be watching a turning point for Jarvis Earl, who's done well on the qualifying series. Obviously, he's a former world junior champion, but he's struggled. He struggled last year on the Challenger Series. It's been a struggle for him this year on the Challenger Series. I feel we're watching a breakthrough moment for the young Australian. This is when you get past the wall. That's when you start building the confidence, and you just come in with a whole new swagger, and that swagger equals success, Matt.
Yeah, and he's had 3 post-heat interviews already, winning all of his heats. So he's feeling that confidence. He's had 3 more than he's had throughout the whole year so far. So just getting comfortable on that world stage, and keeping in mind he's only 20 years old. He's traveling the world, he's surfing, and he's having a really good time doing it. But these guys grow up on the road as well, so it's only natural that they do. Some people take a little longer than others to get used to the platform.
Look at these waves coming through. This is looking like fun, peaky, glassy HB. Earl's got priority. He's going to go left. Zooming down the line, looking for yet another ramp. Loads up, and that one he was not able to put down. Ian Gouveia looking for the same. Zooming down the line, pops it up with the slob grab, and Gouveia's unable to hang on to that sharp eye surfboard.
That was pretty sick though. As Maddie was pointing out, an 8.56 ain't out of the realm of possibility right now, and if he lands that, I dare say he's coming close to the score, Kaipo. Talk about different kind of grabs and stuff like that. The slob right there, especially with the amount of speed going down the line, is very difficult maneuver. Still though, 2:20 on the clock right here. And I mean, he had enough speed going into the section. You see the grab, and it's just the landing. It seemed like when he was coming down, the white water is coming up towards him. He lost control of the board. It's an incomplete one for him.
The judges did specify today, and then notes to the surfers, the critical aspect of sections, which is where the air is launched. Inversions, rotations, technical grabs, speed and flow in and out of the aerial maneuvers too. So they're taking note of all those little technical differences, and this is possibly one of the best judging towers that we have on the Challenger Series. It's right out the front.
Let's check out our heat recap. Jarvis Earl has been in control throughout this heat with some great surfing by the surfer from Cronulla. The 7.23 and an 8-point ride for Jarvis Earl. A commanding lead. Uses his priority. This time goes backside, catches the rail and landing. Doesn't bother Brett Simpson, his coach. Jarvis Earl in a big lead. Opens the door slightly for Ian Gouveia with priority. Gouveia needing an 8.56. And Gouveia under a minute remaining. Let's check out the recap of this heat. It's been all Jarvis. As you can see, all Jarvis Earl, priority to Ian Govea. Not much time on the clock for Govea. He's going to bow out of competition here with just 10 seconds remaining. So Jarvis Earl moving on to the quarterfinal. We've got 5 seconds to make it official.
What a big result for the Aussie Kaipo. Govea already qualified for the CT yesterday. A massive props to Jarvis Earl in this one.
Impressive numbers, 15.23. When we return, Ryaru Ito will be in the water, faced up against Miguel Pupo. Check out Jarvis. Looking down on the Santa Ana watershed, where Shiseido Blue Project, Surfrider Foundation, and WSL One Ocean did a cleanup of that watershed. Santa Ana River, 100 miles inland, all the way to river jetties where it dumps into the Pacific. So everything goes down that river and ends up in the Pacific Ocean. That's why it's important, not just to clean our beaches, but also take care of our watershed. Thank you for all of those who participated in that cleanup. And Jarvis Earl just cleaned up in the round of 16 with some big numbers, 15.23 heat total.
Just like, you just kept putting the pressure on, you know? Sick stuff.
I was gonna make a mistake with priority at the end, and I was like,
no, you did the right thing. The left on that right was pretty good, but you almost would have, he would have probably went right, almost,
down like
you know?
right.
Yeah, because he could do those little weird double grabs.
Yeah.
No, that was mental.
There you go. Mitchell.
They're not weird.
Here we go. There's a new heat. Even Simple agrees with me. He didn't even know what I said. Ryaru Ito from Japan, the 21-year-old, coming up against the veteran in the way of Miguel Pupo. Winner moves on to face Jarvis Earl in the quarterfinals. Kaipo Girl, Mitchell Salazar, and Matt the Waxhead Shanoski on the call.
So looking at Miggy right here, also on a carbon board by Jason Stevenson. This came in as a high 3 Kaipo. Second turn, quite strong. Does get a little hung up right there though, so it's gonna be incomplete on the second one for Miggy. And so far he's competed well, Matty, but is looking to at least advance a couple more heats. He was just outside of the top 10 coming into this event.
Yep. Yeah, and he was devastated to see his brother get knocked out the other day as well, carrying through the Pupo flag. I think you have to say, when you look at the Brazilian Storm coming through this Challenger Series right now, Miguel, you know, he's the most experienced, most polished, and somebody who out here at Huntington could post an excellent range score in anything.
12 years on the championship tour for Miguel Pupo, and you saw on that graphic a 1 CT win in Tahiti back in 2022. Miguel Pupo, he's up 4 spots currently on the live rankings to number 7, and he can keep climbing if he keeps making it through heats. Faced up against Ryaru Ito, the 21-year-old out of Japan. His first season on the Challenger Series, but starting to make a name for himself in the round of 32, Mitchell. Ryaru Ito scored an excellent 8.33 for a big air.
Yeah, and the heat before that, an 8-point ride, those have been the only excellent scores he's had in his CS career so far. 4 events in, already securing his best result too. Has a difficult task against Miggy in this one. It looks like he's going on the right here, Kipes.
He's got priority, looking right. Let's see what he got for us. Ito-san. Oh. Miggy Pupo puts it down. The fins catch. He spins around. Extension on that air. Beautiful. So the veteran we talked about, Miguel Pupo, up, out, and caught the landing.
Yeah, and pretty sick right there too, especially when you consider the height on that air right there. 5 minutes into the heat, that should score well, especially knowing that in the previous heat, a lot of those airs were significant in terms of the score line. Most important thing in the judging criteria today, the first thing at the top, high speed control. We've seen that so far in terms of the aerials.
And I like the way he was able just to stomp that landing, punch the fins, revert out of it. And the judges, you know what? They liked it too. They ate it up like a Sambazon bowl. 8.33 for this.
Yeah, and it was all about the positioning of where he did that air in the critical section, racing down the line, knifing this takeoff. He knew he wanted to get to the end. Takes a low line, and then he hits it. Most people would have just gone for a regular turn there and ditched the fins. Miggy went to the air, like he has done all year with his intentions set in this round of 16 heat.
Pupo in the lead, in command currently. Another surfer that was in command and had a big lead and building momentum into the quarterfinals is Jarvis Earl, AJ.
Yeah, Kaipo, building momentum indeed, Jarvis. It's never easy to be the first heat of the day, but you looked like you were able to find your rhythm so quickly. How'd you do it?
Yeah, I've kind of been the first heat all events, so I've been adjusting to that, and it's been like really good conditions in the morning, and today obviously a bit smaller than yesterday, so I jumped back on my epoxy and it was feeling really fast and lively, and yeah, I was really stoked to get through that heat.
Lively indeed, especially when you took to the air so many times. Just tell us how you identified the ramps and which air you wanted to pull.
Yeah, Simbo was just pointing out how the lefts were kind of running into those bigger sections, and he said just like do what you want to do and go for the air if the section presents itself, and that's kind of what I did.
A massive moment for you to lock in your spot on finals day. How do you get ready for it?
Yeah, this is my first finals day on the Challenger Series, so I'm pretty stoked to be here, and yeah, just gonna keep doing what I've been doing all event and keep on the same program because it's been working for me, and yeah, I can't wait.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, so Miggy Pupo keeps on swinging at it. 8.33 is what he's got in his score line. And we saw him catch another wave on the back end there, looking to increase and better the backup that he has. He has a pretty low backup of a 3.83, so that is Miguel's mission right now, Mitch.
Yeah, it's a low score, and knowing that Jarvis was getting a heat total above 15 points, he can do that right now.
Ito is going to go to turns on this wave. Little extended on that second turn, and nice surfing.
Yeah,
but nothing that's shouted out to me on that wave.
The first turn was great. After that, maybe just cleaning up a little bit. Not something super critical as you were pointing out. The first turn's strong right here, though.
Yeah, he gets vert on that first one. Gets a bit hung up there on the bottom turn, and yeah, just a bit caught that second turn. Makes up for it here on the inside section, but this would just be a heat-building score, you'd have to think, for Ito, or at least you'd hope so. Coming up against Pupo, he might actually have some nerves going into this round of 16 matchup as well. Have a look at Miggy's wave here. And that board, this is the third time that he's gone down on his backside there. That last turn just eluding him, the board reacting and getting away from underneath his feet there.
Doesn't improve either. Kaipo just comes under that one.
Yep, so Miguel remains with the same scoreline of a 12.16, waiting for score for Ryaru Ito, and who's currently in a combination. He will break out of that combination once the score comes through. and put him into just a 1-wave deficit. We're a third of the way through this heat at 20 minutes and 50 seconds, a 5.67. Cuts the requirement for Ryaru Ito to a 6.5.
So that'll be a good backup by today's standards. But knowing that Miggy has the 833 and just the capability, Kipes, of getting that 8 with just a single maneuver too, like, that's got to be in the back of your mind if you're Ito right here. You can't really be complacent with getting these 5s and 6s. You need to be on steeper waves, shorter ones too. As Jarvis was mentioning, a lot of those waves come into you, so you want to be attacking those sections when they're actually giving you the speed and the momentum against the grain. Get it right here for Miggy.
Priority with the Brazilian. He's going to activate. Pupo slashes that first turn. Looks down the line, slashes a second turn. Foam climb here for Miguel Pupo. Kicks out, and that feels good for him because he's likely going to improve upon his scoreline with that last wave surfed.
Excellent use of priority right there too, and positioning both of his waves. He's always come from behind the peak right there and set him up perfectly for that first turn. I love the way that board looks. Carbon's the way to go today by, you know, the standards of the elevated performances we've been seeing so far this week, Kaipo, especially when it comes to those stringless epoxies out there.
He learnt too from those ones he's fallen off on. That last turn, he made sure he was centered over the board coming out of the bottom turn a lot faster than a normal PU board. Let's have a look at it. So comes off the bottom, opening slash. That's pretty trademark Miggy there. And this one here gets over the top of his board there. And the last one, the fins slid. And that time, making sure he capitalized. The judges ate it up as well. Just see there, just getting on the heels here. And this time it just really connected. Turns his whole body. Went a little bit earlier there and ditches the fins. And just starting to feel comfortable here. And there's a good chance that he hasn't ridden that board for a few days, going back to the normal PU board yesterday. So just a little change of equipment here this morning, and it's taken the veteran 10 minutes to adjust. Wish it took all of us about that long.
Score has increased for Miguel Pupo, near excellent. That number for Miggy on the right-hander, a 7-point ride. Combine that with the 8.33, 15.33 for Miguel Pupo, who's looking to climb the rankings further as we take a look at our live rankings. Up 4 spots, just making it into this round. He'll continue to climb if he wins this heat. George Patah, 1 spot. Michael Rodriguez is going to be coming up next. He's in the number 5 position on the live rankings. Jackson Bunch, last heat of the day, up above the cut line at number 9. So some dynamic stuff happening, and Michael Rodriguez preparing for his heat against Alan Cleland. That's coming up next. Emrod, I'm going to go on record as one of the fastest surfers on earth. And Alan Cleland Jr. in the corner, meditating, Mitch, getting quiet, quieting his mind, envisioning successful waves.
You're like saying it and then like looking straight at me the whole time.
Nobody can see me, Mitch, or you. It's okay. They just hear us right now.
Al is such a cool kid to work with too. After having been in his corner for a few events, I can just tell you what an awesome dude.
Miguel Pupo looking for another ramp, doesn't find it. No problem, he's under priority. He's already got a giant heat total. He's got a ton of pressure on the Japanese surfer. Ryaru Ito needs a 9.66 to take the heat. So Miguel Pupo really in the driver's seat right now, Matt. And it's a comfortable driver's seat. It's like the driver's seat of a Lexus GX, the one with the massaging front stand seats. That's how much of a driver's seat that he's in.
But I mean, he's had 6 QS victories. He's won on the CT before. He's an experienced surfer, and he's in a different phase of his life too. He's probably been speaking to his kids this morning. He's got 3 kids, most likely back home as well, and you know, he's just at that different phase. And the maturity we've seen through Miggy in the last few years on the CT. It's a shame that he got bumped off there at Margaret River, but he's got better with age, like a fine wine, and it would be no surprise if he goes on to do really well in this contest. But Ito, you know, the regional qualifying series through Japan, some phenomenal waves actually in the Australia and Asia region on the Challenger Series and QS, but I would like to think that he has that experience to match it with Miggy, but overthinking it, I think. And he just really, at 0.87, he fell on that massive fin ditch attempt to get things started. And if he just opened up with a couple of nice scores, he would have put the pressure on Miggy. But 15 minutes to go, he's going to have to reset right now because he's got the veteran who's just starting to warm up.
We're going to take a break. We'll be back with the action and see if Ryaru Ito can fight back against an on-fire Miguel Pupo. Check out the 2024 Lexus GX new body style 3.4 liter twin turbo V6, standard full-time four-wheel drive, limited slip locking differential, available with front massaging seats, and also available with dynamic sky panoramic glass roof. Lexus, you want to drive that. Drive it on down here to the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Kaiser Guerrero, Mitchell Salazar, and Matt Chinaski on the call, and Miguel Pupo in the driver's seat in this heat up against Ryaru Ito.
Well, you already got
that, Kaipo. That was good.
Yeah, you got the boat rental for next year for my birthday. We taking that thing out for the finals too, and maybe day it out in HB, Kaipo, or what?
Yeah, no problem.
Massaging chairs, the sunroof
available. Yep, and you also available automatic power extending running boards, so it's easy for you to get on and off of that GX. Ryaru Ito is in desperate situation now. The Japanese surfer needs a 9.66 up against Miguel Pupo, the veteran who fell off tour this year and looking good to get back on. Maybe Miguel, Mitchell, really inspired by what he saw Ian Govea accomplish already on tour.
Could be, they're good buddies. That's a couple in a row where his wave selection has just been slightly off.
You can kind of feel when you know when the wheels are starting to fall off.
Yeah, he's getting desperate now, and against Miggy, you can't really do that. Too much experience in his corner.
And which he shouldn't, because
it's getting better.
And there's 11 plus minutes on the clock.
Yeah. Well, back in the round of 64, Ryaru took out Jiao Chianca and Samuel Pupo. And in the post-heat interview, he said, that was a great one, actually. It was with limited English. And he said, they're great surfers, but so am I. And that was the belief that he took over the win on 2 championship tour surfers. Now he's up against another one, the brother. And yeah, just like channel some of that positivity that he took through that round of 64, because he's done it before, but now 2-man heat and the pointy end of the competition. So a different dynamic in those 4-man heats earlier on in the competition. Everyone staying really busy, and it was a lot of luck involved, especially in the last 5 minutes of priority. But he's got to get his heat restarted here, Kaipo.
Well, Ryaru's probably not surfed very many man-on-man heats, while Miguel Pupo has surfed hundreds of them.
Yeah.
And that's the difference right now when you have a veteran coming up against someone who's pretty new to this. You know, Riaro just 21 years old, up against the 32-year-old Miguel Pupo with a ton of competition experience.
And I'm just going to point this out. We've all been there. Everybody has to take their lickings eventually, and you go through a point in your career where you get a big slap in the face, Kaipo, reality check. Could it be this one right here? He still has plenty of time, as you were mentioning, though.
Yeah. Let's check out our heat check, where we can see the entirety of the heat, all the waves written there on the right hand of the screen. On the bottom are the high scores for each of the surfers and the individual scores from the individual judges, an international panel of judges. Riaro Ito, you can see in the needs column there, needs a 9.66. He's not getting that. That's a lot of information right there, Mitch.
Yeah, and the 9-point ride there thrown out from the Portuguese judge on Miggy's 8.33. That one in one of the eights gets thrown out. Average came out to an 8.33. The best of Ito, 5.67.
Yeah, you can see right there a placeholder on the fifth wave, and there we go. A score just drops for Riaro Ito, a 3.1. Fifth wave ridden. In contrast, you can see, Matt, 10 waves ridden by Miguel Pupo, and standing highlighted are those big numbers.
Yep, and he did fall on the first couple, and he's stayed on his board on the others, but at this point, he needs to throw something out there to better that 7. It's going to have to be, at this point, it's going to have to be going to the air, and judges have proved in that heat 1, if you want to go excellent, the aerial maneuvers, the way to do it. You'd like to think you could still do it on the rail, but Ito, he's no slouch in the air as well.
Interesting to see on this heat check, too. The second wave for counting score for Riaro at 3.1 still didn't change the need.
No.
He still needs a 9.66.
Yep.
So even though he got another score, he's still in the same exact situation. Only thing now, he just has less time on the clock there, Mitch.
Yeah, 8:45 right here for Ito, and you know, just going back to it, Japanese surfer, both of you guys touched on it, and it's an excellent point. He's probably so much more used to surfing 4-person heats, 3-person heats, than being in head-to-head matchups. That really changes things. The experience of Miguel, and I'm just going to throw it out there again, one of the most underrated surfers in the history of professional surfing. More than a decade on tour, as you mentioned, Kaipo.
Yes.
A CT victory, 10-point rides at Pipeline.
Yes.
Multiple big QS wins to Waddell Creek and Santa Cruz for the Coldwater Classic, the one at Lowers. And to me, he's just always been right there, top 15 surfer, real consistent at certain breaks. But what he lacked was just major moments to put him into the top 5. 22 when he won the event in Chopes.
Yeah.
He was just outside of qualification for Lowers.
Yeah.
And I dare say he makes it to Lowers. He's probably competing for the title.
To your point, that year, right below the cut line for that final 5, that was his career best. Finished 6th in the world in 2022, Miguel Pupo. And just on a personal side, a rad dad. Awesome. Family man, 3 daughters, always smiling, always a positive influence, a man of faith. Checks all the boxes for me. And the goofy foot, Mitchell.
Yes, sir. Sorry, Matty.
Not only that, mentoring his brother as well through an early career as well, and now business interests with JS Surfboard. So all of us need a bit of Miggy Pupo in our life.
Okay, sold. 7 minutes. And Riaro Ito just trying to run away from Pupo, holding an ultimate heat control. A big lead as well as priority. And you can see Miguel in the blue jersey starting to zone in and keep track of Riaro Ito, take away any kind of opportunity that he may have. But he's looking calm. He's looking like just a leisurely morning paddle for Miguel Pupo at this point.
Well, he has the highest heat total of the round so far. I know we're only 2 heats in, but already overtaking the 15.23 of Jarvis Earl, 15.33, the low 8, and then the 7-point ride. And, you know, just going back to what Matt was saying about, you know, the Japanese tour, that whole Asian region, they have some amazing waves over there. I know you were over in La Union for the QS over there in the longboard qualifying series event, but it just goes to show you that outside of their region, they're still not competing enough to be able to be in the top 10 of the Challenger Series. I feel like they have the talent. It just takes consistency on their behalf.
Yeah, they certainly do have the talent, and they thrive amongst each other. There's a lot of friendly rivalry over there, and a lot of them traveling together over here and carrying that international experience back into their region. You see it with Sarah Wakita as well, who made a couple of hits in the women's side of the draw. Amuro Suzuki, who's the most decorated women's surfer to come out of Japan. But this is the best result that he's had on the Challenger Series, Ito, so far. So he'll be happy with the 9th place finish, but he's still got 5 minutes 30 to change it.
Miguel looks down the line, and that's a veteran move. You see Riaro paddling for that wave earnestly, and Miguel Pupo not buying it. Let's check out a heat recap. Mason Gold with the sugar. That was quite a heat recap, which has been all about Miguel Pupo.
Can you say sugar again? Sugar. It's good.
I like Mason Gold. They're a great band.
I love sugar too, even though sometimes it's not very good for you in excess.
Dietary advice from Mitchell Salazar this morning. So, Mitchell, I'm going to put everything back on track right now. Describe what Riaro Ito needs to do.
Well,
he's got 4 minutes.
I feel like now, with the amount of pressure and the experience in the corner of Miggy, he's got to look for the one wave. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it in just under 4 minutes to get, a combination better than 15.33. It would have to be a Hail Mary wave. A 9.66, I know it's achievable out there. It's near impossible, though, especially when you consider how difficult it's been to get a score into the 9 so far. Miggy right there. We've seen the air game, though. Yeah. And I know if he goes on a right with a steeper section, possibility for a rodeo flip, something like that, but he needs to do something extremely unbelievable out there right now to get that score.
Rodeo flip? You're just a double grab fan, aren't you?
I don't know why you hate my double grabs. It's like
I thought you were going to say Superman or something.
Superman?
Another double grab. Stop, you guys.
He's had an 8 and an 8.2 already throughout this event, Ito. He'd be channeling that, but a 9.56, that'll be the biggest wave, the biggest high-scoring wave he's ever had in a Challenge Series event. So he's really got to try and get something right now and get the ball started. It's just a shame that fight, when I think back to the 5, 6, 7, where he had that little bobble on that second bottom turn. If that had been up around the 6.5 mark, it would have made it that next requirement a lot more achievable right now. It's just those little 1% things that can come back to haunt you in the heat. But he's staying really quiet. He's had good wave selection to beat someone like Miggy, who can pull a rabbit out of the hat like 8.33. It's not been a bad concept to sit there and wait, but unfortunately for him, it hasn't paid off so far.
Or just go left, throw an air reverse. Instead of a double grab, just throw a slob, stale fish. Maybe go right, throw an Indy. That could happen too. Throw in some variation.
Hey, we might see some double grabs later on in the Legends heat, yeah. Shane Beshan.
Oh. Well,
I remember seeing him do double grabs.
Maybe.
Trestles, for sure.
Depends on how good all of their backs are. And the knees.
It is a Legends heat, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, D-Ball just turned 50 a little bit ago,
hey,
so.
My favorite surfer, one of my favorite surfers in the world that is going to be in that Legends heat. I just saw him this morning, and he's ready. It's Tom Curran. Oh. One of my absolute favorites.
Former El Pro champ.
Oh, I saw him win that.
I think Snips is kind of, the one guy there that could do major damage. They're not being scored, though. I'm kind of bummed on that. Kind of want them to throw out some scores themselves.
It's a celebration. It's a celebration.
Oh, they're going to be competing, though. I can guarantee that. Diva, hold it down. North County.
Our heat leader, Miguel Pupo, is looking for more fireworks.
channeling some Archie on that one, actually.
A little bit, small kind.
Well, so at this point, can I just call it a foregone conclusion for the result of this heat, Mitch?
It's kind of looking like that. 40 seconds to go. Need something close to a 10-point ride. I think you're right there, Kaipo. And, you know, just once again, great performance. Dropped a couple excellent scores in the rounds previous to this one. Right here, though, needing the highest score of the day so far, though. In a 9.66, it's really difficult to get that right now.
Trip to the shore for Miguel Pupo. Checks his watch, realizes the work's done, and he can clock out of the office today and prepare for finals day, where he'll be matched up against Jarvis Earl, quarterfinal number 1 for the men. Great surfing, incredible heat for Miguel Pupo. Ian Govea likes it. More stuff coming your way. We're going to bring in Joe, Flick, and Rosie to talk you through the action.
This is the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Thanks for being with us. Round of 16 continues here at heat number 3. Michael Rodriguez taking on Al Cleland Jr. here in the booth with Joe Turpel, Rosie Hodge, and Felicity Palmatier, getting a quarterfinal already set up with Jarvis Earl taking on Miguel Pupo tomorrow.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a goodie. I feel like Miggy's had a lot of momentum through this one. Watching him on the live rankings, he's moving up and making a charge.
Flick, completely different playing field compared to yesterday. Focusing on some nice airs this morning and a little bit easier to stay in the spot today.
Yeah, there's definitely nowhere near as much water moving as what there was yesterday. I think, yeah, also there's a couple of changes, probably board changes. You've got obviously, only 2 people out in the water as opposed to 4 different strategies coming into play. And it looks really nice right now, but I think it could start to get a bit trickier once we see that slight onshore start to waft in, probably in the next couple of hours.
Cool matchup here, getting started with Al Cleland Jr. representing Mexico. His second wave so far, already had a 2.33 during the break. Rodriguez caught a wave and kicked out. Emrod holding down priority. Michael Rodriguez spending some fun years on the championship tour. Made a quarterfinal in his rookie season in Brazil. Went on to a semifinal finish in his second season
We had the event in Karamas on the island of Bali in Indonesia, which made a lot of sense for his skill set. Surfing so fast, really explosive. He came back to the tour in 2023, but fell off at the mid-season cut. And Rosie, it was so hard when we got to Saquarema last year, and David Silva got the 10th spot. One spot out was Michael Rodriguez, being that close to qualifying for the start of the season. We'll watch Cleland hit the lip now twice. Cool pace and fits it in well.
Yeah, looking sharp this morning. You know, you mentioned equipment flick, and looking at what L's on, you know, there's a lot of foam through that surfboard, but definitely in a condensed version of a board. So looking at him, he's fired up, watching his body language as he paddles back out.
This is his opening ride, Flick.
Yeah, so opening ride, just the one turn there. I think these are not going to factor in at the end of the day in this heat. That was better. That single maneuver there, really nicely done, but that wave just runs out of juice. And let's have another look here. So this is his last wave. Little 3-turn combo here, couple little belts done on the back end. You know, I just already look at the scores that have been thrown down in the first couple of heats of the morning, and I'm thinking, hey, these are all going to be replaced. It's pretty contestable out there. There's, you know, air sections. You've got really nice, clean conditions. So just getting the feet in the wax, so to say.
Rosie, what's your take when a surfer just continues to improve? It's really cool to see him head in the right direction.
Yeah, definitely. He is building and really just starting that early lead, which gives him a bit of confidence, just applying that pressure to Michael Rodriguez and playing the game under priority. He lost that he set that priority rotation pretty early on in the heat, so now he's just there getting reps and getting better each time he stands up.
Rosie, you're talking about the surfboard that Al Cleland's riding. As we see the Dolphins out the back joining us this morning. Always makes you feel good inside.
Look at them, they're going so fast.
They like to play, they like to surf.
Oh,
they have
hello.
fun and
they're getting
got some action out there. How's this? Left setting up for Michael Rodriguez. And pulls in kind of late. Can he go the distance? I think that hollow section almost took him by surprise. Now, Cleland, a lofty tail higher rotator. Has the landing, wants to show the judges he's got control. He definitely nailed it.
Well, talk about building. I mean, he just went from like 0 to 60 right there. Wow, that was insane. And so impressive. Like, he really had to dig deep to get that landing, prove to the judges he rode out of it. That's where it got a little bit messy, but other than that, that was really great surfing.
A lot of excitement right there. Almost got a tube ride from Emrod and then to an air on the other side of it. Can I see that again?
Oh, let's see it. Hey, that thing Emrod took off on was truly kegging. I think he was just a little bit late to decide that that's what he wanted to do. And then, yeah, straight behind him, Alan. Wow. I mean,
do you think the Dolphins kind of started that energy? Maybe.
You know what? Whenever they seem to come through that lineup, good things are approaching. They kind of always know when the sets are, the best sets that they rock up, the Dolphins are there. Let's look. Emrod gets around this section, decides to tuck up under that one. But look at that thing. It almost looked, it's spat. There was a little spit there. It was minuscule, but it was there. And straight behind him, Alan into this giant air. Just the one big section, no grab. So we learned.
Very technical and on a serious section too. I think the judges are really going to love that. Just amazing. I mean, no grab, full rotation, pretty epic.
Oh, how cool was that?
Really good.
Mexico in the house, 8.17 for Al Cleland Jr., 4.5 before that. Talk about building, just about doubled his previous score. Now Michael Rodriguez is in a combination spot, which is exciting for us because, you know, Emrod's going to send it to come back into the seat. Priorities with Michael Rodriguez. Al Cleland Jr. wants to keep surfing. And his first wave where he didn't improve.
I think all of these guys coming into the round of 16, when we look at that live leaderboard, a lot of the top seeds falling out of the mix. So they just recognizing this as such an open opportunity to climb the rankings and make a charge at the halfway point of the year. It's round of 16, it's nice, but quarterfinals, that's where you start to bank a keeper results.
Michael Rodriguez looking interested, rolling in. Straight up to the lip, but gets stuck. Right when he was planning his comeback. Priority goes right back to Al Cleland Jr. Now let's catch up with Miguel Pupo on the glass with the wax set.
Just watching that wave of M-rods there, you mentioned, Miggy, that the rights kind of bend away from you a little bit. You had to adapt, but you did get a 7-point ride.
Yeah, I felt like I had a bunch of opportunities on the rights, and especially the first one was a really good wave. And it's hard because the current's going against you and the wave's kind of bending away from you, so it's a lot of calculation in there, and I kind of missed time a few, but happy to get the ad. And then after that I got a really good set, so I was trying to time that well because I knew it was going to be a good score.
And did you take any excitement or any motivation after seeing your fellow countrymen qualify for the championship tour yesterday?
Definitely, you know, we shared some tears yesterday, and it was really nice to see Ian. He's such a nice guy, and yeah, something happened yesterday I'd never seen before. Everyone was clapping at the athlete zone for Ian, so it's pretty nice to see that, and that gave me a lot of energy. And we're sharing a room over here, so I'm trying to, you know, gain some energy from him, and he's been on my corner since day one, so it's pretty nice to have him around.
And fellow goofy footers too, is he going to be jumping in your corner now to be coaching you?
Yeah, definitely. He got a flight. He has a flight tomorrow morning, so not sure if he's gonna make for finals day, but you know, the vibes here, you know, all we take in life is just your friendships and the good times you have through the week. So we've been having a fun time, and I think that's reflecting in the water for sure.
And it's just after lunchtime back in Brazil. Everyone tuning in Portuguese.
Valeu, galera que tá assistindo, família, Bruna, crianças, meu pai, minha mãe, beijo.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Waxhead, and beautiful chat with Miguel Pupo, talking about love and everything that means the most to all of us, as he sends a kiss back to his family and all of his children watching at home. And we see a little front side air from Al Cleland. Won't factor into his big total out front, 8.17 and a 4.5. But earlier, Rosie, you were talking about surfboards, Flick, you as well, but you noticed the foam that Al Cleland's riding in the middle of his surfboard. One thing Timmy Patterson told me this morning was Al does typically like more volume in the middle for this season. A little more tapered rails for a board that's 5'8" or 5'9". Right now on a 5'8", 18.5 by 2.5, which with the volume of 27.75 liters. Timmy really loves everything about his surfing, you know, from the hard charging style that he has from his home break in Pasquales, and also around all around power that he shows in smaller waves as well. And he's shown that off this morning.
Yeah, I mean, wow. 18.5, that's pretty wide. And then that taper rail, just so you can put it on that knife edge. I mean, Timmy Patterson has had so much success. He's got Al Cleland on his team. Italo Ferreira, what he's been able to achieve, that world title for Timmy Patterson. Really cool.
Michael Rodriguez riding surfboards for Matt Biolas for a very long time. He's asking just Matt about hanging out with Emrod, and Matt said Emrod's like a cartoon character. Animated, uncontained, unrestrained. Sometimes it works out for him, sometimes it doesn't, but it's always entertaining.
That's a very Matt Biolas description, isn't it?
Right. Well, it just reminds you that Matt loves punk rock. He's an amazing writer. I'd love him to write some punk songs.
I love just those big lengthy captions he gets onto Instagram.
Oh, yeah.
I see one of those, I'm like, right, I'm sitting here and I'm going deep.
It's a good
and I'm
read. Yeah.
invested in this. It's great. We love someone that speaks their mind, not afraid to do it.
Yeah, it's a massive reason for Michael Rodriguez's success, just having Matt just be like, yep, I'm coming with you. Anything you need, let's go. As we see a big flyaway. Rodriguez trying hard to get back in the seat. Couple of wipeouts since Al Cleland put him in combo.
Yeah, it's been interesting just watching Al and his game plan just play so perfectly into his hands by getting that early start, building, applying that pressure. Now, you know, Michael Rodriguez, he's got a lot of energy, he catches a lot of waves, but there's that little tiny bit of franticness that we're seeing.
17 minutes on the clock, but it's all about the chase for qualification to move inside the top 10. At the end of last season, Emrod was heartbroken, finishing 11th at the end of the Challenger season. Right now, he's moved up 2 spots to 5th, right ahead of Miguel Pupo. Now going back in the list into the 30s, that's where Al Cleland is. And making it to the round of 16, he's jumped up 17 spots. What a climb. And if he wins this one, maybe even further. See a lot of shaded names in that top 10, so this is really going to shake things up before we head over to Portugal as we look at a nice quick snap from Michael Rodriguez and ends up falling on the last turn.
Yeah, I was literally about to say, okay, this is good. He's getting back on the board. Let's go back to basics. Let's rein it in. But yeah, just I think, Rosie, you spoke to it, just a little bit frantic, maybe just a few nerves potentially setting in. I was just going to add to those live rankings, 2 big names, Australians, that have both won events, still haven't been able to advance through, you know, those early rounds just to like maintain their falling back in those rankings. I think that they were sitting almost 8th and 9th right now, so pretty disappointing right now for them.
Carving the first section on the inside corner wedge is Al Cleland. Little combo swell this morning, dropping significantly from yesterday, but super peaky and rippable, and already some great scores in the X1 range. Pupo winning with a 15.33 combined total, and Cleland's heading that direction. Emrod throws down a backhand snap. Has a ton of speed to light up the finish. This time he times it well to stay on his feet. That'll be Michael's best wave so far.
That's going to keep it pace with Al's backup, right? Potentially better than Al's backup. So this is good for Emrod right now. He's back in the game. Still half the heat left to play with. Rosie, what did you see?
Yeah, he waits on the bottom for that turn, and then a lot of downtime before he reaches this next section. So it's going to go in his top 2. No doubt it's his best wave, but how far it's going to push his score, we'll see. That was a really nice little hook in the pocket. These waves are really fun to surf, like getting that turn right there and then banking off this little piece of whitewater. He does well to knife it, but there's no like critical, chunky, meaty section to it.
That's it, you nailed it. They're so fun to surf, but really for scoring, not so much.
So if you're putting on your coaching hat, Rosie, when Al was just moving up and continue to improve, what's happened since, and what would you want him to do?
I think he's just been, he's staying so active. He knows he only has to replace a 4.5. I would say, hey, you've got priority now. Let's just wait. We've got some time. Take a breath. Find a better wave with a bigger section. You got the 817. Back that thing up and really shut Emrod out.
Michael Rodriguez, 5.5, did turn in his best. Little disruption of flow after the first turn, but he recovered into a nice clean closeout sweeping snap. Now out of the combo, Emrod needs a 7.18 to take the lead. And now trying to move away from Al. Al's already giving him some energy with priority and the lead. Totally different feel from how crowded it was in the early rounds. Now just 2 guys out, taking turns with priority. Al's gonna let him go on this one. Michael Rodriguez representing Brazil, chucks the tail towards the beach. Automatic with those kind of moves. Short section. Was able to rotate it around on his ability. Section didn't even help him too much. See if he can get rid of that 2.73. Ultimately looking for a 7.18 to take the lead.
7.18. Look, I don't want to put my foot in my mouth again, but I don't think it is this 7.18. But he's obviously replacing. Yeah, he's obviously replacing his lowest score. He has 4.27. Still chasing the 7.18. Bigger wave. You know, even just a couple of turns, he could totally do it. There's still lots of time on the clock.
12:25 to go. Al Cleland leading at the moment over Brazil's Michael Rodriguez. Will be right back for the ending of heat number 3 after this.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Pacifico. Live life anchors up. By Yeti. Built for the wild. And by Sambazon. Bringing you the delicious powers of acai.
So much to look forward to today. About 11:30 a.m. local time, maybe 11:37-ish around there. The Heritage Heat will be out in the lineup on the south side of the pier. All these names have provided big moments at Huntington Beach in the U.S. Open and globally. Local boy, local hero, Jeff Deffenbaugh will be out there. Just got honored across the street as a local legend. Mike Snips Parsons, longtime touring professional, winning events like Newcastle and caught a 77-foot wave that put him in the Guinness Book of World Records. Also joined by Shane Beschen, former world runner-up in that crazy rivalry he had with Kelly, the paddle around here that happened at the pier, but also great at backdoor, pipeline, basically everywhere in the world. And Tom Curran, the inspiration for all of them. Three-time world champ. Archie, Matt Archibald, was one of Potts' good rivals, good friends. Archie really looked up to Potts and pushed the aerial movement and progression back in the day. Can't wait. 35 minutes for that one. About 11:30 in the morning today.
These Heritage Heats are epic, right? There was a couple that have already happened this year that I've seen go down. Gold Coast and Narrabeen, right? The Gold Coast, let me tell you, I haven't seen that many people packed on a beach. They did 2 of them because the first one was such a success. You know, you had Oggy, Parko, Steph. We'll get back to that.
Al Cleland throws down a clean first turn off the lip and then hits it a bit harder on the second effort. Really trying to improve on the 4.5. Yeah, how cool is that, Flick?
Hey, I've got to get back to this story. It was like back in the day, guys. There was not a spot left on the beach. It was absolutely pumping. You know, people were watching. I think between them all, there was something like 24 world titles or something. Kelly was there as well. Mick Fanning. Like, it was insane. These guys just, you know, that you've idolized, looked up to for years. Same as these guys here. There was not. I got videos of this because I was just in disbelief, like, with my phone. Like, are you kidding me? It was unbelievable. And the waves turned on. It was really cool. I just love that we're doing that at these events because, yeah, I mean, surfing obviously has been around for a while now. We've got lots of different generations, and it's just so cool to, you know, pay homage to the crew that came before and pave the way.
What a cool moment. It's like when a band plays and you're like, one more song.
It was nuts. And then the next one, obviously Paul Fisher as well joined in. Now that was pretty funny. It was pretty hilarious. Yeah, it was a good time.
How cool is pro surfing? You're going like, that was really fun. Let's just do it again. We got room in the schedule. The crowd came back. Yeah, that was definitely one of the major highlights of the season. It meant a lot to fans, but you could tell it meant a lot to the world champions and everyone that was invited to participate. Al Cleland, fun looking left here, Rosie.
Yeah, nice bit of connection. Pretty similar to his 4.5. I don't think he's going to improve.
And then on the right, Michael Rodriguez, Flick.
Yeah, so Emerald just going to that air that he does so easily, and he's liking it. But I think, you know, he's going to need to do a little bit more, maybe get a little bit more height under that board. You know, you just got to draw comparisons to Al's, and already, you know, that thing was just giant. Made you feel something when you watched it. I mean, not to say M-Rods aren't good. They're not. They are. They're really technical. They're really hard. But, you know, when someone's got that 817 on the board like Al, you've really got a bit of a job ahead of you.
One thing Michael can take some confidence out of, his backup or his main score, the 5.5, it's better than L's 4.5. So 718, that's not in the excellent range. That's a point down. So, you know, he's trying to manufacture these maneuvers on smaller sections, which is really scary for Al because Michael gets the right wave and it could be lights out. And then we might see, you know, Al really have to kick it up a notch and find that backup score.
This is a kind of a statement type moment for Al Cleland Jr. When you grow up at a place like Pasquale's, all of his footage is like 10-foot plus big barrels, you know, really. And you look at the forecast for today and it's dropping a bit smaller. You're kind of going, this is all leaning into Michael Rodriguez's skill set of just taking over and high-performance beach break conditions that are, you know, underhead high. And so for Al to take control, he's shown the world that he's really got it all.
He is so well-rounded. I mean, you know, we know what he's capable of in waves of consequence, but I think to be that athlete that's in the conversation, you really have to hone your skills in these smaller waves. His dad's from San Diego, so he really spends a lot of time around the beach breaks. There's such fun beach breaks around in Mexico too, so even though we know him as that, he's definitely performing here today.
Al Cleland Jr. had a great heat with Joan Duru. Joan Duru been on the championship tour in the past, had an 18+ total. Alan had a 15+ total. Both got really barreled. That was one of my favorite heats of the Olympic Games. As we watch a little fun peek for Al, and he will just throw down a little setup turn, playing with that inside corner. Another wave where he'll just throw it away score-wise. Hasn't improved since his 4th ride, and he's already caught 10 waves in this heat. Let's now enjoy the heat recap from heat number 3 of the round of 16. In just a moment, Michael might add a highlight clip to this mini surf movie. Oh, he does want it. Here we go. Brazilian drives off the bottom. Cool. Snap, just a 1 maneuver section. Now, let's watch the recap.
I wanna believe I'm no washed up shell. It brings me down when my records don't sell. 'Cause I don't recall staying up all night. I look much better when I turn off the light. Yeah. All the people want is something to believe, but I don't even know who I wanna be. All these voices in my head got me feeling fuzzy. Yeah, I don't even know who I wanna
Now the battle continues with 3:15 on the clock. Al Cleland Jr. will set up a little inside right, already shouldering off, so he throws down the carve. He's got a closeout section to work with and a nice 2-turn combo. Emrod's turn to light this one up. His keepers have been reverses, and him falling out the back will lose credit for what would have been his best air of the matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like he was listening to what we were saying, a bit more height, a bit more projection, and that was definitely that. He just got a little bit hung, and I think it was just the angle of the wave as well. These rights are just so short and sharp, and I mean, with this like little combo swell, it's just so peaky. Most rights that they've taken off on right now, I mean, you're only getting that 1 turn here. Emerald goes again. But yeah, it's just, they look hard to read, and just the landing, it was just, looked a bit crossed up and a bit funky, got a bit caught.
There was definitely opportunity for that number on that wave. And I will say one thing about Al. I mean, he started this heat so well, and kind of, like, if I was his coach, you'd be like, okay, you really need to learn how to control the the mid section to the end of the heat. Even thinking back to his round of 64 heat, where he didn't sit on his competitor with that priority. I feel like he needs to play, he needs to play the game a little bit, and he needs to recognize that, you know, you're sitting on 817. Back yourself, find a better wave, and really turn the screws on your competitor, because that door is so wide open. Michael Rodriguez on that last wave, that could have been it.
Totally agree.
Al Cleland playing some serious defense to close this one out. What a huge win this would be. With Michael Rodriguez's reputation, a CT surfer in the past.
Emerald's finding some space right now. He's got the motorboat on. He's just going really, really, really fast.
Yeah, Al's got to pick it up a little bit.
Yeah.
And now Rodriguez actually floating back towards Al Cleland. That wave didn't materialize. 55 seconds. Michael needing a 7.18. He's going to have to find a wave without priority. Al Cleland's gonna let him look. Emrod lets it go, knowing that he wouldn't find a 7.18 on that little 1-footer. Both catching 11 waves, make that 12 for Al Cleland in this heat. The missed air didn't even factor in. He almost pulled it off. That could have put Michael in a better rhythm to try to chase a score. And Al Cleland's going to shut this one down with priority and an 8.17 and a 4.5. Solid victory for the man from Mexico, moving into the quarterfinals to compete for a title on finals day. Great sportsmanship from the men out the back. And the celebration for Cleland Jr. Moving on. Coming up next, it's our Rad Power Bikes heat to watch. Ian Gentile takes on Crosby Colapinto right after this. Up the live rankings into the quarterfinals.
A lot of points coming up. A lot of points. Good job, man. Off that air was the whole beach lit up. Thank you. Yeah.
So cool. Everyone's watching the live rankings. All those points moving him up to 25th. Remember our last update? He was in the 30th range. Now he's 25th on the Challenger Series. And competing tomorrow, Al Cleland will take on the winner of this heat, the Rad Power Bikes heat to watch. Ian Gentile from Maui, Crosby Colapinto from San Clemente, California. Last year's runner-up at the US Open gets started. Nice wind up off the bottom and quickly through the white water. Crosby getting a quick start. Fun to break this one down. Ian and Crosby probably have a lot of similarities with their height and their range on their turns as we look at Crosby's first wave, Rosie.
Yeah, beautiful, easy run through this opening wave and just taking that little page out of the playbook of getting that early start of really getting a number on the board so that you can start to relax into the heat.
5-point ride for Crosby to kick this one off as Ian Gentile sits with priority. Flick, can you separate these guys style-wise or what they're capable of in waves like this, or are they pretty similar?
Oh, I think there's differences for sure, and I talk about it all the time. I think Ian actually has his own brand of surfing. I think I see traditionalists there, but I also see his own different, unique style, which I've talked about a bit throughout this event, is that, you know, often we see these styles where people try and emulate certain surfers, and in Crosby I see a lot of, you know, maybe the Mick Fannings, a little bit of Joel Parko, and, you know, but whereas in Ian, I just see this total new sort of brand of surfing. So style-wise, I think they're completely different. I think, you know, physically, yes, you could say that they're the same, but I think Crosby obviously spending a lot of time, around this area from, San Clemente, grown up surfing here, numerous junior events. I think, the odds are in his favour, obviously runner-up last year too, whereas, Ian spending, obviously growing up in Maui, a lot of time there, different sort of waves. But right now, I think this means a lot more to Ian, obviously. Ian's felt he didn't make that cut in Margaret River on the seat for the CT, so he's surfing for his life right now. He's surfing to get back on tour. There's a lot more pressure for him, whereas Crosby right now, I mean, yeah, it's kind of fun. He obviously wants a win at this iconic event, but he's got Fiji to look forward to next week.
That's a good point, Flick.
Ian's like, hang on a sec, mate. You're potentially getting me out of the comp. I need these valuable points.
Paddling into this one, it is Ian Gentile. Angling in on the right. To set up a big blast, layback, blowtail. Ian Gentile can't recover. I love his laybacks. That one was pretty explosive. He pulled out a few of those while he was on the championship tour. But it's an interesting point that Flick brings up for Ian. It's all about getting back on tour, crucial points for his career to get back on the top 34. For Crosby, he's enjoying his rookie season, but he wants a U.S. Open title like his big brother.
Definitely. I mean, this event has so much prestige to it, but this is more of a career advancement for Ian Gentile. This is just icing on the cake for Crosby. And just back to these two surfers, I mean, you're such a product of your environment. I think about Ian Gentile growing up with Matt Muola, Albie Leia, and, Hokipo, where it's like windsurfing, foil boarding, big wave surfing. You've got such a cool little microcosm of inspiration to go to the air, to try new things with the wind that you have and the waves that you have. Where Crosby, he's got his older brother that's been on the championship tour. He's had all the pros coming through town for the lowest events that have happened. So he definitely has that that athletic approach, like looking up to Mick Fanning, looking up to his brother, like a well-rounded, taking care of each aspect. And yeah, I just think this is super exciting to see these two match up together. Ian's actually had Crosby's number in this contest so far, I think in the round of 64.
Cool matchup with these two guys. Crosby enjoying his rookie season. Ian had a couple of years on the top 34. There's even a moment for Gentile where he gave up on the dream of making the championship tour and even thought about not being a pro surfer. Started taking some classes, doing some studies. After a few tests and finals week, he's like, surfing does sound pretty good. But I think it was probably the best thing for him. He had so much hype around him. When he was 12 in an Open Boys National final at Lowers, he had a perfect heat, 210s, as we see him up and out. And then he dropped a crazy video part, and Andy Irons was quoted saying, oh, Ian Gentile is the best grommet on the planet. And all of a sudden it was like, all right, expectations came, and he was living up to him. He was surfing great. It was just, I think things started feeling uncomfortable, especially when it was the road to qualify and traveling around the world and losing. And even at the time when there wasn't the priority rotation in the first round, there's a QS he had in Portugal where he just got tangled up, people paddling over him, and he's just like, okay, I want to go home, And then once the priority changed in the first round, fit his personality, where he just wants his surfing to do the talking, and he was able to get on tour.
Yeah, it was a long time coming. I will say a similarity with these two, just knowing them from being young Groms, their body changed so much. Like, they went from being small Groms to like 6'2", 6'3" men. And that brings about its own set of challenges. Like, you've got to change up your equipment. All of a sudden what was working doesn't work anymore. So yeah, they've grown up a lot. They've filled out a lot.
Yeah, the idea of the height of a surfer, in editorial magazines, they've broken that down over the years, and typically it seemed like you needed to be shorter when you talk to Tom Carroll, shorter guy, real powerful. Potts, isn't super tall, really power-based as well. And Kelly Slater, Pat O'Connell, these guys that are, under 6 feet. Nowadays, everyone's giant in the Bonsoy athlete area. As we look at a quick reaction time for Crosby to back up the 5.0.
Yeah, it's another smart move, right? I mean, he's got the two best scores on the board so far. now he's locked in these two waves with these two turns. He's going to be looking for something bigger now. He's going to be looking for maybe a set wave. Maybe he's going to be looking for one of those punchy rights where he can take to the air. So I think, to speak to your point, Rosie, before about Crosby just growing up in that environment of just heat, performance, competitor aspect, like right now I feel like his heat IQ, so to say, or his strategy, I think he's going to be onto it, right? He's going to notice, okay, I've got these 2 5s on the board. Let's go. Let's improve on this, because I think, I could be wrong, but I think that's how it's going to play out, right?
No, this is it. I mean, for Kros, he's got that 5-point ride. That's already something where he's building. I feel like Crosby in this heat has taken that early advantage. He's building now. He's gaining momentum where Ian's chasing. So he's already put that pressure on. Wow, that was a really nice turn. You see the fins get ditched there. Yeah, just the smart heat play.
Yeah, I think it also speaks to, and we've heard Crosby talk about it a lot, but just having Griff as an older brother and being able to bounce off all that energy, all that knowledge, all that experience, those few years on tour before he was there, you know, growing up and just idolizing Griff and being able to pick his brains basically about anything. And now, you know, we were speaking about it the other day, it's Griff, Crosby and Jet all living in a house together, you know, like imagine the surf talk that's consistently going on in that house, the breakdown of heats, they'd be watching comps together, you know, all that stuff. It's just, it all adds, you know, to the whole big picture.
Paddling into this one, it is Crosby Colapinto. Had a 5.93 on the right. Gets stuck there, but the last wave's his best so far. Now Gentile blowing the tail out, letting the fins fly free. Finishes his best wave so far. What a great answer for Gentile to get right in this heat.
Already, I just feel like you can just see that style just coming through so much. Like Footloose Fancy Freeze is like, woohoo! You just never know. It's like, let it fly. You just don't know. It's just like all of a sudden, like you just don't expect the fins to release that much, and they do, and then they come around, and it's, let's break it down. So up into the lip here, just a little setup, but this turn, I just got so much more explosive than what I thought. I think it's the fact that you kind of don't know what to expect. I think that's the thing that draws me in about his surfing. And Cross just catching that nose there on that way down. I think it's just that angle of that wave just, yeah, caught the nose of the board. And it looks like Ian's having another paddle now.
Gentile locking in and just stepping out. Still waiting for his best score to be locked in. As we'll have a chance to catch up with Al Cleland Jr. hanging out with the Waxhead.
We'll talk about that.
After I kind of...
We'll get Al Cleland Jr. to have a chat with Matt Chinovsky.
Mid-conversation, talking about your return from Tahiti, a board change out, but just a change of pace and change of mindset.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was an incredible time down at the Olympics down at Tahiti. The waves were pumping pretty much the whole time I was there, but yeah, coming back here, the waves are a little bit softer, so it's a little harder to get adjusted to the wave and just the ocean and the lineup. So yeah, I was trying a bunch of boards, and it's just hard to try a brand new board, so I just went back to my old faithful, and yeah, once I got on it, it felt really good, and yeah, it felt good today. I was stoked to make the heat.
Pumping waves yesterday, a change of pace this morning. We saw you meditating before in that flow state. Really challenging conditions this morning, but you made it look super fun. What was the mental game leading up to this morning?
Yeah, I mean, I woke up super early, and then I was just kind of doing my normal routine, just trying to get excited and, you know, have fun. The waves look really good. I had a session before the contest started, and it was really peaky and a bunch of waves everywhere. So yeah, I was just stoked. I came down, and I mean, riding my normal board, I ride it from when it's big to when it's small. It's a really magic board. Timmy makes really good boards, so yeah, I'm really stoked to just get a couple and just throw air. I usually don't do airs in contests, but yeah, that section was just perfect, and I had to just hit it because I mean, Michael Rodriguez, he's one of the gnarliest surfers, you know, so I was risk it or, you know, you never know.
Well, he's in the top 10 at the moment of the CS. You've gone up to 25th on the live rankings, and you're set to move forward. You'll be having a minimum 5th place finish here. Your best result ever on the Challenger.
Yeah, it's crazy, you know. I've been battling just to make heats and this Challengers, and I got in it 2 years ago, and I wasn't really ready, and didn't really do anything other than a good result in Arizona, but that doesn't count. So yeah, this year I was just felt prepared. I didn't do that good at the starting of the year, but coming into this after the Olympics, you know, my mindset was just so strong, and I've been training as hard as I could. And yeah, it's been a long year, but sometimes when you put really hard work and dedication into it, it pays off at the end. So yeah, just stoked to get a couple waves and show that I do have the surfing to be here, you know.
And in Spanish for everyone back home?
Sí, un saludo a todos en México, Boca de Pascuales, viva México, aquí andamos, vamos a cuartos de final y con todo, vamos a darle ahí saludos, ánimo, viva México, yeah!
Thank you.
I love it. Thanks, Waxhead. Al Cleland Jr. is feeling it, feeding off all that intense training for the Olympics and showing up there in Hollow Waves that were giant, and then showing up at 2 to 3 foot Huntington Beach and doing a giant error. He's on fire. Gentile needs to answer with a big stretched out layback, but he lets go of it because Crosby just released a pretty serious wave during that catch up with Al. Crosby set to potentially pull away now as we approach the halfway mark.
Yeah, I think Crosby's well and truly going to pull away after that last wave. It was pretty epic to see. And here, let's break it down now. So nice little snap there. And what a way to finish that wave off. Such an exclamation mark. Rides out of it cleanly. I mean, it's just a show of just putting together a really good heat. Obviously, he had those 2 little waves in between that didn't factor in, but he's now improving on this scoreline. You've got to be thinking.
That last wave for Crosby, a 2.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, that's that was very on that knife edge for me. I saw a little bit of the nose peek out, and in my mind, I thought that was complete. Obviously, the judges are getting paid. That's what they do all day. As we have another look, so a little check turn. Let's have. Yeah, maybe it didn't. He was still at that bottom third of the wave that he didn't get the nose out of. I think had Crosby known that they would have...
He probably would have got down and patted the kitty, I reckon.
Yeah.
And actually, look, that's an interesting one for me.
What a message that the panel's sending to the competitors. For Crosby, it'd be interesting to ask him about that, if he was already in his mind thinking that he had it and just kind of stepped out the back. Because there is on the other side that wave that Edgard Goggia had in Bolito, where he was pumping so much, it kind of showed the judges that he didn't have it. And he probably would have maybe been scored for it if he didn't try to do so much with his arm. So I don't know if Crosby was trying to be really subtle.
Where's the line?
And show that he had it.
Where is that line?
It'll be interesting to ask him about that, because that would have been his best score of the heat. Could it be a big turning point? Let's watch it again here.
Yeah, so that little in and out there for Cros. So
that was a split peak. Ian on the left, Rosie.
Yeah, so Ian going through the motions here. Long time to get to this section. This is our first look at it. I just feel like Ian has gone into this heat with that mindset of I want to take it up a notch. I want to like really bring my best surfing, but he almost has to rein it in a tiny bit. Like he's had 3 attempts now that he's fallen on his big maneuver choices where he doesn't have to try and overpower it as much as he is at the moment.
Gentile with a 5.33, which is higher than Crosby's low score of a 5. So a very close heat here. Gentile only needs a 5.61. 12:25 remaining. Winner moves on to the quarterfinals to surf with Al Cleland Jr. tomorrow on finals day. Today it's all about the round of 16 for the men, the women. Right in the middle, though, the heritage heat to celebrate the legends of the sport of surfing. Crosby with priority is trying to hunt down Ian Gentile. And Gentile is trying to find a place to hide here. Little wall starting to pop up by the pier. Ian now sees Crosby, and that wave's not setting up for him. Crosby's out in front, holding priority, still extremely close. To see who will be into the quarterfinals, we'll take a Bonsoy brew break.
Living by faith, I'm gonna lift up the praise. It's a beautiful day for my soul to be saved. I'm living by faith. Hallelujah, amen. Trying to make space for the blessing. Thank God, we abound, we love. Living by faith, can't steal my joy. I'm gonna sing and rejoice today. I'm living by faith, faith, faith. I'm living by faith.
You're watching the Rad Power Bikes Heat to Watch. Round of 16, heat number 4. Crosby Colapinto still in the lead over Ian Gentile with a spot in the quarterfinals on the line. Crosby is a rookie on the CT. Gentile's trying to get back on the championship tour. Split peak, sticking with Cros. 2 big hooks on the back end. Well executed maneuvers for the Californian, and he's already putting his head down and paddling back out to try to get first priority. Crosby trying to improve on a 5 and his lead, and Gentile surf for that first place position on the right. Fun peaks today, crossed up south and northwest wind swell. Wind swell should hang out for the weekend. As we check out the replay here, we're going to be focusing on Ian Gentile on the right, Rosie.
So this is our first look at this wave from Ian Gentile. Throws the fins. Definitely rides out.
Yeah,
and he's looking for the 5.61. And this is interesting from Cros because I feel like we could see him potentially improve. And then Crosby just back-to-back waves flick.
So this was earlier. Crosby, during the break, used priority for that rotator.
I don't know if that one will improve on his 5, but I think the one previous that we saw might ever so slightly just push that requirement up a little bit more for Ian. I think that's where my brain sort of goes to first. Ian right now, man, I feel like he's just trying to surf a bit too much out of his skin. I think he could maybe rein it back a little bit and just get a little bit more back to basics. I mean, 7:20 on the clock. There's a lot of space between these two guys right now. I mean, you look at Crosby all the way on the right-hand side of the screen. He's more towards that pier bowl. And then Ian with priority, I mean, he's, you know, right in that middle peak. So interesting play right now. Obviously, Crosby trying to find some space just to push that requirement.
Ian Gentile, single move, 5.17. Here's the combo from Crosby, Rosie.
Yeah, nice hit up into the lip. Very reminiscent of his 5-point ride that he had on his opener. Doesn't get a big dynamic finish, just a 2-turn combo.
I don't know, actually. I'm into maybe really similar. I think it's going to be pretty similar. Looks like there might be a little set rolling through now.
Gentile with priority. But Crosby's been able to lock in a split peak even without first prio as we watch Gentile. Good looking section, big vertical whip to start. Right into a wrapping cutback. This was the combo he was waiting for. Nice sweep with that cool style. And he's putting it together. He's been really working hard on single maneuver section to get the 5s that he's laid down. This time he's able to combo it up.
That was nice. I think his body language kicking out, I feel like he could have been like, yeah, I loved it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, just leave that impression in the judge's mind that what you did out the back was good enough. Even though he didn't get that finish, and that's maybe what he was disappointed with, just kick out with intent. I think, yeah, this to me is a really good wave for Ian. Had that cupped out section, made the most of it. Went a little sleepy there, but it was a really good wrap.
These rides are just really, unless it's a bigger set, not providing a finish. And I feel like it's pretty detrimental to a score. I feel like they like to see that strong, solid finish at the end. And unless it's a bigger set wave, you aren't getting that on the rights right now. They're just too cupped out. They're too peaky. They're too TPE, you know? They haven't got that, like, longer tapered wall. The lefts, on the other hand, they're running a bit more. They're sort of offering up. Yes, they have that weird cross section in the middle, kind of jump through it, but you do get that nice finish turn on the closeout. So close though. I mean, look at the heat totals.
Yeah, I love the first turn from Gentile. That was sick. Big vertical, used the lip well, put a lot into it. But the judges will call it a throwaway. 5.07 for last of Gentile. Last for Crosby, 4.27, way before a 5.27, so still really close. We're talking about a traffic jam of 5-point rides, and Crosby just out in front. And now he's going to be chasing Ian with first priority. Gentile trying to create some space on the peak. Crosby lets him go. Smooth bottom turn, clean vertical to start. Quick speed jam there to get down the line, and Gentile shuts it down.
Some better body language, isn't it,
There
Rosie?
we go.
But also getting that wave under priority. The skill set of just positioning to give himself that opportunity was stellar.
That was so impressive, just watching how Ian really used his power to get away from Crosby, make that space, because Crosby really wanted to apply that pressure and he wanted to be right there. And Ian making that decision.
This was really well done. I've got to commend it. I mean, he hopped through this really tricky section so nicely, got the finish, got that really nice exclamation mark. Great body language there from Ian too. So he's going to be feeling good about that. I feel good about it too.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
Let's now hear from Crosby's big brother, Griffins, with AJ.
Yeah, Joey Griff, you've told me in the past that you get more nervous watching Cros than you do for your own heats. How are the nerves doing today?
I'm not nervous anymore. He's got nothing to lose, so it's not as fun to watch, really, actually. But yeah, I know he really wants to win the U.S. Open. It's a big event for everyone, so yeah, I'm sure he's taking it as serious as he can.
I was going to say nothing to lose, but it is a really special event, especially here in Southern California. You're a winner. What does it mean in the context of all that you guys have accomplished in your career to get the win here at Huntington Beach?
I feel like it's a super iconic event, so it's just like a stamp in the passport kind of thing for a contest. So yeah, it'd be fun to watch him win. This heat's getting pretty close, so I think
we'll let you get back to watching it. Thanks, Griff.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks.
Awesome, AJ. Thanks, Griff, for the time. Watching his younger brother compete against Ian Gentile, knowing that it's really close. Remember, the left that Ian got under priority ended up being a good leave for Crosby because Ian didn't get the score, a 5.7. It's Gentile's best so far and still needs a 5.51 to take the lead. 2 minutes to go.
Well, I mean, before I thought it was a mistake that Crosby let that one go, and now that score's been dropped, I'm thinking, okay, maybe not a mistake. However, interesting score there for Ian. I think I'm not quite sure, how they came to that. I mean, one judge did give it to him. Obviously, we dropped that score because it's the highest, but here goes Ian.
Crosby lets him go again. Backhand's warmed up. Hits it once, and that might help him create some space. He's really trying to move away from Crosby, but Colapinto's all over it and adjusting his position to shut it down as we approach the final minute. Gentile with a ton of 5-point rides, throwing away a couple of them as well. Crosby's throwing away a 5 as well and couldn't get any closer. 11.2 to 11.03. And Crosby's dedication to the south side of Huntington Pier started at a very young age, surfing up here almost every month as an amateur through NSSA National Championships, watching his brother win the U.S. Open, and dedicated still in his rookie season to show up here to try to put his name next to his big brothers. Ian on the other side, fighting for crucial Challenger Series points to put himself back on tour. He's really running out of time. 10 seconds, Ocean looking quiet. And we will count this one out. A very close Rad Power Bikes heat to watch. And Crosby will move on to compete on finals day with a matchup with Al Cleland Jr. Cade Matson and Griffin slapping fives, big 20, celebrating with the fist pump. And Cross moves on. Coming up next, it'll be Caio Ibelli taking on George Pitar. We'll be right back. The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By IC Polarized, anchored in style for under $50. By Nissin Cup Noodles, the original instant ramen. And by Tractor Beverage Company, organically farmed beverages.
Last year's runner-up, Crosby Colapinto, making it through the round of 16 and on to finals day here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Crosby's going to face Alan Cleland in that quarterfinal number 2. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, along with Mitchell Salazar and Matt Chinaski. They call him the Waxhead on the call here. And we got another great heat out in the water in this round of 16. Head-to-head matchup, Caio Ibelli coming up against George Pitar, Mitch.
Yeah, and Ibelli with a lot of experience out there, multiple times on the championship tour, and have to say in terms of the experienced veteran still in the draw, he might be up there right with Miguel Pupo and George Pitar, GP, coming into this event number 4 in the rankings. And I feel, honestly, guys, I know it's not confirmed, he makes this heat, his chances of qualifying at the end of the year are huge, Kaipo.
That's right. So George did get a first wave of a 5.67. Let's take a look at Pitar battling here, Matt. He got the wave and he got a score.
Yeah, so trademark GP wrap there, and he lines up this next section. Ooh, bit spicy there. So the judge is going to combos now. The surf getting a little bit smaller, opening up for 4 turns here for George. It'll be a healthy opener. Looking for a little end section here. That's not going to be it. But all the small waves training back in Sydney, it has prepared him for this right now. And a 5.67 for an open. It puts some pressure on the veteran.
21-year-old George Pitar from North Stain in Sydney. Originally grew up in Vanuatu Islands, where he really had the foundation of his surfing a lot of empty reef breaks over there before relocating to Manly Beach. Making this round of 16, George has moved up 1 spot from number 4 on the rankings to number 3 on the Challenger Series rankings. And he's got clear air in front of him if he's able to make it to finals day, because we discussed it before. The equal 5th quarterfinal finish, that's a keeper, Mitch.
Oh, it's huge, and especially if he's able to win an event at this point of the season too, you move up to number 2 potentially. And guys, I'm telling you, the year that he's had, not even just the year, the 18 months that he's had leading up to this event, Kaipo, has been outstanding for this young kid.
Yeah, really the highlight was his wild card into the Margaret River Pro in Western Australia, where George surfed all the way to the semi-finals before going down to John Florence. He was brilliant at that stop number 5 on the championship tour as a wild card, Matt.
Turning heads at Bells Beach as well. And then, yeah, reconfirming what we already knew about George there in Margaret's. He stepped it up to a new level in really challenging conditions. Solid 8 feet plus right-handers, and he showed this power game that we hadn't really seen in waves of that consequence yet. And here we are at Huntington, completely opposed to that. It's 2 feet, and he's still putting on scores.
Up against a veteran, George is in the way of Caio Ibelli. Caio Ibelli, 30 years old, hailing from Guarujá, Sao Paulo, Brazil. Caio Ibelli, 7 years on the championship tour with some big results. He's been an underdog before, Mitch. He's taking down world champs in heats. Caio Ibelli, well prepared. He's up 9 spots to number 17 by making this round.
Yeah, and a former world junior champ himself. Longtime competitor right here at the U.S. Open too. Guarujá, a place where there's a lot of waves similar to this one too, Matty. So got experience in a ton of different beach breaks, does he?
Also California, feeling like home. He lived here for a number of years before relocating over to the Gold Coast. So this would almost be a pet event for him as well. So yeah, we've got a great heat lined up on our hands. Look at the combo swell. You can see the south swell from yesterday starting to fade, but some of that northwest wind swell is coming up as well.
Patar on his second wave. Just up and out, searching on the priority of Caio Ibelli. Ibelli already with a had made this round over at the Sydney Surf Pro in Narrabeen, made the round of 16 before he went down over there, so wants to better that here. George Patar also bowed out in the round of 16 over there, stop number 2, but George really got a lot of his points and his rankings, Mitchell, from stop number 1 over at the Gold Coast. Snapper George had a semifinal finish there.
Yeah, and I mean, another great performance by him. He was carrying that momentum, as you mentioned, for both Bells and WA. And, you know, the one heat against Ethan Ewing at Bells, another close one for George. He was able to make it into the semifinals in large surf, as you guys had mentioned over there in Margaret River. Real complete surfer, still very young too, Kaipo, in his early 20s as GP.
Yeah, just 21 years old, as opposed to the 30-year-old Caio Ibelli. And that's kind of been the story in some of these heats where you had the more established guys, like the Jarvis Earl versus Ian Govea first thing in the morning, Matt, and then after that we saw a young Japanese surfer, Ito-san, up against Miguel Pupo. Ibelli being very patient out there, holding on to priority. Let's hear from Crosby Colapinto. He's on to finals day.
Yeah, Cros, congratulations. First of all, I want to rewind. Wave 4 in that heat took off, top turn into that big fin ditch. Judges deemed it incomplete. I want to know, what's your mindset after something like that? Are you getting annoyed? How do you readjust?
Yeah, I thought I rode out, and then when I heard the announcers like, oh, this is what worried me, I was like, oh shit, like I maybe didn't ride out. And at first I was kind of like got a little bit frustrated, but then I was like, all right, this is like a perfect challenge for me to like kind of watch that thought and then just like put it away and just focus on the rest of the heat. So it was a good little like mental challenge, but I was happy to make it.
Yeah, I guess like lesson learned, maybe a couple more pumps down that little bit of foam. Secondly, at the end there, you had priority and you decided to let Ian go for a couple of waves. Nervous times there because I was like, uh-oh, maybe he could have got the score on one of those.
Yeah, I thought he was going to maybe get it, and then it came just under, and I was like, oh, like, thank God. And it's also like I kind of feel bad too because it's like I'm taking points away, but it's also the U.S. Open, and
I want to win and I'm competitive. So, but yeah, I was happy to make it, and I hope to see you and do well for the rest of the year too.
We were just talking, your older brother, Griff, won out here when he was 23 years old. You're now 23. How much do you want to keep at pace with Griff?
Yeah, that's kind of been the thing ever since I was little, is like trying to like see what Griffin does and try to get it. Obviously, he has like a lot of achievements, so it's a good challenge to always like try and keep up with that. So, but he won it when he was my age right now, so it'd be pretty cool to do that same thing.
Well, on to the quarterfinals. Congratulations. I'll let you get back to it. Back to you guys.
There you go, Kyle Belly finishing off, and Crosby Colapinto, on the men's side, the only C tier still in the draw. That means all the points that Crosby is basically stealing off the table for our Challenger Series surfers, those points will be taken away, not used in qualification. So that's another equation when we look at the rankings, Mitch.
You got to earn it, though. You're going to face him eventually if you make it to the championship tour, so might as well start right here. But as he said, there's a lot of experience in this event right here for Crosby and Griffin. He wants to apply that to get his first major victory right here. Could easily happen tomorrow morning, Kipes.
I guess what I was alluding to was the actual math. We're going to get back to that as we look at this replay for Kyle Belly of 4.77, Matt.
Yeah, just lining up this end section. Yeah, just manufacturing that turn there, just trying to get something on the board. 4.77 will do it. That was a nice vertical hit there. Slides the fins. That's trademark Belly fashion. It's a shame this wave laid down for him and he had to just send that up there, but he does get the completion.
Got nearly a 5 for that, so that's a good start for him. Could easily be a backup score right now, Kai, but when you look at the last heat's totals.
Yep, Kyle paddling up. Priority with George Pitar, but I was talking about the CT surfer and taking points off of the table, is that in the context of the entire year, if Crosby was going to win this event, he would take 10,000 off of the math of your rankings. So what that would essentially do is lower the field, lower the actual number that you're going to need to qualify.
Opportunities, you mean, for everybody else? Yes, correct.
Well, it'll just, yeah, it just makes it a lower
threshold
number.
will
the
come
threshold
down.
will come down. That was pretty much what I was getting.
What? Gouveia has already surpassed 20,000. If GP makes this heat, he's going to be close to at least 17, I would think. And that was kind of a good number a few years ago.
I think the last couple years, I think right around 17 is like the target, you know. And then again, that comes into play. That's why I love the live rankings on WorldSurfLeague.com, because there's a lot of math involved in people that don't use their points. And then of course, once you figure in throwaways, you know, there's 6 events. You only take your top 4 finishes for that actual ranking. So it's really interesting, and I think it's a great addition this year to what we're seeing. Here it is, live rankings and the chase for qualification. You can see George Pitar, he's got a chance, Mitchell, like you said, to overcome Samuel Pupo and move into that second on the rankings.
Yeah, he does, and Miggy right there, he's into the quarterfinals already, at least 13-130. JB right there, Jackson Bunch, he's coming up against Jet Schilling in one of the last heats of the round.
And look at where Kyle is, up 9 spots with this round of 16 appearance, but clear air in front of him, Matt, because all those surfers grayed out are out of competition.
A lot of those surfers in that realm there are going to be watching this heat intently, because one of these surfers is going to move up. Well, Kaio, Dakota's coming up next as well, so that's going to be a very interesting scenario there. Can't wait to see how it unfolds.
Important heat for Kyle Belly. Wants his rightful place back on that championship tour after 7 CT years. He was a runner-up at Bell's, where he disposed of multiple world champs in that run. Kyle kind of like changed surf history in 2019, if you really think about it. Interference with Gabe Medina in Portugal put Gabe on his heels while Gabe was sprinting toward another world title, and that showdown went down in Pipeline, in which, in a Cinderella story, Italo Ferreira was able to take that world title off of who would be the presumptive world champ, Gabe Medina, back in that year.
Absolutely, because Gabe had the chance to clinch the world championship right there at that event in Portugal.
Yeah.
And because of that result, as you said,
it all went down to pipe.
Yeah, and it was crazy because Italo came out of nowhere in the last 3 events and won his first and only world championship. And it's all due to this guy right here, and props to him. He's had an outstanding career coming out of Guarujá, also very underrated. But as you said, lost a close final to Jordy Smith at Bell's 2017. But his efforts, Pipeline, Chopes, Sunset Beach, man, I mean, he's so good when it's pumping too, and a lot of people kind of overlook him when it's that size.
Yeah, I agree. I concur.
Also, a great businessman too. Like to see a lot of those people actually get their investments going outside of the sport as well.
Yeah, we've spoken past heats about being an entrepreneur, and Ibeli Burger. Some restaurants that Kyle owns in Brazil, as well as mobile trucks. I know you like a good smash burger.
Oh, give me a double, please. The little extra mayo right there. Double fries too. Spoke about loving sugar earlier. I also love a little bit of, grease on those fries over there too. Make them sloppy. You got to try one eventually, Matty.
Yeah, you make it sound super appetizing.
They're amazing. They're amazing.
Yeah. And you know what, Matt, this is off topic, but hey, people are just waiting for the next exchange. Hamburgers are almost the international food. Like anywhere you go in the world, generally you can find a hamburger.
Yeah.
And you know what it's going to be. And you know what it's going to be. We're going to take a break right now. Get off the food conversation, getting back to surfing. When we return, who's going to come out of this heat? Will it be Caio Ibeli or George Pittar? I love Newport Beach, and caring for Newport Beach is caring for upstream. We're talking about the Santa Ana watershed, which empties into the Pacific Ocean at Newport Beach. Surfrider Foundation, along with Shiseido Blue Project and WSL One Ocean, had a cleanup of that Santa Ana watershed, knowing that all of that material that is upstream eventually makes its way to the ocean. We're all connected. We are one ocean. Thank you to all involved in that epic cleanup. And we're just aiming for cleaner ocean water everywhere. Just south of us is Newport Beach, but we're here in Huntington Beach at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, Southside Huntington Pier. Kaipo Guerrero, along with Mitchell Salazar and the Waxhead, Matt Shanoski, out in the water. We have a Brazilian versus Australian battle in the way of George Pittar coming up against Caio Ibeli. And no waves ridden during that break, so you have missed nothing. George Pittar with priority from Manly Beach. Matt, tell us a little bit about George Pittar.
21 years of age, northern beaches of Sydney. So we've got three sets of areas. So you've got the south side, you've got the eastern beaches and the northern beaches. So from Manly all the way up to Palm Beach, we have 21 beaches nestled into these little coves. Very different to what we have here at Huntington, which is a big old long stretch. But where he's surfing, North Stain, is where we used to have the Sydney Surf Pro before it was relocated to Narrabeen. Very similar conditions to what we got on tap. The North Stain board riders nurturing a lot of their surfers in the last 5 to 10 years, creating a massive impact on the domestic board riding scene. But I think it's the energy of Manly Surf School, the high performance surf camps as well. I think it's the that camaraderie that those board rider clubs present that encourages these surfers, gives them that competitive training monthly. So it's not like a coalition or event. Every single month, the board rider club's there.
Correct me if I'm wrong. There's a territorial line, just that pipe in Manly Beach, and one side is North Stain, the other side is Queenscliff, and that line is kind of like a borderline.
Yep. Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, it's just, we're talking the difference of 500 feet between the two beaches. And then you will very rarely see the Queenscliff guys surf North Stain and vice versa. And then there's other beaches, Freshwater, Kelkel.
Yeah.
And you don't see many of those guys come over as well. So it's,
love it.
It's consistent.
I love the culture there. And I love the water. And AJ likes water as well.
I definitely do, Kaipo, especially if it's surf water. This is purified water with electrolytes, sold in San Diego, but here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing at Huntington Beach as well. We have been slamming these all week long because they do such a great job to fight the dehydration, make sure that we are ready, locked in to go, and the surfers have been loving them as well. So come on down to Surf Water, try it out, and like I said, they are for sale in San Diego and right here in Huntington Beach.
All right. Try out some surf water.
They're good. Stay hydrated, people.
Do you like the flavor?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Kyle Belly locks into this one, and all he gets is a little snap there.
Man, it has gone quiet out there.
Tide coming in still, but we still got a lot more tide. It's 10 o'clock. Yeah, it's 10 o'clock local California time. High tide at 1:30 today, Mitch?
Yeah, so 4.4 feet, the high tide. Later today, it's at about 2.8 right now. It's still a pretty big difference of, a foot and a half still to go. That's when you look at the decreasing swell, the wind swell in there in the water right now, that's going to make a major difference. I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of people trying to surf the shore break either.
Yeah, and you know what? That's what you got to be ready for anything here. As we look down the coast, the power plant, Newport Beach, those river jetties where that Santa Ana River empties onto the Pacific Ocean, peaks all the way up and down the beach, and looks like Kyle Belly found the peak, slams it for the first couple of turns there, on his way with some great rhythm. Kyle Belly, nice wall to this wave, stomps on the tail, waits for this inside section, hoping for a reform, doesn't get it, but did some damage out the back. Belly out in the lead, and adding to that lead with that last effort, man.
Combinations of maneuvers are coming into play today. The judges at the beginning of the day were more focused on the aerial maneuvers, and that's what the section's throwing up. Going to turns here, really liking the flow that Kaio's got. You can see him going rail to rail. See transitioning from back foot to front foot, and here starts going to work. And I love how interesting he made this look, holding that rail all the way along. I think the judges will really appreciate it, an element of difference. Won't go crazy, but in the scale of this heat, it's going to be a keeper score.
Yeah, you got 12 points right now. That's a great heat, and you mentioned the one turn right here. That's a little bit of a setup. Much better right there, fully engages the rails. This one, fully laying it on rail though, and that's a major point of difference when you consider that a lot of these lefts, Matty, have been shorter, and the majority of the maneuvers that we've seen on the lefts have been airs. So how will this be scored? I really love the flow. Speed management was on point too, Kipes.
Yeah, I like the board too for Kyle Belly. Now I'm wondering, it's a Rusty board. I'm wondering if Rusty Priesendorfer shaped that board, or Rick Hammond's also in kind of that Rusty bullpen of shapers. Of course, Rick Hammond, a great shaper. Florence's own Pat O'Connell, when he was on tour, was riding those Rusties, but those were Rick Hammond shapes. So maybe we can dig in a little bit more on equipment when we do Hurley board breakdown and find out exactly what Kyle's riding. You know a little bit of information of what George is riding. Before we touch the board conversation, we're going to just watch him ride the board. That torque right there that he gets out of his turns. But this wave just kind of fluttering out on the inside. So George kicking out there. Score in for Lassa Kyle Belly of 5.33. So George, to turn the heat, just needs a 4 0.43. Really, really tight heat. But talking about George's board, I think were able to catch up on some of that.
Yeah, it'll be the score for sure. It's a PU Fever. It's the same board he's ridden basically all week long. He's not a huge fan of epoxies, and this is generally a board that works in larger kind of surf too. Solid glass fins though. He likes something that's much stiffer, and I just think it's because he wants to generate as much speed off the bottom with that torque that you were mentioning, Kipes.
Let's see the glass fins in play here, Matt.
Yeah, holding his rail through that one too. That was a very Nathan Webster-esque turn there where he just whipped it. He just without the long hair and made it through the inside, but no end section. Both for Kaio and George, but doing what they can with the waves. They got in a 6.67.
Yeah. George takes the lead. Here comes Kaio. Blast the lip for that opening ride. Real tapered, has to get over the curb there for oncoming section. Kaio Belly now needs a 7-point ride. So he's gonna need a little flare on the inside here if he looks to get that number. Looking left, looking right, that wave just fizzles out.
Yeah, and I remember when he won the World Junior title 2011, that was a year in the Junior Tour where you had 3 events. So it's not like he necessarily won it with just one victory. Went over to Karamas, had a good result over there, beat Jack Freestone in the event right in the middle in Brazil, and then had the tiebreaker heat against Garrett Parks. So he's experienced in different types of waves. You see right there, that's a beautiful maneuver, especially for how tight it was. Unfortunately for him, Kaipo, just not much on offer afterwards, so he's going to have to settle with another throwaway score, needing the 701 still.
Yep. On the paddle back out there, Kaio Belly. He talked about that that tiebreaker with Garrett Parks there. Word has it that Kyle was woken up from a nap to be told, hey, you have a chance at a world title. You better get down to the beach. It's a tie right now. I think he didn't know that. Had to limber himself up, and I think that was at Burley?
Yeah, or Lennox Head, one of those two.
Okay. Quick sensational turns from George Pitar on the right. He's got a low of a 5.67. Looking to improve upon that. It's crunch time now, Matt. We're only 3.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I'm just amazed that you guys can remember that 15 years ago. I've got some very irrelevant facts from many years ago too, but that one's great. That you
it's
guys
weird that you call them irrelevant.
Well, it's relevant in the heat, but
Yeah.
mine up. Like most of the stuff I know, people are
Hey,
dead.
you're a surf nerd too. Like these things keep us awake at night.
I actually, Mitchell kind of brings it out in me because he'll start and then I'm like, oh, but I feel like I can't do that on my own a lot of times.
It's cool
so that's why,
memorabilia,
but that's
though.
why I like it, Mitchell. When you team me up like that, I'm like, oh yeah.
Score about to come in for George, and
he's going to
Kaio's
improve.
in a predicament right now.
Yeah. So George Pitar with those quick turns improved upon his score line. A 6.03. So now Kaio Belli needs a 7.37. Kyle does have priority, however, and he's not going to take the bait from George as you see George paddling over that wave, trying to get Kyle out of position, or maybe Kyle look at a bad one.
Yeah, and real good pressure right there by Pitar. That's been the biggest difference in today's heats. Man-on-man heats, you've been seeing that be applied at the end of these ones.
Let's listen to Mason Gold and watch our heat recap.
Can you do that grunt again?
Huh? 90 seconds left for Kaio Belli with priority. Last ditch effort for the Brazilian up against George Pitar. Belli needing a 7.37. Here's our heat check where you can see the high scores for each of our surfers, as well as all the numbers from the judges. Actually, the last scores for each of our surfers and all the scores from our judges. There's our top scores, along with the judges' country. You can see it's an international field of judges on the 5-judge panel, Mitch.
Yeah, and you know what's really interesting, guys? After Pitar took the lead, he waited for a while. It got inconsistent out there, but his 2 counting scores right now are his last ones. And he got the 603 under priority of Kaio right now, so props to him. He surfed a great heat in the last few minutes. Not impossible for Belly to get the 737 that he needs. I just don't know if that wave's going to come through in time, though, Kipes.
Yeah, that's an illustration with all waves written there, and the discipline, Matt, by George Pitar to sit out there and get his 2 best waves in the waning moments of this heat.
Yeah, changing lineup, just adapting to what's in front of him here. Just can't stress enough just how unique the conditions are today compared to what we've had yesterday. I mean, that score yesterday, that's a big single turn on a massive left butt. 10 seconds left.
This heartbreak for Belly. He's not going to get it. The waves are going to come after the hooter. Tough.
It's still a counting result, though. 9th place finish could go into your top 4 results. Now he has Edeseda and Saquarema to make up for it.
George Pitar on to finals day. We're on to a short break. We'll be back with Dakota Walters and Marco Mignot in the water. Great year on the Challenger Series Tour for George Pitar, making yet another finals day. The surfer from Manly Beach, Australia, took out Kaio Belly and moves on into the quarterfinals. Another Australian out in the water here, Dakota Walters. So that's the second wave for Dakota, and then he's in a challenge right here with Marco Mignot. So both surfers coming out firing here. Heat number 6 around the 16. Good work on the inside there. Kuiper Girl, Mitchell Salazar, and Matt Chinaski on the call here. And our challengers in the water, Marco Mignot representing France via Sayulita, Mexico, is coming up against Dakota Walters out of Australia in this matchup. Matt, I'm going to go to you first, an Australian. Tell us a little bit about Dakota Walters, because I've been so impressed by this young man.
Yeah, so, I mean, he's coming from northern New South Wales. He carries this air of, he's just, I mean, you don't want to say relaxed, but he's just happy-go-lucky. He's cruising. He's staying with Clohan Dino out here, which he's thrilled to have that opportunity. But he's part of that new age of Australian surfer that, as opposed to the competitive guys, like we have George, we have Jackson Baker, we have Jacob Wilcox, they're all staying together, traveling together, Dylan Moffat, Geordie Lawler. He kind of is off to his by himself, and he's cruising, and he's on his own wavelength. You can see with surfing like that, he brings a little bit of creativity to his surfing. And interesting fact, the artwork on his board, he changes it up. He tries to change it up at each destination, and even on the bottom, spray paints where he's ended up having a good heat. So he has Durban written on the bottom of his other board.
Nice.
And during this event, I think he was going to write Compton on one of them.
Oh, wow.
And Marco Mignot on the replay, Mitch.
Yeah, that was a creative throw-tail reverse right there. Switched up the equipment today. He's on the all-carbon board by Jason Stevenson. Seems like it's working well. And just talking about, you know, how evenly matched this heat is right now. Walters has surfed great, but we still have to remember that Marco Mignot has the highest heat total out of the entire event, alongside the highest single wave score of the event too, for the single air a couple of days ago, Kipes.
Marco Mignot with the French flag as his representing, but he actually lives in Sayulita, Mexico. Tell us a little bit about Marco.
Yeah, comes from a great surfing family, has traveled around the world his entire life, but you know, settling in Sayulita was his family. Older brother Nome, also a great surfer who was on the CS. Cousin Diego, also there for a while. Cousin Lola, great longboarder, and just have to say, Sayulita really been producing a lot of great talent lately. Southworth brothers, Diego Cadena, and now just to the south, Alan Cleland from that part of central Mexico too.
Yeah, another hotbed of talent is Sydney's northern beaches, and taking a W for that area was George Pata. He's with Flick.
Yeah, George, congratulations. First of all, another finals day. You got a third on the Gold Coast. It must feel good now to secure that.
Yeah, that was a big monkey off my back for sure. I was like, I don't know, that round of 16 for some reason in my head, I'm always just like, just want to make that so badly. And I don't know, I thought it was going to be like, I knew it was going to be a really tricky heat with Kyo. He's such a solid competitor, and I don't know, I just felt like we didn't really get too many opportunities in that heat. It was super slow, but just to make that, I'm just so happy.
You talked about there not being too many opportunities. Talk me through your mindset. How did you stay composed, managing to get those 2 6s there at the end?
Yeah, I don't know. I definitely it was getting down to the 7-minute mark, and he had like a 1 backup, and he had like a 2 backup. I needed like a 1 or something, and I was sitting there. I was like, I might not even get that out of here. It was that flat, but I don't know. I just lately like been here for a while before the contest, and I know it goes through those real flat periods for a while here. Like it can go 20-25 minutes here, but I was sort of trusting that at one point a wave was going to come, and I saw that one come through, and I was like, I knew it was 1, so yeah, stoked.
Well, currently third on the live rankings right now. Good luck on finals day. Congratulations. I'll let you go get changed. And back to you guys.
Yeah, George, looking like one of the guys to beat. Another one of the guys to watch, Dakota Walters, but you pointed it out, Mitchell, in this challenge is that Marco Mignot, when we look at the numbers, numerically has been the superior surfer.
Yeah, he has, but Walters has been creative in his approach. You saw it on that last attempt right there. Kid can definitely get things done. Look at this peak though for Marco.
Marco on the right. Oh, and that thing just said no, a denial for Marco Mignot. The old Huntington Beach Mirage, which presents you, Matt, with what you think is going to be a peak and then instantly turns into a wall.
Well, luck didn't work out for him this time, but yesterday in his heat, he had one of the rare right-handers that he capitalized on, and that's something that, I mean, this is a career best result for both of these surfers. They're coming into the quarterfinal, well, the round of 16, moving into the quarterfinals. One of them, I wouldn't say they had a lot of nerves. They're motivated, both of them, and actually surpassed their expectations coming to this event. The youngsters on the Challenger, along with Al Cleland and, of course, WSL. So it really is the tale of the veterans versus the new gen that are coming through. And this heat, or at least we're going to see some new blood moving forward.
I do want to point out Dakota Walters. He did start this season with a quarterfinal over in Sydney, so he has a taste of what finals day is like. And Marco Mignot, he has not made a finals day as of this year, but last year he was able to make the finals over in Narrabeen. A finals day, he had a semifinal finish there, I believe, last year.
And Sacktown too. He was close to making it on tour that day. Kind of a heartbreaker too. He had a wave at the end that just came under him advancing that heat or not.
Yeah.
But
where's Sacktown?
Saquarema.
Saquarema.
Yeah.
Rio, Brazil, where we're gonna finish off this Challenger Series. That's going to be, talk about a pressure cooker. That's going to be so much downward pressure on Etona Beach for so many surfers. You're going to have champagne bottles popping, and you're going to have tears on the sand, all in the same day, Mitchell.
And some picanha flying all over the place, too, which is my favorite part about that area. No, I think that's why the Challengers is so amazing, and I'd even say there's times where it's even more competitive than the CT. Everybody's so talented. You go to multiple different destinations, people traveling for the first time to a lot of these new destinations, too. And I think finishing in Brazil is such a hard challenge because you go into enemy territory there. And Kaipo this year, especially with the success of the Brazilians, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, exactly. That's the home court advantage could come into play at the final stop of the Challenger Series. So what would be good for a surfer like a George Patara who's into finals day is wrap it up. Wrap up your qualification, which he's on his way to having that math on his side to wrap up his qualification before he even touches down in Brazil.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Mignot. That vertical in such a short space, but then you can see the frustration as that wave just ran out of fuel.
This might be a good one, though. If Koda's able to make it around the corner, no, it seems like he's going to let it go. That's why to me personally, I know a lot of these rides seem like they're going to have a real good wall to them. You want the ones that seem like they're going to close out. That's why the wave a couple of ones ago for Marco seemed to be a good one, because that gives you that run, but gives you the oncoming section from the left coming towards you. Not the case right there, though, Kipes.
Yeah. Hard to really identify a good one, Matt.
Yeah, Miggy Pupo said after his round of 16 win earlier this morning, on his backside on the rights, a couple of the waves went back out to sea and drifted away from him. He finally got it right towards the end, but it did take him 3 attempts, and that's a CT veteran who was struggling just to get used to the power. He said it was a little bit different. Keep in mind, this time yesterday, there was a lot of current as well. Heaps more power in the ocean. If you sent it up there, most surfers actually had quite a high success rate considering how gnarly it was.
Yeah. Alan Cleland, I spoke to him after his heat win. He said a similar thing, Matt, where he was like, it's way harder than it looks out there. It's hard to get that second turn in. You want it, and you really, like a lot of these competitors, want to get multiple maneuvers because, you know, you don't have the size of yesterday to get that explosive single maneuver. Now, talk about groveling. Look at this. This is a knee-high wave for Marco, and maybe just trying to get away from Dakota.
He's breaking away right now, and Koda seems to be on the pursuit right here behind him. I think it's pretty smart. 11 points is already a good heat total by today's standards, Kipes, but Marco doesn't need a big number, either 5-1-8 to move up into first. It's smart of him to try to move to the southern peak. It seems like they're both trying to get to that middle peak right now. Kind of personally feel like that's the best spot to surf anyways.
Yeah, I think it's at the moment, just to explain to everyone at home, so you've got this massive pylon, but the way the beach is situated juts out a little bit more. So on the north side, you've got those lefts, and then here on the south side, we do have that right and left. And there is some undertow caused from the current that runs out through the pylons, and there's usually that rip current to the left-hand side of the screen. So there is this changing lineup, the inshore current moving from left to right, but the outside, it sort of just swirls around. It is really difficult, as the best is saying, to forecast the end section.
Can I see the big air yesterday from Marco Mignot? Here it is.
Pretty gnarly one right there. Kaipo 9.67, highest single wave score of the event so far. Ready for liftoff from Marco Mignot. And real smooth landing right there for the Frenchman. Great stuff.
Back to live action with Dakota Walters currently winning this heat. Dakota tosses the fins, gets super bendy over there, trying to pet the cat in front, and got a purr out of that one. So that's going to get him way up there. There was a lot of effort to get through that, but Dakota Walters, Mitchell, all I got to say is meow.
The clouds are out right now, Kipes. 4.83 is what he's looking to improve on. There's a chance. It was a little dirty on, you know, the exit right there, but as Matt was pointing out, he brings in the free surf creativity into a new school kind of approach right here on the Challenger Series. Much like Yalgador on the championship tour. I feel like that's something that's been a breath of fresh air right now at this level. Seems to be a good one right here for Coda.
Yeah, just sends it up, all eyes down the line here, and just inverts that all the way around, and you see his flexible body just able to move forward. Does pet the kitty. Not so much in that first turn, just a bit of a check to get down the line and sends it up. Didn't know what he was going to do, and he didn't just send it up for a Rio. He actually got inverted, freed the fins, shuffled up the board, and was able to ride free. So progression, creativity, garnering a good score, Kaipo.
Yeah, smart technique too, to shuffle up the board to get over the nose rocker and push that down in front of the whitewater so it's complete. And it went complete for a 6.4.
Yeah.
Well earned. He put a lot of effort into that.
That's a good number, and as you were pointing out, the fact that he was so far up the nose allowed him to actually get in front of the whitewater. Also want to note that he was so low when he actually completed the reverse. It's because he was so well centered on top of his board that he didn't have to lean on one or the other rail, Kaipo. That's where you usually see a lot of those incompletions on the backhand reverses.
And he's just shown, Matt, so much flexibility. Just his body type enables him to just bend in all these different directions. We've seen him do outrageous maneuvers.
Yeah, absolutely. A similar body type to, say, Ian Gentile, but throwing that creativity as well on the forehand, Kaipo.
Oh, puts it up and down again. A lot of pop with not a lot of time to generate speed, Mitchell, but just like popped it up there. Beautiful air reverse.
Yeah, and that's what he was alluding to. He's tall, but he's lanky, so he gets that extra little spike and projection down the line. Here's Marco with the answer.
Nice stab of lip on the backhand. Make it 2 for Marco Mignot. Little caught off guard there. Bangs the oncoming section. And Marco getting heated because he knows he's in a situation where he's going to have to start to put down some numbers, some big numbers.
The lefts are hard to surf too, so I mean, it was obviously a very difficult wave to ride right there, but just the read that he had was very impressive. Let's see if he can improve on the 5.83 right here, get something, you know, just above a 6-point ride, because if Walters does improve his low score, Kaipo, which is a 6.17, the requirement's going to be a little bit more for Mignot right here. What a great heat, though. Back and forth stuff. First turn solid. Really like how vertical he gets on the second one, though. Look at how tight that was in the pocket. And did well just to generate speed. A couple of pumps afterwards to get to the third section. And here Coda. The one big air. And as you said, the pop. I mean, it looked way higher on the replay right there from that angle, Kaipo. Should be scored well.
A 6.5 for Dakota Walters. You can see his score line right now at a 12.9. Dakota has been dominant. We're waiting for a score for Marco Mignot and see if that reduces the need for Mignot. He currently needs a 7.07, but we are still standing by for another score for Marco Mignot.
It's going to be right around his best.
.13 comes in for Marco Mignot. His requirement now, a 6.77. Dakota Walters is on top with the lead and priority. Heat control to Dakota Walters. The Aussies are getting together, and their surfers winning right now. We'll be right back. Back at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico for the men. Round 16, heat number 6 out in the waters. And a rankings update coming at you with our live rankings in the chase for qualification. Dakota Walters, he's in the lead in this heat. By being in this round of 16 on the live rankings, he's already jumped up 10 spots to number 12. Dakota Walters will continue to climb up these live rankings if he's able to make it into the quarterfinals. Marco Mignot is also on the rise, up 10 spots to number 26 for the surfer from Mexico, representing France. And we're out to the water here with 10 minutes remaining. Kaipo Guerrero, along with Mitchell Salazar and Mac the Waxhead Shanoski on the call here. We had the last wave of Marco Mignot come in at a 6.13 for his last effort, and that puts Mignot with a need of a 6.77. And the one handicap that Mignot has, Mitchell, is that he's sitting under the priority of heat leader Dakota Walters.
Yeah, and in many ways that's been freeing him up quite a bit in the last few heats. In this heat, though, with the lack of consistency of waves out there, it could prove difficult in these next 9.5 minutes. He is riding a different board today, though, and I think it's really important to point out that a lot of these surfers today, especially the ones who have advanced, have been on carbon boards. EPS epoxy, stringerless. It just seems like today, that's kind of the call, Kipes.
Yeah, so when we talk about EPS epoxies, we're talking about expanded polystyrene core, and that is a bead foam that's put together by fusion. It's basically a steam fusion where you put all these beads in a mold and it's steamed, and that's how you get those light cores. And generally they're glass with epoxy. That's a little bit harder, as opposed to what we call the PU core. A lot of times people are talking about on the broadcast a PU core. Well, what is PU? PU is a polyurethane. Now that polyurethane core is actually a slurry of chemicals that is that's put into a mold, and that's the traditional foam core that we started with, Matt. And so those are the traditional boards, but you see more in the market of these EPS epoxies. But those traditional foam cores, actually historically, when Hobie discovered it, it was actually an insulated material to make coolers.
It was, yeah. And the best way I like to do the comparison between what we just talked about, EPS and PU, is if you have a ping pong ball,
yeah,
and you put that and it goes under water, it's going to sit up and float. If you just put a dense bit of foam in, it'll sit in the water a little bit more.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an extreme example,
no, but I like it.
That's, I mean, to the layman wondering, that's exactly how we were taught it when I was working in surf shops and EPS started to come in.
Yeah. So the EPS will sit higher in the water, and your traditional polyurethane will sit a little bit lower in the water. And so that all kind of plays into the feel that a surfer wants, Mitchell, and their equipment choice.
Well, and for a day like today, you need more buoyancy. You want to be on top of the water, not catching the rail, especially when you're going down the line with a lot of speed. So I think it's a great selection. Seems like Walters is very comfortable on his normal PU, though.
Straight up for Marco Mignot. Tosses the fins a little bit, gets a little side slip slide action, but you can see by the body language that he doesn't think he got the 6.77.
And this is where it's interesting, like this surfing, the changing variables in the ocean, the waves haven't given us a lot of opportunity and given the surfers much opportunity. To watch the replay there, making the most under priority, just gets that single turn, eyes off this one, tries to put a bit more into it and get the fins free, spins it around, rides free of the whitewash, but searching for a 6.77. It's going to be a nice score, but I don't think it'll go there.
Yeah.
But what he needs to remind himself, he doesn't get the score, but he's still surfing good. So you get on the right wave and you do that, you're getting your 6.77 or more. Like, don't get down on yourself because your wave selection has been a little bit off. You're surfing under priority. Just make sure in these next 6 minutes you give yourself a chance.
Here comes Dakota. He uses his priority, flows through that section, bounces off that incoming section with a big slash, but gets caught up.
Good
so
pressure.
He's not going to improve upon his score line, and a priority now to Marco Mignot with a big opportunity.
Yeah, real good pressure right there by Marco. Dakota was kind of doubtful on going on that one, and he forced him to go, and he's not going to replace his low score either. So with 6 minutes to go, ball is in Marco's court right here, Kaipo, and That's a good amount of time. Remember, the 967, he can do it with a single maneuver. And as you can see, he has a good arsenal of maneuvers on the forehand, too.
I also think with not too many waves out there, that was a wave that Marco could have got that score on with a big single air. So perhaps Dakota starting to play a bit of defense.
Morgan Siblix checking in for his heat. He's going to be coming up against Kolohe and Dino, two former championship tour surfers going head-to-head for a spot on finals day. Morgs looks like he's on a sharp eye, just a traditional makeup there. And then Big 20 hydrating Kolohe and Dino. Big 20 there with the sun care. He's got multiple surf waters.
Coach and brother. Not an easy job.
Marco looking down the line for a ramp, pops it up, and that one goes incomplete. You could see him searching.
Kind of surprised he went on that wave, if I'm honest. Thought there was enough time for maybe him to wait out a little bit of a right. The lefts are very difficult to surf. I know he did get the 613 on a left, but I don't know if that's the one he was looking for right now.
No, because look at this wave. Dakota winds up. Oh, and just that thing just went so tapered so quickly.
And I don't think there was necessarily a need for him to go on that wave either at this point of the heat.
Yeah, you're winning.
You're winning.
Hold
and
court.
Exactly. With the amount of time left, the smart play would have just been hold on to priority. So Marco goes on that wave, doesn't improve, doesn't get the score, and now you do the same exact thing and you re-give him priority. So this is huge for Marco Mignot.
Yeah, he's still got a chance in this heat. Clock cutting down just under 4 minutes.
That's where Matt touched on the youth program, and you know, we are seeing a lot of these younger surfers in the draw still.
Well, we wanted to see action. We have. There's been some tremendous moments in this heat, but there was actually a board riders battle a couple of years ago where Dakota pulled out one of those backhand turns where he freed the fins, very similar to that for Byron Bay board riders. And for some reason it eluded me, but the progression in Stab Highway that you can see of Dakota Boulders last year as well is something that he's proficient in. Maybe not this one in particular, just losing it on the toes, but it's really cool to see that come through on the Challenger Series. And I think through the regional qualifiers, going through the challenge, there's so much comp surfing, and these guys have to build their heat IQs. We do see some of that creativity start to wane a little bit, and they start building heats, and we don't see a lot of progression. So it's really nice to see Dakota, who's sort of one of those guys leading the charge here in the pointy end of the competition.
Yeah, and just bringing up, you know, bringing some, just a new look for me in surfing. He's so loose, he's so limber. He's been doing some unexpected maneuvers, you know, on a lot of his waves, and so for me, Mitchell, that kind of sets him apart from the rest of the pack.
And if you look at the top three on the men's side right now, they all have that.
Yeah. Well, let's check out our heat check for this heat, and we can break it down on what's going on. You can see all the waves written, highlighted are the top two rides for each of the surfers, which each equal their score lines. On the bottom, the top scores for each of the surfers, and the individual judge and their country. Remember, we throw out the high and the low to average out for those scores. Also, we got the ticker on top and the current situation on our heat check screen.
Yeah, they both have caught 9 waves, 10 right here for Walters.
So this is under the priority. So Dakota Walters just staying busy, kind of fishing, seeing if he can what he can catch under the priority, while Marco Mignot's controlling the peak. You can see Mignot out there in the blue jersey just controlling the peak, holding on to priority. He's not going to flinch unless he sees a wave of a potential of a 6.77 or better, Matt.
Well, you'd hope so, because at minute 30, they have made some priority errors in that last 5 to 10 minutes right now, but he needs a big section. It's going to come down to maybe one big old air, but it doesn't have to be anything massive. We haven't seen anything crazy in the last few heats, but he can do it. He's still reeling from that excellent score that he caught yesterday, and the day before last, sorry, and
might be seeing a couple lines come through right here.
May come just in time with a minute on the clock. And you can see Marco Mignot paddling across your screen on the move.
Ooh, there's enough time. And look, here's a big thing to say right now. He needs the best score of the heat. You need to make it clear that it's better than the 6.5 and it is better than the 6.4. Leave no doubt right here in the minds of the judges. Kites. Ooh,
It's switching. Talk about, woo! The plot thickens. The wave coming through, looking for a corner. Mignot scratching into this right. Marco needs a 6.77. Let's see what he's got. Oh! Caught that one by the toes. Pointing down. That was some innovation. That was a degree of difficulty. Behind him, Dakota Walters looks for a ramp, pops it up, and can't sink it. So it is going to be that last effort by Marco Mignot. Was it enough?
Tense times, guys. Tense times.
Was it enough? I asked Matt first.
Yeah, I think 3 judges will say yes and 2 will say no.
Wow, that's a great breakdown. What do you think, Mitch?
Just going off of it right here, I think what's going to impact the score is the size of the wave.
Let's watch it again. Look at how he caught that right on the tip of the nose. Marco Mignot turns the heat with that last wave. A 7.3 for Mignot. Wow. And Marco. What a comeback.
What a heat. What a heat. Back and forth. Dakota had it, and then Marco right there at the end. See what happens when you use priority that way?
Dakota left it up. Had 4 minutes he could hold it down. But a happy Marco Mignot, and Marco on to finals day and the quarterfinals. Will he come up against George Pata? When we come back, Chloe Andino, Morgan Siblick in the water. This is what saved Marco.
What a finish. Marco Mignot keeps it alive, getting a buzzer beater against Dakota Walters. The Magic Man making it happen. Smart use of priority. When it looked like he was about to be eliminated, he comes back strong to earn a spot into finals day. These are the moments we live for at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Joe Turpel with Rosie Hodge, a longtime CT standout. Rosie, we now find ourselves with a classic heat. California's Chloe Andino against Australia's Morgan Siblick.
Yeah, this is a great matchup. They have met up earlier in this event so far in the 4-man clashes, but to see a head-to-head matchup with both of these amazing talents, I think it's going to be exciting, especially after that last one we saw, Joey. I feel like that energy is going to continue through the rest of the day.
A lot of close decisions throughout the day today as we're setting up quarterfinal heats. That'll be going down tomorrow on finals day. Jet Schilling, Jackson Bunch preparing for the last heat of the round of 16. Then we'll have the Heritage heat right here at the south side of the pier. It looks like we could have an early start. Kolohandino winding up for the reverse. And he gets a completion very quickly against Morgan Siblick. Kolohe already got a start during the break. And so did Morgan Siblick. We'll get you caught up on those in just a moment as Siblick paddles back out. Both these guys trying to feel the energy early in this 30-minute matchup.
Yeah, and I think that's been a really good strategy to start early, get those numbers going. A few of the heats that we saw in the middle of this round, it was the battle of the fives, Joey. So I think to apply that pressure early, to build your scoreline and really surf into momentum is an advantage today.
Kolohandino talked in his post-heat interview yesterday, and he was so happy. And he really opened up about how tough it has been competitively for the last few years. I think he said 4 years exactly, where he's been #1 in the world in the past 2 years. He's finished in the top 5. He's a giant in the regional QSs, name-wise, profile, ability as well. And for him to just continue to persevere after tough losses and even driving away from events he knows he's supposed to win, it's cool that he's still picking himself back up and going for it.
And there's something about having a buzzer beater moment like we saw yesterday in one of the last heats of the day that will just ignite that confidence and get that, bring him back to the passion for surfing and why he loves it. This surfing is just such a tricky sport. You lose a lot more than you win, and it's really hard to manage your confidence when you're going through that in your career.
First wave for Morgan Siblick. He turned in a 4.33. Here it is.
Yeah, so Morg's on his backhand. I think this was, this opening, very nice whip through the lip there. I think everyone today, as we move to the round of 16, they're upping the ante from what we saw. The 4-man heats are so incredibly competitive and just rapid-fire waves. This for Kolohe, a bigger wave, tight on his backhand. Nice little 2-turn combo. Really tricky to get your board out in front of it where those two pieces of water converge. It's just been back-to-back waves for these surfers, which we love. It just gets that energy moving quickly. And then Kolohe, no grab. Beautiful air there. Not necessarily like a super critical section, but just a really clean air from him, and obviously technical without that grab. And then also with that northerly wind, I mean, you don't have that southerly that's kind of helping you out on the right.
Morgan Siblick needing a 6.43 for the lead, holding him down priority. Great character, always loves to laugh, likes to have a good time with his friends. I think he really enjoys the camaraderie on tour, from the Challenger Series to the CT, and it's always a good thing to hang out with surfers that are really dedicated to their career and their success. It was really fun when you saw J. Bottle Thompson coach Liam O'Brien, Morgan Siblick, Matty McGillivray was always with them as well, and they all were just building to the championship tour at the same time. And hats off to a coach like Jay Thompson having the whole team move up together.
Yeah, that was incredible. Just you sometimes have those little, that little bit of energy that you need, and just sparring with the right people. It brings out the best in you, and then, to find your best competitive success like that and recognize that part of that was having that camaraderie, having the right coach in your corner. I think he'll attribute a lot of that success to those people he was traveling with and to the coach, J. Bottle Thompson.
Kolohandino was a highly decorated amateur surfer, had big sponsors when he was just a little kid as he's rolling in up and out. Was winning just about every weekend. Had a gold qualifying for the CT at 18. He actually qualified at 17.
Yeah, I remember the first time I saw Kolohe surfing when he was just a little kid. He was on a trip with his dad and Mike Parsons in South Africa, and I was just absolutely blown away. Like, jaw on the floor, just had never seen someone so young surf that well.
Here he goes now. Kolohe, just a setup turn and steps off. His famous nickname is Brother because he's got 2 younger sisters, Kylie and Naya. The way I heard the story originally was they were so little and babies, it was hard for them to pronounce Kolohe. So Kolohe's mom, Tina, would always be like, there's brother, and then it just stuck. And so not just the family calling him brother, but the whole surf industry called him brother. As we'll hear from the winner of the last heat, buzzer beater moment, Marco is with Flick.
Yeah, Marco, amazing moment there. Little priority mistake from Dakota. You absolutely capitalized on it. 30 seconds on the clock. You take off, you put it all on the line, you got the score. Talk me through it.
I had a lot of belief in myself that I could get the score, but I didn't really have the wave. So when I caught that left, fell in the air, I said, well, it's going to be hard. He's going to stick to me. And I saw that he went right behind me in a really bad wave. So I was like, oh, it's still on. I was like, wait for the good one, wait for the good one. And I was like, please, just one. And I don't know, I just see something peaky. I was like, oh, this is from above. And from there, I knew I had a lot of confidence. Just boost that air. And when I landed, I was like, oh, is this the score or not? I was like, still claim it.
No, I think the claim was great. The claim was great. This is your first finals day this year. You're climbing up those live rankings. Your thoughts on that?
Like I said, I put a lot of hard work, passion, and a lot of love into this sport, you know. And in my dream is to qualify on the World Tour. So taking a couple losses in the beginning of the year was like, you know, it makes you doubt a little bit. But I kept my head up. I keep believing, and I know that even the efforts every day, it's a win. So for me, yeah, it feels good to get a result. No, to advance and be in the finals day. It feels really good.
Yeah, all that effort is definitely paying off. Good luck for finals day and congratulations again. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Flick. Moving quickly up the live rankings. Like Felicity was telling Marco, all the way up to 14th. And a lot of surfers knocked out of the event all around him. Dakota Walters, who lost to Marco, a shaded name ahead of him. So he's helping himself out by knocking out a surfer that was higher up on the rankings than him.
Yeah, and I mean, this event has been so hard for those top seeds, even after the second day of competition. Yeah, they're definitely going to be either not watching this event at all because it's going to sting so much, or they're going to be watching with a very close eye as we see these guys just climb up the rankings. I mean, 22 spots, and he's into the quarterfinals. That's obviously a keeper result, but now he's really got to take his destiny, Joe, and run with this.
He takes on George Pitar, the Australian, in quarterfinal number 3 tomorrow. George has been so clutch as well the last couple of days. Had his buzzer beater yesterday where the result was read to him when he was on the beach. And then getting past Kaiwa Belly today. Kai Otten, who's now coaching. I still love that so much. I miss Kai a lot. He was such a weapon on tour, now giving back to the Australians. Kai referenced George Pitar's headspace as like a young Mick Fanning when Kai remembers Mick being younger, and if he needed a fork, Mick would take it on like he needed an 8. And George does something similar. Doesn't have wobbly legs trying to shoot for a 4. He's always performing for excellence, and it's paying off.
Yeah, George has just been such an amazing talent. He had those reps on the championship tour as a wild card and really proved that he belongs there.
Kolohe Andino up and out. 5.83 and a 5.33 start for the man from San Clemente, now 30 years of age. Morgan, 24. And Kolohe, a happy father these days. And it's interesting, sometimes I think he's really focused more on giving back to the next generation. He got invited to that air show that Stab put on in Japan. And then I heard he like gave up his spot, and I hit him up right away. I was like, oh man, because I was really excited to watch him compete in that. And he just brought back Surfing's for the Youth. I think that's where his headspace was at the time, of just he's ready to see the next generation get those opportunities.
Yeah, I did read that quote from him that he said, why would he want to take away a spot from one of the younger generation? Like, give it to someone else. That was really cool of him. He does a great job of, he just ran an event, I think for the 2nd or 3rd year in San Clemente down at the pier, which has a huge turnout. Yeah, it's just so fun to see. I mean, these guys, they obviously get, surfing can be a selfish pursuit, but to see these veteran surfers give back, there's a lot of people that really look up to Kolohe around town, and he's got time for everyone.
Rolling in by the pier. Kolohe's getting to work. He's already got some speed. Chasing and hops out. So under priority, he's just bobbing and weaving, seeing if he could find a ramp to go above the lip. It seems like that would be the message today. Just one big section he could really push the limits in the air. When he was really young, he was really focused on doing really technical grabs. Stalefish reverses, focusing on slob, really looking at the skateboard influenced names for those grabs, and he was really vocal on what was harder, what was easier, and how they should be scored.
Well, that's cool. I think, yeah, that generation, I remember Geordie Smith when we were at home surfing in South Africa in the junior events. He was doing airs and doing this stuff, but no one knew how to score them because it was like, it's like, no, keep the rail in water. Like, what's this air stuff? Is that a trick? Like, is that a maneuver? So, you know, this generation's very instrumental in bringing that progression and really, with the relationship of the judges explaining the technicalities of what they're doing.
15:10 on the clock when Kolohe made the final out here. He was runner-up to Alejo Muniz, but he got past such a big list of names on the way to that final, from surfers like Julian Wilson in the round of 16. Got past Bede Durbridge, the Australian coach these days, but a guy who is always in the world title race. Sometimes those final losses are the toughest to walk away from when you're that close, especially when you're representing Southern California.
Yeah, I think, you know, when one matchup that comes to mind, didn't Griffin and Kolohe match up, I think in a semi-final or quarter-final, and it was so hotly contested. Like, Griffin was the new kid on tour. Kolohe had all this experience, and just looking at the hunger for these Southern California surfers to perform here at Huntington and how much they wanted and how prestigious and iconic this event is, means a lot to them.
Kolohe wants to know what time it is. We've got 14 on the clock. Kolohe is leading. Siblick chasing a 6.43 for a spot in the quarterfinals. We'll take a Bonsoi brew break. Check out the 2024 Lexus GX 550 Overtrail Plus. The GX is a critical piece in the evolution of the next chapter for Lexus, and with new powertrains, an impressive host of premium features, and the all-new Overtrail grades, this 2024 GX has something for everyone. exemplifies the juxtaposition of a tough exterior with a calming, luxe, modern interior. Great to check those out right here on site at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. And Dino still holding court with the lead. Now with priority, takes this wave, big throw tail, lay back and incomplete. Just needs a little bit of a runway and he could chuck that tail towards the beach. His father, Dino Andino, longtime pro from Southern California, San Clemente as well. He's always focused on technique, bottom turn, surfing the wave properly with great technique and arm flow, body mechanics. And remember sitting next to Dino and Chloe would do a big air and he's like, okay, I didn't teach him that. And he'd just laugh and he just loved seeing his son progress. And he was always so impressed by what he was doing above the lip. And Dino does get credit for the fundamentals, which actually gave him a good base to do great airs really well with that great rail work that his father really encouraged him to do.
Yeah, that foundation, I mean, that just never goes out of style. Just having that beautiful bottom turn and having that rail connection, and then just throwing in a bit of spice and progression.
Checking out the left now, and Dino's got some space. Quick slash, pushing hard through the whitewater with a tidy little slide. That looked fun. His 8th wave ridden against Siblick, getting that one without priority. You think of the heritage heat coming, all these guys upstairs from San Clemente are be watching basically a lot of their uncles out there. Shane Beshin, who's always been in Kolohe's house throughout his life. Archie Snips, Kolohe's coach from those early rookie years, as we look at this left again.
Yeah, a little tidy 2-turn combo under priority. I think it's one of those opportunities that come your way. You kind of link that wave together, but you're also leaving Morgan out the back. Needing that score just adds to that nervous energy as we come down to under 10 minutes remaining. This heat has flown by, Joe.
It really has. Siblick has been just waiting patiently. Kolohe's bobbing and weaving, looking for scores. That last wave for Andino didn't change anything. The 2-turn combo, 4.43. So Siblick always gets the updates as well for Kolohe's waves. So for him, he's like, yep, okay, I'll keep holding priority, nothing changing. Morgan is so clutch into that rookie season. His profile exploded when he was able to take out John Florence 2 times at the start of that season.
Yep, that really solidified his name on everyone's lips. I think everyone was kind of like, yeah, rookie class comes onto tour, but to prove yourself, you're that lower seed, you got to come up against the world champs and the guys that have really brought a lot of form from the previous year. So to see Morgan do that twice, once was at Merriweather, right? Is the hometown, and just to do it in front of your home crowd. I remember just all that energy on the beach, and everyone was just like, and he would give such honest interviews too. He had a lot of emotion and just happy smile on his face.
Gosh, what an event that was for Morgan. You're at your hometown, you're taking down the biggest names in pro surfing.
And he cut his toe, didn't he? Like a couple days before, like didn't even know if he was going to be surfing. Jay was probably like, rub some dirt on it. Come on, let's go.
What a moment. Yeah, he was like limping down the runway. It was like a Karate Kid movie part where he's limping, putting his jersey on, and then he smoked everybody. What a highlight. Found out he was a good dancer too. That little pub called the Prince.
Oh yeah.
Standing on the tables, just getting everyone fired up. What a great little surfing community that is. Growing up around big events in Newcastle every single year. So you got to see every hero of his show up on his local break. Getting excited about this heritage sheet. We'll send it over to AJ.
Yeah, that's right, Joey. Coming up after the men's 8th heat here today. We're gonna have the Heritage Heat. So cool to see some of the legends in the water. And look, it's official. The jerseys are out. So that is coming out after the round of 16, heat number 8 for the men, and then we'll get into the round of 16 for the women. But I'm gonna throw it over to Waxhead because I understand you have some insight from one of the surfers in the Heritage Heat.
Yes, I've been wearing Archie's hat. He's sitting next to me in the VIP area. He's watching brother out there now, getting absolutely amped on those pier bowl rights and those lefts heading into the pier. Pretty electric energy. We have former world champs. We have Sean Thompson here, Peter Townend hanging around, Archie, the legends starting to make their way down. But then you got the new crop. You got Jet warming up down here. You have all the San Clemente crew, the French crew going wild. It's a full multicultural affair in the Bonsoy athletes area. Lunch is about to be served. It's all going on down here at HB.
Thanks so much, Waxhead and AJ. And it's just a really special time to really celebrate the heroes of the sport. You know, for guys that have nothing to prove and they get to share the water together. And, you know, the next generation like Jet and Kolohe wouldn't be here without them. And Kolohe's dad was invited to this heat too, but he couldn't make it. Dino and Dino. But for Archie and Snips, Jeff Deffenbaugh, local here at Huntington, got honored across the street. We go right into live action. Throwing the tail high reverse, standard procedure for Andino. Smart move under priority. And now Siblick making a move. Tail chuck. There's his version of the reverse and hops out.
Yeah, I think this paddle for priority is going to be pretty heated as we watch these guys go. Morgan's easily going to get out to the back first and maintain that priority position.
Yeah, what an advantage for Morgan, taking a wave a little bit further out the back. Got his reverse done and then was able to create a lot of separation and space to regain priority. What'd you see here, Ro?
Yeah, 623 has to get through a lot of space, grabs that rail there, tidy little turn. Don't think it's going to be the 623 that he requires though. And then watching Kolohe late to that section and still able to swing that around. So we'll see for Kolohe. He's got the 533, he's got the 583. Now it's all about improving that scoreline and upping the requirements for Morgan. I think he's going to do that, Joey.
It's cool just when you see the difference of two similar maneuvers and then you can just focus on the section for Kolohe being much bigger. Judges love a closeout where Morgan shouldered off very quickly. Siblick 410 throwaway. Meanwhile, Andino builds to the best single score of the heat, a 6.4. And to do that under priority, he's going to build his confidence.
Definitely. And on the flip side of that, for Morgan, knowing that he had priority and taking off on the second wave of the set, which we usually would say is the better wave. I mean, oftentimes just the way that the water works out. But yeah, he'd definitely be feeling dirty that he wasn't able to capitalize with his priority. And Kolohe finding the best wave of the heat so far. Not much time left, Joe, but I think, you know, these heats we've seen a lot of close decisions.
The Australians all supporting Siblick right there. Dylan Moffitt closest to us. It's cool when these guys fall out of the event, like Jacob Wilcox as well. They're not going anywhere. They're going to be at the Bonsoy athlete area supporting on their fellow countrymen like Siblick at the moment, who now needs a 7.3.
Yeah, those Aussies would be willing a wave Morgs' way, but it has been so fun just to feel the energy in the competitors area, to see the Aussies sticking together, the South Africans, the Brazilians, the North American contingent. They've really taken a leaf out of the Brazilians' books, traveling together and really supporting one another through thick and thin. When you lose, you still come down to the beach and support your fellow countrymen.
Morgan Siblick coming off an equal 9th in Bolito. His best result of the Challenger Series this year. If he loses to Kolohe, that's another equal 9th. So he's had a better competitive year than Kolohe. Kolohe in the red jersey. The early rounds, that means the seeded surfers usually there. This one, it's just because of the rotation of the matchups from the round of 32. Wasn't reseeded in the round of 16. And now down to 2 minutes. Jet Schilling, Jackson Bunch up next. Saw Jet in the locker room. He looked calm, super happy, hanging out with Cade Madsen. He did bring up the rivalry that he has with Jackson Bunch, which got us even more excited about this heat coming up next.
Yeah, it's a replay of the World Junior Final that we saw in January. I love that they're very open about their competitive history and that there's that competitive spark when they hit the water.
Minute 25 to see if Morgan can pull this off. He does have priority, but it'd have to be the best. 6.4 is the high score at the moment. He's almost a point more, 7.3. So he's really gonna have to light it up if he gets the chance.
So this is the 4th stop of 6 on the Challenger Series. You count your top 4 results. Kalohe's obviously had some not so great ones, but he could get a late charge going here, Joe, especially with how this contest has worked out for a lot of the top seeds.
Especially just if he gets on a roll and all of a sudden reminds himself he could win, that could be infectious. He could go all the way, and he's got experience everywhere around the world. 2 times finishing in the top 5 in the world. 4th was his best, and even held the yellow jersey that season. And that wasn't that long ago. 15 seconds into the countdown. Kalohe putting on a great performance, catching 9 waves and his 9th being his best, the 6.4, and doing that rotator under the priority of Morgan Siblick. Kalohe will be moving on into finals day. Into the quarterfinals once again at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. His buddies are standing up, and they're happy with that performance. His best result here since 2021. That season, he finished with a quarterfinal result. Up next, Jet versus Jackson. We'll be right back.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Visit Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA. By Hoag Health, the official healthcare provider of the WSL in California. By Eventbrite. On or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite.
A lot of people proud of Kalohe Andino's performance as they greet him on the sand. Getting the win over Morgan Siblick to move into the quarterfinals. 30-year-old veteran, proud father and family man. on his way back up to the podium to get an interview soon, but he's got a lot of photos to take.
Rescue boat 1 that just passed by going south.
Said he loves that surfboard.
Yep, been surfing it through thick and thin. And is that the same one from yesterday? I didn't get a look at the tail.
He had a little sticker, did a little ding repair on the fly. Jet Schilling versus Jackson Bunch. Two goofy footers that go really fast. They both have been using airs to get to this point. And like you mentioned, Rosie, you got to witness on the beach that final at World Junior Championships at Oceanside. How did you see that play out?
Oh, what a great heat against these two surfers. I mean, you could tell leading up to that final how much both of them wanted it. Obviously, a World Junior title is something that you keep with you forever. But it was an emotional victory for Jet, and one that I was so happy to see play out. Yeah, it was so great for him. Obviously, you think about Jet, he got to watch Cade and Cole, Crosby, and then Griffin had been on tour, but all of those guys went on and qualified. I mean, Jet had made the final at Snapper Rocks, or had done really well at some of the Challenger Series events. But he missed out on qualification, so I think to win that World Junior title was just to reinstate that he is just a world caliber surfer, and I'm really looking forward to this matchup.
Paddling into this wave, looks like it's already Jet's second wave. Goes down to snap and has an oncoming section to play with. Looking strong, and he'll get out of there. Jumped on the Sharp Eye team a few years back, and he said he loves the board that he's riding right now. This was Jet's opening ride that he rode during the break.
Yeah, great wave from Jet. Just two solid maneuvers right there. Just quick up in the lip. Jackson's answer gets Vert up in that lip. Two-turn combo too, so very similar waves, Joey. Two-turn combo on the forehand. A lot of power and a lot of explosiveness from both of them.
So a fun way to kick off a tight rivalry. Advantage to Jackson Bunch, trying to get payback on Jet from finishing runner-up in the World Junior Championships. Jackson 7.5 over Jet's 6.67. Schilling with the backup of a 3.83s out in front. Fun to celebrate Goofy Foots. Battling it out at the Huntington Pier. One guy who's gotten a lot of good waves at the Huntington Pier is a Goofy Foot, Chuckalupo, also known as Chucky Regano. He's kind of famous in South Bay, Huntington Beach, San Clemente, worldwide. He's our replay operator for this event. He also is on the Rad Power Bikes team. Jet Schilling, 21, Jackson Bunch, 20 years of age. They'll be having battles for the rest of their career. They won't be able to avoid each other based on their talent and where their goals are headed in the future. Jackson got a taste of the championship tour to kick off the season at Pipeline. Got a score into the 8-point range, which took him to a victory in his first call-up, sending Ethan Ewing and Cole Hauschman into the elimination round.
Yeah, and that just says to me, I mean, when we watch him on these smaller waves here at Huntington, dropping 7.5s and then knowing how well he did at Pipeline, you're just like, okay, this kid is dangerous.
Jet's gotten the call up to surf the Surf Ranch, the wave system up in Lemoore at the CT level. Up and out of the right is Schilling. A lot of great performances from San Clemente in the making now in the heat with Jet, and last heat winner, Kalohe Andino, is with Flick.
Yeah, Kalohe, congratulations. You're through to finals day. Seems like they got it right.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say to that.
Well, first of all, talk me through your thoughts on it. You know, this is your first finals day this year on the Challenger Series. It must feel good.
Yeah, really, it's my first finals day since like 2000. 21 in Portugal, but who's counting? So I'm just super stoked. I mean, I've made 4 heats, and like I've had a hard time making any heats in the last 2 years. So yeah, I just feel very lucky and just excited to, you know, be rocking up finals day and give it a shot tomorrow.
Talk to me about that board. I know it's the same one as yesterday. It's had some emergency CPR. She's all fixed.
Yeah, I had a tail cancer, and then luckily Mike Kinna set me up to get it fixed, and I actually had a bunch of dings on it, so it was getting thrashed. But the waves have dropped off quite a bit, so I was a little bit skeptical on riding it just because it's been like 4 or 5 foot, and today's only 2 foot and pretty soft. So yeah, I think that'll be probably the last heat I ride it, and tomorrow I got to get on the mega grovelers. I think it'll be pretty small tomorrow.
One more question. I know that you put on an event recently down at San Clemente Pier. Talk to me about what you're doing for the community down there. I also know you got some young Grommies, Australian guys on the Challenger Series staying with you.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to, you know, I feel like most things in surfing right now are pretty upside down. So I just always been taught to lead by example and try to, you know, get it right, really. Yeah, and just, you know, more about community and the youth, and less about surfing for the masses and more about watering our trees, you know, taking care of the people that actually love surfing and are hardcore surfers.
Awesome. Well, you heard it here. We're watering the trees. Congratulations, Kolohe. And back to you guys.
Yeah, Flick, well done. Chloe actually made a t-shirt and it says, "Get it right." You can buy it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. He's doing a lot of fun things, kind of taking his career into his own hands more than ever and giving back to the community with contests. Doesn't mind being vocal about his opinions on where the industry's going, where he wants it to go, and yeah, do it your way. All the way to finals day. We'll see him tomorrow in the quarters, taking on the winner of this heat. Split peak will stick with Jet, winding up on the back end and looking solid to ditch his 383. Jackson got a left into the pier before, as we were talking to Kolohe. He got a 4.33 for it to back up the 7.5 and didn't get much on that last one. Just a 0.87. So on the split, Jackson just really kicked out. The Jet really capitalized on the right there.
Yeah, 5.17, so mid-range score for him. You think about the 4.33 from Jackson, it was really just that one spin on the section, and then that wave just shouldered out into the pier. So this is the 4.33 from Jackson. One option, really nice maneuver selection there. But like I said, just hits the pilings, nothing left on that. I really like Jet's right on his backhand, the quick whips.
Last of Jet Schilling, 5.5. He's able to get the lead off Jackson Bunch on that right. Great backhand. And he's done well with it. Snapper Rock's start of the Challenger Series last year made it all the way to the semifinals. It was kind of before the Cole Hausman takeover. Cole got knocked out early. Crosby got knocked out early. And Jet and Sawyer were celebrating big performances from San Clemente. Here it is again.
Yeah, beautiful whip through that lip and quick transition into that next turn. And he takes the lead. Yeah, Jet, I just remember watching some of the highlight moments from that event at Snapper, making it to finals day. And he was just building, and the guys were on the beach doing the run around with him, and you could tell that his energy was just lifting, and every performance was just getting better and better as he was making it through the rounds. He had a previous semifinal, I think, in 2022, so he's no stranger to making it to finals day. It's just about backing up those results, Joe.
He was so proud of every one of his buddies that made the tour last year, but it was also hard to be left behind. He was so close to qualification in Saquarema, and there's all these qualification parties that he was involved with, being so supportive to his friends, but when he lost and then it just slipped through his fingers, that was a tough feeling knowing his buddies would be on the tour without him. Found motivation to believe in himself and come back strong this season, and so far this is his best result in the making on the Challenger Series this year.
Yeah, he was very gracious, like obviously so supportive of his friends, but you know that inside, watching all of those guys make it to where you want to be, it's got to also just be a little bit of a gut punch. I think for him to win that World Junior title just maybe was the push that he needed. It was such an emotional win, like I said, and so well deserved. He just absolutely dominated.
So Jackson now needs a 4.67. Been a fun time for the island of Maui. Dusty Payne was the first male to qualify for the tour representing the island of Maui. And recently there's been a lot of contenders. Imai Kalani DeVault, Ian Gentile, Eli Hanneman. Producing a ton of talent from that island, and Jackson's looking for a way to get payback on Jet from World Junior Championships. We're here in Huntington, but you go down south to Oceanside, that's where the title all went down. Jet was on a heater.
Yeah, this was really fun to watch Jet just making it through the rounds. He was so focused before his heats. Could hardly get 2 words out of him, Joey, in the post-heat interviews. He really kept his cards close to his chest. But then I think that release came when he won in the final.
Real fun, rippable conditions. Cole and Cade on the chair.
And none of those guys were in that event. They drove down to come and support. Support Jet. He had a good little crew with him.
Just want to surround yourself by success. These guys picking each other up, sending each other good energy. Jet living with Crosby and Griffin now. You kind of want to surround yourself with people that have the same goals and living the same lifestyle. Crosby had that post the other day where he was scribbling on his paper when he was about 14 that his dad found in his room. One thing it said was like, stop listening to your friends. Like, there's other friends with different goals. They want to have fun all day, but they might not have a goal of being a pro surfer. So he was like, all right, I'm going to train 3 days a week. I'm going to surf 20 hours a week, go out in the morning no matter what, even if it's flat. Look where it got him. Wrote it on down on paper, and it came true. Jet wants to be around that kind of energy. 2 clean snaps in the pocket, cool carve just on the full open face. Now he's got a whitewater section to carve through. Chet Schilling. Nice easy rhythm and pace to follow, looking to better a 5.5.
Yeah, we'll see if that does it. I really like the artwork underneath Jet's board there. That pink really pops. It was actually done by his dad, Sloan.
Yeah, Sloan's awesome. Could build a house for you real fast, Sloan. Hard-working man. Instilled that in his children as we look at this wave again.
Yeah, beautiful slice through that lip line. And again, so 2 pretty similar maneuvers done in the critical section. Lines up this third, I think that was about the 4th turn that he got done on that wave. Underneath priority, so just like leaving Jackson out the back, kind of scratching his head. I think Jet is going to improve on this one, Joe. There's potential.
5.9, Jet Schilling does improve. Ran into Jet's dad recently, Sloan, really nice guy. It's like, oh, what'd you guys do last night? We had a, just a pull-up contest with the boys at the house. I was like, oh, what? I couldn't make it. Yeah, those guys are strong, man. They love just working out, training. What a way to spend an evening with your dad, just going pull up for pull up. Sloan's built, man. He's shredded, so he's leading by example.
Yeah, he's got to keep his boys in check, right?
Yeah, what do you do on a Saturday night? Just pull ups till you can't feel your arms anymore. Jet Schilling building his lead over Jackson Bunch, but Jackson still in this, needing a 5.07 since Bunch opened up with a 7.5. Wow, coming up after this, the Heritage Heat. Shane Beshin preparing to serve with a lot of his good friends like Archie. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing, where we're preparing for a special treat. It's going to be the Legends exhibition. Mike Parsons, Jeff Deffenbaugh, and a multiple US Open champ, Tom Curran. Tom, you ready for this?
I hope so. I hope so.
You want some Shiseido sunscreen before you go out? Shiseido sunscreen 50 plus SPF. That's the Synchro Shield right there. Goes on clear. Yeah, goes on clear. Jeff Deffenbaugh, you're straight into the Walk of Fame. Great job, man. You own a piece of Huntington Beach now.
I know. Can you believe it? Both sides of the street this year, too. It's crazy.
Can't wait to see you surf. And Snips, great job calling the Olympics, my man.
Thanks. We had a blast. It was so fun to watch those guys and those crazy waves. Fun celebrating the old days here with a few good friends. It should be fun.
Go get them, boys. Can't wait to see the show.
Archie already out there, Shane Beshin already in the water, joining the legends of the sport, and especially Southern California. Cannot wait. They'll get more time. You know, all these heats have been 30 minutes today. If you're a legend, 35 minutes for these guys. That's still not enough for what they have contributed to the sport.
Yeah, no, it's insane. I was walking on the pier with my husband today, and I was like, there's a heritage heat, telling him all the names, and he's like, Archie, oh my gosh, I came down to Huntington to watch my first pro event just to watch Archie surf. He's an icon of our sport.
So many fun stories coming up in the next heat. Shane Beshin, one of the best surfers on the planet.
Together,
and Tom Curran changed everything. Not just for USA surfing, but for the globe. Rivalries with everyone because it was hard to beat him, but the famous one with Mark Occhilupo is one we've been able to revisit over the years.
Yeah, this is so fun, and obviously some of those battles going down right here at Huntington Beach. This is awesome, Joe.
That's closest to a normal board I've seen Tom
I know.
hold lately.
We did this, had a Rip Curl event, and his free scrubber, remember the movie Free Scrubber?
Love that movie.
And his board from that he rode was on display, and he was just talking about how he was picking up like bits of rock and clay and just like kept adding it to the deck of the surfboard. He said he got a yoga mat and he covered the top deck in a yoga mat foam and just for the grip, and there was method to method to it, like what he was doing. And he made like the leash string, where you put the leash string in, out of resin and like red brick dirt. It was really cool.
Pure entertainment.
Yeah.
I love it. One of the best surfing minds ever. Get to go watch him surf coming up next. This one's down to 8:30 though. Spot in the quarterfinals on the line. We went to your opinion with the Pacifico fan pick. 69% saw Jet getting another big win over Jackson Bunch. So maybe they saw that World Junior Final in Oceanside to kick off 2024. We'll say for Jackson, though, he's got the highest single score of the heat. That's 7.5, which has him in a great spot.
Yeah, and 8 minutes remaining. I'd love to see this. A couple good exchanges from both of these guys. They always want to put on a show for us.
Yeah, Jackson's been picking up some wins. The Haleiwa one we were talking about recently. He had a 9.15 in that heat. Giant total for a win. Had a win actually earlier that season in Tahiti as well.
He's also just such a nice, humble kid. Like, really cool catching up with him on land. Yeah, just has that good energy about him.
Heritage Heat coming up next. Tom Curran has been having fun playing music for everybody. What's your take on this surfboard?
Yeah, round pin. I don't know, is that like a Proton model? It looks like it's been in the rafters for a couple years.
The fins look really exciting too.
Oh yeah, there we go. I didn't notice that at first. Always something, right? Like, he's always experimenting, keeping surfing fun. Just got home from a search trip with Mason and Steph Gilmore.
Kind of an embarrassing moment I'd like to share.
Go for it.
Saw
Joe.
Tom getting coffee across the street and I got a little nervous. I just invited him on a boat trip. He said, "Oh, I'll think about it."
Hey, there's a chance.
Yeah, there's
He
a
didn't
chance. I
shut
don't
you
know.
down.
How cool would that be?
That was, well, I ended up spending Christmas with the Currans one year, with Leanne Curran, the daughter of Tom, down in Santa Barbara, and he was like, "Oh, let's go surf Halama tomorrow." So I could barely sleep because we were going to go surf this wave I've never been to, and I'm going with the Currans, Leanne and Tom. And we woke up the next day and it was just howling on shore and about 1 foot. So we never got to go surf, but it was really cool spending Christmas with them, and I was so stoked they invited me over.
It's just a good reminder how talented the whole family is.
Yeah.
You know, Tom, the 3-time champ, but then his father, legend in big waves, especially over the North Shore of Oahu, and all through Mexico, and absolute legendary stories from his father. Tom's younger brother, Joe. Daughter Leanne, the boys that were playing music yesterday across the street, Frank and Pat Curran.
They're all incredibly musically talented. Leanne has her own band.
5:30 on the clock. This one started off with a flurry. They both got their best scores on the first exchange. Jet kept swinging under priority, building to his 5.9, and he's dropped anchor. Jackson's just been waiting forever to try to find a decent score. He's definitely not surfing for a 5.07. He wants to put this one away. Try to match maybe a 7.5. And after a long wait, Jackson Bunch will go. Clean first snap. Couple of speed bumps on the face, but has the speed to find a cool tail drift. Now working on the rebound on the reform. Always light on his feet and steps off. So great execution from Jackson Bunch.
Really great use of priority. I mean, started off with a 7.5. That's a long wait for that wave as we head into 3.5 minutes remaining. And here we go, Jet. I think he's going to be surfing this wave like he needs a score.
Shelling up and out. There was a bit of downtime when Jackson took that wave, so Jet was well aware of what he accomplished. So patient with priority, then turning in this.
Really nice looking wave from the takeoff. You can see himself just readying his body as the section approaches, staying low. It's a little 2-turn combo. 5.07 is what's required. Doesn't quite get the inside link, but he just works it over, Joey. He's very engaged with this wave. Beautiful tail blow. He's looking down the line already. He knows he's got to get to that section. Just regathers himself, shifts that foot back on the tail pad.
Those tail sides are fun. They're so cool. They're risky as well. Much easier to keep your fins engaged in the wave, to have control, but to have that weightless feeling shows how great you are with your footwork and weight distribution to enjoy the slide and not getting caught. Bunch gets the lead with his patience. 6.13. Let's enjoy the heat recap.
I try to focus, you tear me up inside. True love is hopeless. I think I'd rather die.
Kind of rad with these heat recaps. You could just send these to the surfers. They already have their post. It's already done. Little surf movie edit. Ready to go. But how fun is it to watch how it started again? Jackson 7.5 and also Jet 6.67. That was straight on the horn. They just rolled right into this.
This is a big moment for Jet to try and answer back. See him taking in some deep breaths before paddling for this wave.
Looking for a 6.97 shilling, going for the rotator. Board flipped upside down. Right on the takeoff. Awkward fall, but still with some time, minute 40. Jackson hustling to get to Jet with priority to shut it down. This is going to make it really difficult for Schilling to find some space.
Yeah, Jackson in the driver's seat with priority out the back, under a minute and a half. Just shows how important that first exchange was, and getting the better of it there, Jackson, even though he sat for ages, only, you know, having mid-range waves that Jet had in his scoreline. I don't know what the point of difference could have been, because I feel like Jet has surfed such a great heat. Jackson, the same thing. That's why it's so close as we come down to that final minute.
Jet wants to go again. Jackson's going to let him have it. Let's see if he can create a big moment for himself. He's got some speed, just needs a ramp. Driving into a nice frontside snap. He'll stick with this into the reform. And he might leave it at that. He definitely wanted a real solid, dumpy end section to throw everything at it. Jet just taking a moment on the inside. That's not going to be enough. But a great performance from Jet all the way through the round of 16. And a fun new school rivalry that we're starting to enjoy from World Juniors now to the Challenger Series. Jet got the World Junior title. Jackson Bunch will get him here at the US Open and earn a spot on finals day to compete with Kaloy Andino tomorrow morning. Jackson with that high 7.5 start made the big difference in the heat, and incredible patience to wait for the 6.13. Coming up, you're not going to want to miss this. Heritage Heat right after this. Nice thumbs up from Jet to Jackson saying congratulations, friends on land, and a fun rivalry in the water. I can't wait for these two goofy foots to have a battle again, and this is what it's all about. They can shake it off as Jet wishes best of luck to Jackson moving forward into finals day. What a treat we have for you here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. I'm Joe Turpel with Mitchell Salazar and Matt Chinoski. We might be more formal in this one, Matt, because Mitchell likes that, and it's a heritage sheet, so let's make it more official. We've got a crazy list of surfers representing California that made a serious impact on the sport, and this is a treat. Just nothing to prove, and just a celebration of pro surfing right now.
Yeah, 100%. We got not only the who's who, but somebody who I feel has always been kind of underrepresented when it comes to the area. Jeff Deffenbaugh is getting his flowers right here, ladies and gentlemen, going up against Archie, Tom Curran. Man, this is one of the most fun heats I'm going to have to call in my entire life, Joe.
And I like that call. I mean, for Jeff, he's always been around, and a true local to the Huntington Pier. I mean, he was a pier rat with his brother Barry at a young age, just picking up scraps and then both turning into competitive powerhouses, Wax said. Oh, sorry, Matt. Yep.
This is an absolute highlight of my surf industry career right now. Unbelievable, and a shout out to the guys that aren't in this and women as well, because it's one of the biggest, longest lists in surfing history. But focusing on these 5 surfers, I mean, I'm so amped. This is exciting.
Here we go. Do we have a wave? Is that Shane?
Mm-hmm.
Shane Beshin. This guy is amazing. He still surfs so much. He moved over to the North Shore a very long time ago. I think everyone sees his son now rip in premiere movies across the street, Noah Beshin. So Noah raised on the island of Oahu. Beshin growing up in San Clemente, but really made some of his best friends from the Hawaiian region when he was competing. From Mike and Derek Ho, the list goes on, and he's just a staple and an absolute legend when you paddle out at Rocky Point. Always says hi, and he's always getting really barreled still today.
Yeah, and I mean, still an amazing surfer at pipe and backdoor too. There's a lot of days when the waves are good out there. He's hooting you off of waves because he knows that he has priority out there, Joe. And I would have to say also one of the most accomplished surfers coming out of the 90s too. Had the legendary final right here with Kelly Slater and did a lot for pro surfing in Southern California.
Very vocal on really pushing the judges and the criteria to really reward progressive surfing. And one guy that was famous for pushing the aerial movement, Matt Archbold, Wax said.
Yeah, just coming unstuck there in his first wave, but he was eyeing off those pier bowl rights, watching brother surf. He grew up surfing alongside, you can see the smile from ear to ear, grew up surfing alongside Kolohe's father, and down there in San Clemente. And you have to say these guys pushing each other in that era, it was all an Australian affair throughout the 70s. It was the Hawaiians pre-60s, the Californians ruled supreme throughout the 60s, but in the 70s it was the Australians, and clawing back with the likes of, say, Ian Cairns and the powerhouse of Peter Townend, really engaging Californian surf culture and teaching them what the Aussies had. And it was actually the board rider style culture that reigned supreme in Australia that really a lot of these Californians didn't have in the 70s. And in the 80s it came back with a vengeance, and through the school surfing obviously with Ian and PT introducing that training and that camaraderie.
How cool is Jeff Deffenbaugh? Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Shredding.
He still rips.
That's like standard procedure, right? I mean,
he just turned 50 too. You know, all these guys are right there, late 40s and their 50s already, and you know, to be able to see these guys, Archie smile, as Matt was pointing out, like, this is so rad, dude.
Back to Jeff's wave, Mitch.
Yeah, the one carve right here, and then look at how fast he's able to throw it up into the lip right there. As Wax was saying, though, looking at Archie's wave right here, comes unglued on the second one, but still solid attempt right there by Matt. You know, the influence of Australian culture into U.S. culture right now with the board riders has been a huge thing right now for Southern California, and especially for San Clemente. Both Shane Beshin and Archie actually had the chance to compete at the U.S. Board Riders National Championship at Lowers just a few months ago.
I love it. Wow, we just came off a huge heat, a big rivalry. Jackson Bunch getting the win. He's hanging out with AJ.
Thanks so much, Joey Jackson. A massive moment for you. You've locked in your spot in the quarterfinals for the second straight Challenger Series event. Take us inside that heat. What was your strategy?
Yeah, I mean, just wanted to get that starting position, be deepest, and I mean, I didn't think it was going to go as slow as it did, and lucky thing I got that 7 right off the bat, and I was able to sit there kind of with not too much nerves, knowing that I needed a somewhat small score.
So when a heat happens like that, where your strategy just sort of comes into play perfectly, how much confidence does that give you in the way you're preparing for these contests?
Yeah, it's really nice when we can make a plan and everything goes right. I mean, yesterday I tried to make a plan and it kind of went backwards, so I had to like recoup and switch up the plan and go to plan B, and made that yesterday's grindy heat, so knowing today was going to be a cleaner heat midday, I was just happy to surf some nice waves.
Well, and I know we're entering the back half of the 2024 Challenger Series, so everyone's eyes are on that ranking. How are you keeping an eye on your spot and navigating, just balancing it all?
Yeah, I mean, just try not to think about it too much. My good friend Shion we're staying with, I didn't know that I was so high, and then he yelled at me yesterday, bro, you're ninth. Like, I was like, oh, okay, like, try not to think about it. Let's surf, make the heats, and I mean, hopefully go as far as I can go.
Well, and I know before we let you go, you want to give a special shout out to home.
Yeah, I just want to thank everyone at home for all your support, and a big shout out to Lahaina, everyone from Lahaina. It's been almost a year since the fires, and yeah, it's just a hard time being 1 year, and yeah, I just want to thank everyone at home for their support. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Jackson. Sending our best to Lahaina as well, Joey.
Definitely, our hearts are with you. Great message there from Jackson. Sending it back home to Maui. As we see this heritage heat still underway, and a nice cool roll in from Archie. Driving through that section. That's that classic front arm from Archie when he hits the lip. And now Shane Beshin going past his good buddy and just cruising, enjoying the ride. Shane's been coaching with a lot of the world's best, helping them with airs specifically. Like athletes like Carissa Moore, doing a bit of an air camp.
Just looking at that board, I was wondering whose tiny board that was in the racks. It's about, honestly, it's about 5'4". It's Shane Beshin's. It looked like a Grom's board there. And that's actually something else to note as well. Typically, Archie riding really under volume, small board. Well, obviously these guys all grew up riding hand-shaped surfboards before machines and volume was a thing. But they're also a part of the real flipped 90s era too, in the mid to late 90s.
Yeah, Mike Parsons feeling the flow. What a legend of the sport, longtime competitor on tour, went into a very successful big wave tour where he became commissioner. He also rode a wave that was in the Guinness Book of World Records at 77 feet, tow partners with Brad Gerlach. He's basically done everything in the industry, but also competitively in the sport of surfing. Once again, this is the Heritage Heat, a celebration of legends who made a huge impact and a difference in pro surfing. Tom Curran, Shane Beshin, Matt Archbold, Mike Parsons, and Jeff Deffenbaugh.
And going back to Snips, was what you were mentioning, he never kind of fit the typical 80s kind of punk kid style from Southern California. A lot of people wanted him to be that person, but when he won PSAA back in 1991, he beat Shane Beshin, he beat Taylor Knox, he beat a lot of those who's who, and I felt like he was one of those guys that kind of set the standard for what athletics is in surfing nowadays, Joe. And look at him right now, one of the best coaches in the world. He's had multiple roles within the industry.
Yeah, he's like the forever Grom too. You know, he's going to be 60 soon, and he just surfs every single day.
Ah.
Classic Beshin fade.
Wonder if we'll get to see a little air on the inside as well.
Maybe.
Most likely.
Snips.
Snips getting the flow going. He's round aboard from Biolis. Said he loves the way it feels. He's been scoring lowers last couple days. He's actually coming off a sore back. When we were together calling the Olympics, he was like, oh man, I just couldn't help myself. I surfed all day. And so he actually needed some downtime. He was just like gromming out at lowers, kind of during that like 4th of July swell we had around here.
Ooh, TC. Look at this. Paddling into it. How's the style off of the bottom too, dude? That just never goes, like, it never fades away is the thing.
Let's get into that after this wave, Mitch. So, I mean, that style right there, that is textbook modern day surf style that, I mean, Tom Curran, his father, Pat Curran, 3-time world champion. There's a lineage of regular foot style. It did start in Hawaii, but when we cast our eyes to the 50s and 60s, you kick off with guys like, we'll get into that in a moment, and another guy who disregards style for power hacks, Matt Archibald. I mean, he's got style on land and in the water as well. Think of his shoebox Ford. He's chopped Ford custom in that black with the shades, crossing over from punk and rockabilly culture into surfing.
What's the tattoo say on the back of his neck?
I don't know.
Built for speed.
Built for speed. That's it. Yes.
And there's Jeff getting honored as a local across the street in the Walk of Fame. He's on a really fun Timmy Patterson surfboard model called the Gas Pedal. He said he loves it. And Archie's been giving back as well. He just got back from a 3-week tour on the East Coast with Anthony Rufo and Hans Hagen for the Malleola Foundation.
It's rad.
And here we go, Mike Parsons.
Yeah, snips right here. Little combo going. Doesn't seem like that back is very sore right now, Joe. Looking loose out there right now.
You know what Mike's done so well is just continuing the dream of like the culture of surfing and the pure stoke of finding waves. I mean, he got his pilot's license so he could fly on his own and go surf by himself down the coast of Mexico or wherever he wanted to surf, you know, and he'd be competing and working on points, but then he never lost the dream of going away and scoring perfect waves with nobody around, no cameras, no lenses, and he still has that desire to catch the next best wave of his life as we send it to Kaipo.
Hey, yep, I'm here in the Bonsoy athlete area. I like to call it the Bonsoy surfer area because we're surfers, and I'm here with a surfer and a shaper, Matt Biolis. Matt, like, look at, you're already winning the Vissla CT Shaper rankings by far, and now you have like 2 of the old guys there on your boards out here.
Old guys rule, right? They all love the little right-hand rip ball. There's no left backside airs attempts for these guys.
So who's on your boards right now?
Shane Beshin is riding a little quad fin. We made him. He's addicted to these little quads. And then Mike Parsons he's riding like the same board that Kaloe or Griffin would ride, like full 510 comped out modern shortboard, but he's pushing 60 and still ripping on him.
Your advice equipment-wise to heritage surfers, as you mature in surfing, coming from you, the shaper, what's the best bet to keep out there and keep getting waves and keep performing?
Well, these guys, I mean, they're elite. They were the best of the best in their time, and they all still surf a lot. So they're fit, and they can ride. They're riding the same boards pretty much as guys half their age. You know, most of us just have to be realistic with our abilities and our body and the ways we're surfing, and maybe adjust our boards a bit to keep the fun going.
Thanks for talking with us. Matt, we got some action right now. You guys take it away.
Right
there's Snips right there.
No, that's Beshin.
Oh, Beshin. Oh, ooh, he caught his rail though. Archie. That was a Patterson. How'd it look?
Well, I got nothing on Patterson. He's our lord.
That's right. Yeah. All right. Good catching up with you. I'll let it go back to the show. It's the Matt Biolis. Oh, wait. One more thing. Back-to-back Vissla CT Shaper rankings. Are you feeling like a 2-time world champ yet?
Are you putting it in the fridge?
I'm kind of putting it in the fridge, bro.
Well, we have a great team, and they all got out there and did their job, and they make us look good as their board builders. So yeah, back to back. Why not?
All right. Well, too early to congratulate you, but you're looking really good in that. And thanks for all your contributions. Back to you, Joe.
Hey, Kaipo, before we let you go,
oh, yeah.
I think the big question was what Tom Curran would ride today. Did you get a look at his board?
I did get a look at Tom Curran's board, and it's really interesting in that he's riding a used board from Joao Chianca. So
Classic.
You would think Tom Curran would just get like a new board and everything. But yeah, an old board, a trade-in from Joao Chianca with some S-wing fins too. And the conversation on the fins was a long one. There was a lot of equations going on with these S-wing fins, but Curran's definitely, you know, unique, but one of our legends in the sport, 3-time winner out here.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Wow, that was fun. Matt Biolis is having a blast in the big comp for the Challenger Series and in the Heritage Heat as well. Testing out this quad again is Shane Beshin. Just has that classic style. You could pick out Shane in the dark, where he holds his arms and how he locks in. Definitely one of those guys that had really great relationships with the Irons brothers, everyone in San Clemente, a really highly respected surfer when he was competing, and still to this day.
Yeah, and I would even argue, you mentioned Carissa, him being a longtime coach of her. I don't think Kalohe Andino would have the kind of success that he's had nowadays without the support of Shane Beshin either. And talking about the board, it's a quad. Looking at TC right here, But 5'5", 19 1/4 redux. He was a big part of that film, Shano. And looking at Tommy right here, man, he's looking good in this heat so far.
Absolutely. Look at that. See how low he is? Just the hand on the bottom turn, always in the water. And Archie behind him, just look at some clean face here. Yeah, that one, just a little two-stager. That's very classic for the late 80s, early 90s. We saw a lot of the cutbacks broken up into stages. They had to surf waves like this quite often. That's a nice wave. Look at the combo on the inside of the rip bowl. He kicks out. He felt that one too with a little kick out. Kickouts used to give you a couple extra half a point there, Joe.
Jeff getting honored across the street in the Walk of Fame, being a local hero, and then Archie. Man, that would go so fast. There was a session at T Street that was talked about for a long time of when Martin Potter came to town. It had a huge impact on Archie, Christian Fletcher, Dino Andino, and they all were like, okay, we've got to do airs. And Archie just changed everything, started doing giant airs, was just on his way to what could have been a world title. He kind of created his own path with his surfing career. And Snip's getting another one.
Yeah, Mike right here. Combo on the outside. As Biolos was pointing out, riding more of a shortboard centered board right here in this Heritage Heat. Had a couple of good ones so far, Joe, on the outside.
And Tom Curran whacks it.
Yeah, just carving this one around. Beautiful style. You see the Rip Curl Search stickers on his board too. Some exciting projects, I've been told, are in the works there with TC.
Ooh, don't get me excited.
Shane Beshin again. U.S. Open champion.
It's like that grunt every time he pulls that board around, Joe. You can just feel it.
When Kolohe had the yellow jersey, we were digging deep to look back to see the last Californian to hold world #1. Started finding that that year that Shane was having the rivalry with Kelly, where he was #1 in the world for a moment in that season. As we'll send it back to Kaipo.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. I'm here with none other than the rider of the Surfer's Coat, 77 world champ, Sean Thompson. Talk about heritage, talk about legends right here. Sean, you know a lot. You saw the beginning stages, how this whole U.S. Open started.
Yes, sir. I surfed in the first U.S. Open in 1982, and I was in the semifinals against Mark Richards. And I think we were like ranked 1 and 2 then. And there was about 50,000 people on the beach, and we paddled out under the pier, and then we paddled out towards the break. And as we paddled out from beneath the pier, the whole crowd started screaming. Half of them wanted Mark to win, half of them wanted me to win. But just to be in that stadium atmosphere for the first time was mind-blowing.
Yeah, pre-internet, you had to come down here on your own, and that's when this house was packed. Sean, we got Tom Curran out there. I remember a couple of changing of the guard heats with you and Tom out here, I think on the Caton on that side of the pier, and the U.S. Open on this side of the pier.
Yeah, Tom beat me quite a few times. I kicked his ass as well. But we had some great heats. I surfed in Tom's first pro event on the north side, the Caton Pro that I won. Then he beat me a couple of times out here during the US Open. So it's wonderful to see him out there, 3-time world champ, still stoked and still getting out there in the water.
It's wonderful to see you, Sean. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Kaipo.
All time. Thanks, guys. Sean Thompson. What a legend. Winning a big world title in 77. PT won in 76. That crew busted down the door and had the dream of creating this lifestyle called pro surfing, which everyone's enjoying today. And I love that he's got a front row seat for this one. Still 14 minutes to enjoy. All these guys absolutely rip out there. For Jeff, being the local of Huntington, he accomplished a lot. And I guess, you know, kind of an underdog compared to the profiles of the guys he's with, but he deserves everything coming his way, especially a piece of the cement across the street in the Walk of Fame. Had a big USA Junior title, was on the NSSA All-Star team, which included guys like Kelly Slater and Taylor Knox. Super talent and still ripping into his 50s, representing California.
Well, and I think it goes to show you how many great surfers there's been right here in both HB and Northern Orange County. Same thing with, you know, the South Bay of LA, but Lamas being one of them. Chad Wells is actually one of our beach announcers today from Seal Beach. Like, there's just so much heritage, as you've been mentioning, Joe, but I think an important aspect to really bring up about Jeff, he was so inspirational to a lot of the young figures like Sean Ward, Timmy Reyes, and of course, 2-time Open champion Brett Simpson. those guys wouldn't have had a career if it weren't for Jeff Diva.
Definitely. It's such a cool impact. Looks like Jeff wants this one. And ends up holding his position.
It's characters like that that really make Surf City here at Huntington what it is as well. You know, it's that that close knit. The board riders just adds to that effect, but
yes,
it just feels like you know, there's so much to see. There's so much going on. It's wild. You'll meet a new person every time you walk out in the pier or in the or downtown. But to have those characters, and I love it. It's one of the few places in the world, Huntington, where you got the tallest coffees, and then they get replaced for tall beers later on, and the stories just get bigger. And it's every year you get into these conversations with these people, and it's such an eclectic beach town, and I think it's so relatable to, you know, West Coast California.
As we'll check in with Kaipo again.
Hey, I found Nate Yeomans over here, and Nate just rolling up here, watching some of the surf. Who do you think's winning? It's not judged, but who do you think's winning?
I saw Archie, right? Archie just. The rad part about him is the guy's always surfing. I surf like these inside shore breaks with him at home, and he's so fired up to surf. But I saw Archie get a good ride. I mean, Beshin, Snips, Curran. Am I missing anyone?
And Jeff Deffenbaugh's out there.
Oh, the local boy. I was telling you though, where's the goofy foot?
Exactly, that's
What's
a good
going on
question.
here?
Where's the goofy foot, Joe?
Two goofies right there, Kaipo and Yeomans.
It's a great point, though.
Oh, and another goofy
It is a
chiming in.
great
Hey,
point.
hey.
I have a bone to pick with somebody.
Where are the goofy foots? They've got a union.
I'm part of it, I know.
Maybe next time we could do an all goofy foot legend seed.
Hey, I'm for it. I think we could find a good amount of goofy footers to go out there and do it too. You know, Joe, what's so, you know, amazing about having Yeomans, Biolas, Sean Thompson in the Bonsoy athlete area goes to show you that they're still supporting these guys, and they felt supported by them too. You guys mentioned the board riders multiple times. It's brought the community together. Look at what it's doing on Kauai. Sebastian Zietz right now, he's brought the community together over there at North Shore Board Riders. They've already been involved in the national championships. It's taken things to new levels, and I have to give props to the three guys from Southern Orange County. Snips, Archie, and Shane Bestian. They have all been involved with their local board riders community. Same thing with Jeff Deffenbaugh with HB.
Yeah, it's cool. You know, Snips has some decisions to make. You know, he grew up in Laguna Beach, went to Laguna Beach High School, so Jeff Booth's always like, Mike, let's do this. You know, let's compete. And he's obviously been in San Clemente for a long time, but he loves to reflect back on those Laguna Beach memories. Mike's dad getting him down to San Onofre to compete in his first event when he was about 8 years of age. And Mike was really good at volleyball as well. He won like a junior volleyball national title on a team he was on. But he was like, you know, surfing was always going to be where I was going, you know. He said coaches would be like, come on, let's do this. And he's like, there's no way I'm going to miss good waves. And just has dedicated his life since day one. And now he's almost 60 and he's still planning surf trips. So right after this, he's like, I'm trying to get somewhere. He's just looking at forecasts, and great forecaster as well, by the way. If you end up in the water and Snips is out, you're like,
you got the spot.
Must be in the right spot.
Well, you know, TC was up at Morro Bay at the Board Riders event that they had the end of last year for Santa Barbara Board Riders. He stayed on to watch the QS 1000 as well. He had to play at a, you know, obviously an accomplished guitarist too. He tours playing his music. He was up there for the Surfing for Hope non-for-profit up there, and he was playing a live charity gig, and he was there to watch the QS, and he was amazed. It was so complimentary on stage with all the surfing he was watching, and I think he watched most of the heats throughout that week. So you think these elusive characters, I think of guys like George Greeno for one, Jerry Lopez. You think they might be taking a back seat, but they read the magazines, they tune in, they're connected. They're probably watching right now.
Oh, for sure. 8:30 to go in this Heritage Heat. We are going to take a quick break, but more of this tribute to professional surfing right after this. We are absolutely enjoying every second of this Heritage Heat. What a crew representing California. All made massive contributions to pro surfing. And we've got everyone having a go here. Going left into the pier, 3-time world champ Tom Curran. Enjoying the left, enjoying some fun equipment with some S-wing fins. Riding a used board. One of Chianca's models for this performance, and now the local hero having fun towards the pier.
Yeah, riding the Timmy Patterson too, as you were mentioning, Joe. Strong combo right there by Diva. Just as good on the backhand as he is on the forehand. And you mentioned his brother Barry also being an amazing surfer, very talented too. And then Snips right here had a good little one too, Maddie. And we've seen Mike have a couple of these combinations on the outside.
Yeah, with a sore back as well. He hasn't fallen off, just linking his way through, very solid on his feet, which of course when these guys were competing, they were coming out of the era where it was, and it was still continued through the 90s, where it was turns per point. So, or points per turn, I should say. There's Curran into the pier. And as I look behind in the break, I actually saw both Curran and Archie and Shane get some incredible rights. So we might have a replay of that. We'll have to wait and see.
Oh, what an amazing crew of surfers right here.
Remember Archie being in Point Break?
Oh, yeah.
When he had hair?
And Dino, right?
Dino was in there too?
Was right next to him, yeah. That was classic.
Johnny Utah.
Yeah,
Get
for
me
sure.
too.
Yeah, Archie was just always going fast. Always loved seeing what kind of cars he was driving. Just, I mean, think about opening Archie's garage and see what he'd have in there, from surfboards to different types of cars that he was into. He ended up getting full sleeves of tattoos all over his neck. I mean, he really stood out through that era from the 80s into the 90s. And then he also moved to Hawaii for a bit, was riding off the wall and was getting crazy closeouts that nobody else wanted. Here's Archie again.
Ah, that was that one. Oh my gosh, that was, I mean, that's trademark Archie. I actually said it with someone during the week. They did exactly that same turn. I thought there was some Archie in that thing.
Gosh, he absolutely rips.
That guy's over 50, dude.
That's
okay.
Amazing. Goals right there.
But I think it's so important as surfers. I know it's great to bring athletics into it, to be true to yourself and bring in your own personality, as you've been saying, Joe. Tattoos, all that, that was the kind of generation that took the next step into getting more mainstream. And it was because of Matt Archbold, Martin Potter, obviously Dino, and Dino was a big part of it too. But like, there was such a big jump from the 70s crew all the way into the 80s right there.
Yeah, it was that identity, the creativity, a lot of these surfers. And just remember, the guys like Curran and the surfers that came before them, guys like Sean Thompson, PT, these guys had those surfers on their wall as posters. You have a look at Jeff here. Oh, no, Shane, sorry, leaning into that turn. That's some trademark Beshan carving there, and he works his way through. Very sure-footed, back on the heels there. 3-turn combo. Might have something on the inside as well. Huntington hop, almost hanging 5 on that one. That's a tiny board. I think, yeah, we said it was like 5.5, maybe 5.4, little quad fin.
Leg burners.
All the way to the beach, dry docking it. How cool is that? I mean, we talk about the rivalry with Shane and Kelly every time we're at the U.S. Open, because that was a big turning point in the title race. But the rivalry started in the Open Boys National Final, under 12s. Kelly, Shane in the final. Kelly won. People on the beach thought Shane won. It was another close decision. How are those swoops, though?
Pretty sick. Little extra torque right there at the end of them, too. Yeah. I mean, you went way back right there, U12s. That's like 40-plus years ago.
That's where it starts, right?
I mean, I see a bit of Curran in the bottom turn of Shane, of course, as well. And I was saying before, these guys had, each generation influences the next, and it went right down from the 60s to the modern day. And these guys, like they rewrote the book for Californian professional surfing, and they were the poster boys, and they brought their, you know, their intuition, their creativity, their identity to surfing, and they were the poster boys for a reason. And you can't forget also surfers like Brad Gerlach as well, whose career extended a little bit longer than some of these guys as well. But
Rob Machado.
Yeah. I think Ger's moving back to California. So he'll be probably teaming up with Snips and chasing some waves again.
Right here in HB. Yeah.
So cool. And he's working a little bit with Mike's son, Grant. Grant Parsons actually won the first WSA event of the year. So Grant's getting on a roll. Mike's really enjoying his son's success. Forward Archibald having a good run, being a sponsored pro. Spending a lot of time in Newport, but having some good travels. Tom's kids all rip as well, all passing it down to the next generation. Here's Curran.
Ooh. Swooping carve right there, Joe, all the way back. That borrowed board from Joao. He's so unique and like peculiar in a getaway, you know? Like, I mean, look at that.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom.
It just makes you like be even more attracted to the sense of how unique he is, you know?
Yeah,
and
we wanted a show, and he's like, well, I'm performing for you.
He was the guy that just everyone loved because he was the comp guy, you know, but always in that surfing conversation of the art and the sport and the culture and then the competitive game, everybody loved him. There was, you know, either side, people that didn't want to talk about contests, they loved him. People that wanted to see him win titles loved him. He'd show up at Haleiwa and not have stickers on his board, and when he's supposed to do that as a professional. Here's Mike Parsons again.
77 feet. That wave you mentioned, Joe, at Cortez Bank. Done a lot for the surfing industry outside of just surfing professionally, and definitely a person that's made the tour what it is nowadays, especially on the big wave side.
Wow, that was the coolest thing ever. Congratulations to everyone that went behind the scenes to put this on. A tribute to all of these legends and a gift to all of us to see them out in the water together.
Look at the fins you can see there in that board as well. S-wings.
Absolute magic. I could watch that all day. What a cool moment. Shane Beshen showing us that style. Everyone still ripping. You never leave the ocean. Always a part of them. Big thank you to Matt Archibald for laying down his signature hammer, and to all the participants in the Heritage Heat. Back to the round of 16 for the women right after this.
Tom Curran, one of the best of all time, down there with his fans after an excellent Heritage Heat. A great showcase of Californian surfing out here at the south side of Huntington Beach Pier. TC always taking the time with his fans. As always, Felicity Palmatier doing the same exact thing down here at Southside HB. Flick, fun afternoon, but guess what? We got to get back to the serious side. Women's Challenger Series, it's the round of 16, might be the most important round of the event for them.
Yeah, I think obviously big changes. We already spoke about it this morning. You've moved from 4 people heats down to 2, so different strategy coming into play. You know, maybe you can afford to be a little bit more selective, but this heat here, I mean, this is a big one for, you know, young Ellie Harrison in the red. I mean, she's basically essentially trying to get onto the CT. Luana, on the other hand, she's had that CT experience. She's trying to claw her way back.
And the people that have advanced today have gotten it right so far, Flick.
They have.
Saw the 8 heats of the men round of 16. In heat number 1 right now of the women's round of 16. Ellie Harrison, well, she's had a great event traveling with her mother and also Cale Bell Warren working with her, local of Bells Beach, coming from that area of Victoria in Australia. Lulu Silva competed for Brazil just a little over a week ago in Tahiti for the Paris 24 Olympics. She, you know, had a good result over there, quarterfinal finish, and she's a former CT surfer looking to make it back there in 25.
Yeah, I think this is a really cool matchup. For me, I mean, Luana's had great performances, but Ellie has looked very crisp, very on point. Yeah, this matchup is going to be a great showdown. You know, obviously you've got Lulu. She comes, you know, she's, you know, represents Brazil, but she grew up in Hawaii, so she's used to those powerful waves. She spent a lot of time at Sunset Beach. And then you got Ellie, you know, from Australia. She's grown up in Victoria, down in Torquay. So Bells Beach, oh, sorry, not Barwon Heads, sorry, excuse me. But she spent a lot of time on those big, long right-hand point breaks. She obviously surfs great in beaches. So this is going to be a really great matchup.
Yeah, and Ellie Harrison actually requalified for the Challenger Series by being top 10. Was actually tied with Kika Veselko up until that point, but she did have the tiebreaker against Kika. Reason why she requalified right here. Number 6 and all the way to 10 on the women's side automatically requalify on the Challenger Series. On the men's side, it's 11 all the way through number 20. Ellie Harrison, though, still a very young surfer. She's competed at World Junior Championships before. A lot of people think she's Australia's next big hope to potentially get back on the championship tour.
Yeah, I think she really is. She's definitely that name that's been thrown around in the mix as we see Lulu having a decent look at this wave.
Yeah, Silva looking right. Great surfer, representing Brazil out of Oahu's North Shore, though. A couple of big swooping forehand cars right here for Silva. Reform in play right now. A lot of amateur experience right here for Lulu. She's competed at multiple NSSA events right here at the south side of the pier. Off to a good start right here, Flick.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's probably going to land around that average mark. It's going to be cool, right? Like, obviously, we haven't seen the women yet today. So this heat, essentially, right now is just that guinea pig heat, so to say. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe the judges think about this for a little bit, you know, just to really set that scale, because where they go from here, it sets the tone for the rest of the heat, gives the women a good indication of what the judges are looking for.
Yeah, and Lulu was just outside of qualification last year, ending up at, you know, top 10, but as of right now, coming into the event, was number 7. Does have a runner-up finish over there on the Gold Coast. She's looking for something better right here at the Open. Good start right there for Harrison. Couple of carves on the forehand too. Seems to be the play in this heat as both surfers are regular footers. A concussive blast right there at the end for Harrison. Should be a good start for her. In the first 4.5 minutes of this heat, everybody's got a wave on the board, Flick.
Yeah, and you know what? I think it's a good strategy. Your opponent takes off. You kind of want to keep it pace there. I really like that I like that strategy and heat play. But yeah, you know what? First thoughts, you know, you just look at this, and obviously the conditions are changing throughout the day constantly, but just with that higher tide, just such a contrast this morning.
SoCal legends out there in the water with the Heritage Heats. AJ, what are their thoughts?
It's so cool to see all these guys out there at one time. Tom, I understand you got priority. You did a little bit of gymnastics at the end. Just tell us how it felt to be out here.
It really brought back a lot of memories, and it was great. You know, this event's been going on a long time, and of course surfing with these guys, especially with Mike. We surf a lot together, and just stoked.
Yeah, Snips, give us a little bit of insight. I mean, I know you guys love to compete. How was it in the water? Any chatter?
Yeah, we were all talking. We're all good friends. It just brought back a lot of memories, like Tom said. You paddle out on the other side of the pier and waiting for your heat. It's that real arena. We got people on the pier, just brought all those memories back, and we all love competing, and it was fun to get out there and get a couple.
What was your favorite part?
Oh, are you kidding me? I was out there with, Tom Kern, one of the guys I grew up watching. I stood on the pier in, I think 1985 or 86, and we wanted to be like Tom and Aki and these guys. And then you kidding? Shane Beshon, I used to compete against, and Matt and Mike, these older guys. I was always chasing them, so it's an honor.
Shane, what about for you, putting that jersey back on? Just tell us some of the emotion.
Yeah, it's fun, I realized just yesterday that it's been 30 years since I won here. I was talking to Archie about that, and honestly, it's just an honor being here with these guys. Seriously, in this order, Archie, Snips, Curran, I learned so much from each of these three guys in different stages of my life that, it's just cool that we're all still surfing and, having fun and rooting each other on and just keeping it going.
And Archie, for you, just try to describe for those of us who, weren't out there, just what it felt like to be in the water with these ones, but then here experiencing Huntington Beach as a part of this event again.
Yeah, it's kind of unexplainable. I haven't been down here in a long time, especially for one of these. But to be in the water with all these guys, it just brings back, like you guys said, so many memories and so many good memories. And I think not to be stressed out and keep being scored for it and stuff. So it's even better. We all got to hoot at each other and go, yee, yeah. I just love surfing, and this is gives me the chance to just keep going and with these guys, it's just insane. It's a great feeling.
There may not have been any scoring, but did anybody feel like they did win the heat? Okay, heat winner, how'd it feel?
Yeah. Well, I say judging is really messed up. You guys got to figure something out.
We'll send that feedback straight upstairs.
But don't tell anybody.
Don't tell anybody. Live on WorldSurfLeague.com. Back to you.
Awesome stuff right there with the legends of Californian surfing. 3-time world champion Tom Curran, unofficially the victor in the Heritage Heat. Have to say, though, single best turn of the heat, my opinion, Flick, Matt Archbold. What a guy. San Clemente's finest right there.
It's just funny to watch them all up there together, just like a bunch of naughty schoolboys.
Truly is. A very different kind of vibes that we saw right there from the Heritage Heat legends. 5.17 the opener for Ellie Harris and the 4.17 for Brazil's Lulu Silva. So Lulu just edged out a qualification last year, but due to Stephanie Gilmore's departure this year, and of course Carissa Moore also taking some time off, Lulu Silva was actually able to get in to qualification right there through her Challenger Series ranking. Harrison right here, number 10 on the CS last year, looking to make it onto the CT for 25. Beautiful style right here by the surfer from Barwon Heads in Victoria. Nice layback right there, incomplete though at the end. 9 minutes have gone by. She's going to have a backup though, Flick.
Yeah, she's going to have a backup. Just thinking out loud here, but I think what's really going to separate, the women today is someone who's able to get up into the lip. It's not going to be an easy feat to do because the conditions have changed. We'll get back to that. Lulu's up.
Yeah, Silva right here. That's more like it. Kind of slides the tail at the end of that turn too. A lot of experience, especially on the amateur side right here for Silva. And a big finish right there. Even the fist pump right there too, Flick. That'll be good for Luana Silva. Nearly 10 minutes gone by in this one.
Yeah, sort of back to what I was saying, what's going to separate them is the ability to get really tight and critical in the pocket. Although that first turn was still a carving maneuver of Lulu, it was very tight. She was able to pivot really, precisely in the pocket, which I think, this is going to do her well for this next score coming in. Nice bit of rail work to get her through to that inside, and then she got that little dynamic finish at the end. So, but yeah, I think if you can manage, so this turn here, just pivots in that pocket so well. And, when I think about Lulu as a surfer, and I think, what her strengths are, I really think it's her rail work. And, growing up at a wave like Sunset Beach, of course it's going to be. But yeah, and then this is Ellie's wave. So this one here, see how she had to go out onto that face. She was sort of forced out there. I know she's just trying to get it back up, but immediately, for me, that's not going any higher than a 4. She comes through this inside. She also sort of falls on this little layback hack here, so doesn't really convincingly get that finish.
And the last of Silva, 6.67, so The best of the heat right there, the last of Harrison, 3.67. It's a good point you bring up right there. Tight radius, especially with those arcs, seems to be the key to success out there right now, especially on a higher tide flick.
Yeah, I also think too, like, you don't want to be pushed too far out in the face because that means you're going for a cutback, right?
Right.
You kind of want to be taken off right on the peak or just behind it so you can come around that section and really square up if there's a lip or allow yourself to get really tight in the pocket. The moment, I think it all comes down to that positioning, well, obviously wave selection, but the positioning before you even take it off to set up for that first bottom turn, which essentially then, you know, you place your first maneuver. You want it to be critical. That's what's setting, you know, Luana apart right now from Ellie.
And really the first day we've seen that inside section really prevail and be of importance and substance when it comes to judging criteria so far this week.
I agree. I feel like this is more like the traditional sort of Huntington that you kind of know from competition, right? You know, this pier bowl right, maybe a couple of turns, and then you kind of working it through the inside, working it through, and then a little tap on the inside. I feel like, you know, most of the footage is this, or it's either bombing and it's just like one big backhand belt into the pier. But yeah, this is very hunting, and I'm not even going to try to say that word actually. But at least it's very like, it's just very Huntington, you know?
You're hunting in Huntington Beach.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for cleaning that up.
Lulu right here, the heat leader, looking to improve on a 4.17. Solid combo on the outside for the Brazilian surfer. As Flick was mentioning, at a Sunset Beach on Oahu's North Shore. Get a rail surfing right there for Lulu. Let's see if that improves the 4.17 or not. And another big thing about Lulu's career so far, we gotta still realize she just turned 20 years old early on this year. She's very young.
So young. I mean, she's got so much of her career ahead of her. Let's break this one down. She had to get up into the lip there, so nice little tight turn in the pocket, and then just some beautiful rail work here. And unfortunately, she doesn't really get the finish that she's probably looking for, but, you know, it might better that 4.17.
Could potentially do so. Also, one of Brazil's hopefuls to get a world championship on the women's side too. Tati Weston-Webb has come very close, and she's actually the only Brazilian champion out here on the women's side, Flick, believe it or not. That happened back in 2016. So it's been a few years since we've seen a Brazilian female on the podium. It could be Lulu's year. She's been successful in the Challenger Series since its inception in 21, has won an event in Portugal, multiple runner-up finishes, including this year at Snapper Rocks. 16:30 on the clock, Silva in the lead. Let's take a Bonsoy brew break and be right back with the second half of heat number 1.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Hurley, born from water. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. By Eventbrite, on or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Rad Power Bikes, the official e-bike partner of the US Open.
Back at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. It's the round of 16, heat number 1 on the women's side out there in the water. Brazil's Luana Silva leading over Australia's Ellie Harrison. It's beautiful outside and the beach is packed. Typical Southside Huntington Beach Pier day. Flick Palmatier, Mitchell Salazar here with you, and Flick, for Ellie Harrison, coming so close to qualifying last year, one of Australia's hopefuls for the championship tour. You can relate to that, you know, your generation, a lot of great surfers, Laura Enever being one of the catalysts really of that generation out there. How would you describe or put into words the feeling of success, but just nearly missing out on qualification like that?
Oh, thanks for reminding me of such a poignant time in my life. No, look, it's, yeah, I know that feeling well, just being right there on the bubble, missing out 2 years in a row by like one spot. Finally cracked it and then went back off again. But it's challenging, right? I think there's a lot of self-doubt that sort of creeps in. You kind of know you are at the level, but then you're also getting booted off. And I think, look, I don't know. I mean, the mindset is different for everyone, right? And I think back then I was so young as well, and I probably wasn't as mature as what surfers are, like, you know, Ellie Harrison and Luana Silva. I feel like kids are just growing up so fast these days, you know, or they're young adults, but they're just exposed to a lot more. They're just a lot more mature, right? And I think the sport's come a long way since then. There's, you know, it's so much more professional. They really are athletes, and I feel like everyone now is just really trying to turn all these, like, you know, you might be, at the end of the day, it's surfing, right? There's only one winner in every contest. So more often than not, you are going to be losing. It's just like not getting disheartened by that and trying to find, obviously, those weaknesses and turn them into strengths, and, you know, not looking at it so much as, you know, a mistake or a failure, but something that you can grow on. And but it is hard, you know, it's hard to turn it around. And then also understanding that some people peak at different times, right? Like, a perfect example is right now Erin Brooks, right, on an absolute heater. And then there's other kids her age that are still doing Pro Junior Series events, probably looking at Erin and comparing themselves to her and being like, oh my gosh, like probably getting in their own head, like, you know what, you heard it here. Well, you've heard it a lot probably. Comparison is the thief of joy. And don't believe that just because one person's doing something, you need to be doing it at the same pace. Everyone goes at different paces, and, you know, if you keep putting in the work, your time will come.
You should write a book.
Thanks, brother.
I mean, just alone right there, I feel like you can split it up into 2 different books. Priority use of Ellie Harrison right here. That's more like it from Ellie. Needs a 5.84 for the lead. Beautiful roundhouse carve from the surfer from Barwon Heads. And a big finish. She's going to be able to ride out of it. You can hear the Australian whistles in the background. 11 minutes on the clock. She's looking for her personal best in this heat, Flick. 5.84, excuse me, basically a 6. Seems like she might be able to get it right here.
Yeah, I think she goes up into the lip, sort of, gets more of a snapping maneuver for that first turn, which was nice. Goes to the carve, and then the finish, she didn't quite ride out of it probably how she would want to. Just as convincing, I think, as what she would have wanted. But let's have a look here. I mean, she was really late on that takeoff. Did well to just get around that section, a little snap in the pocket. Chasing a 5.84. I mean, that was nice rail work, but basically, you know, second best wave of the heat is what she's chasing. Is it that? I mean, I don't know. I'm actually interested to see where the judge is going to go on this.
Yeah, it is an interesting wave, especially when you look at the 6.67.
Yeah.
Even the 5.17 right there. As you'd mentioned, it's not always a good way to start off a wave when you're far out on the open face. It was a different maneuver, though. I mean, that was a full roundhouse carve. A little late, as you said, on the drop right there, and maybe to the last section, too. But there was a lot of risk in that last maneuver, and it's going to be very close.
Wow.
Just under a 5.77 for Harrison, and as close as it gets in this heat. 11 points for Luana Silva, 10.94 heat total for Ellie Harrison, still needing a 5.24.
Wow, that's so close. You got to think if she rode out of that turn convincingly without having to get down and, you know, pat the cat, I think she would have got the score, got the nod. I mean, so close there. I mean, there was a couple of judges that basically gave it to her.
Yep.
And then 3 that said no. So anyway, she's going to get, I mean, she's improved on a situation, right? She's narrowed that that need down. It's only 5.24. And, 9 minutes on the clock. Quite a bit of time left.
And it's been a good amount of years since an Aussie has won on the women's side, too. Last time it happened, Tyler Wright, 10 years ago, 2014.
Where's Steph in there? Did Steph win once?
Steph did win, yes. It's also been a good amount of time. 2007.
Oh, wow, okay.
And that was a qualifying series win.
Tyler win when it was a CT?
It was, yes.
Yeah.
Sally Fitzgibbons, 2011. So Aussies have done very well here in the past, but not since a decade ago has somebody won.
Well, you got a past champ coming up, Heat 4, Sally Fitzgibbons taking on prodigy Erin Brooks.
That's an amazing heat.
Yeah, it's so good. I'm really excited for that heat.
It's almost better that we're on the sidelines for that one so we can just admire it as fans.
Yeah, we're back in though, Heat 5, Lakey Bronte.
That's our Rata Power Bikes heat of the day. Should be an outstanding one. Bronte McCauley has had a successful year. Lakey Peterson, she's made it goes to show you how the Challenger Series is really set up right now. You really don't have anybody in between ages. It's either a veteran who's been around for a very long time or a youngster like both the surfers out on the water in Sylvan Harrison. Ellie having a look. Isn't that interesting though, even on the men's side? That's kind of how it's been working out all 24.
Yeah, you're right. It is an interesting topic of conversation. I mean, you've either got this young, prodigy child or someone, just really probably young, early 20s, or you've got someone who's been going at it for about, 10 years. It does seem that way, you're right. Or someone who was on the tour, but, there's been a long hiatus there, especially on the men's side, we've seen that.
Yeah.
You know what, it's interesting because this conversation comes up, like he's been going for so long, or she's been at it for so long, and it's like, yeah, but what comes with that? And is really great post-heat interviews. And Miguel gave one earlier this morning, and just the perspective and the insightfulness that you get, I think, comes with age, right? So you only get that the more you age. So aging is a privilege, people. Wow, I'm just coming out with all the good
You're
ones.
philosophical today, even more than usual. Use of priority right here from Lulu Silva, the heat leader. She's looking to improve on a 4.33, throws the tail, wraps it back around, and trying to stay in the pocket the entire time. Right here's the Brazilian surfer in the blue jersey. Big finish right there. Throws the tail and even a little bit more right here for Silva. Gets an extra little double up at the end, and she's gonna use it to her advantage. 6:20 on the clock. Seems like that 4.33 is long gone.
Yeah, agreed. That was beautiful surfing, and it was the wave that kept on giving, the gift that kept on giving. It was really, really well done. Lots of nice rail work, a bit of variety there between maneuvers. And, I mean, this is going to tighten things up for Ellie. It's going to make it, quite difficult for her here. However, Ellie has been dropping good scores all week. Let's break it down. So Lulu up into the lip there, hits that first section. Then all this beautiful rail work that she does, it just times it so well with those tiny little rivets there in that face of the wave. Drops down into this section, lines up here. I thought she was done, and then this wave, the gift that kept on giving. She just keeps wrapping around into that section, and another little hack there.
And it comes in as the best of the heat. 7.67 right here, Flick, and as you mentioned, the outside work, very well done. It was this mid part that really gave her the majority of the points, though.
Yeah, I feel that, she just pieced this together so well. I mean, that snap right there was really well done. Nice little layback too, just gives that sort of bit of variety as well. But really just demonstration of what really is her strength, which is that rail work, right?
So 7.67 extends her leading position right now. A couple of judges throwing out an 8-point ride. The low and the highest get thrown out. So the average, quite good, especially when you're looking at the conditions and how slow it's been getting the last few heats. 14 points, that's a great heat total, Flick. 7.67, 6.67, now forcing Ellie Harrison with priority to at least get an 8.57 out there right now.
Yeah, that's a big score, right? Like, kind of asking wave of the afternoon to come through right now for that, because I know Lulu's just dropped this 7.67, right? Which is a point under the requirement, but yeah, it's hard. It's really difficult out there. I think she's going to need to look for a wave. We're going to need to wait. Oh, it looks like Lulu's found something on the inside.
Yeah, double up right here. She's going to kick out. That one seemed to close out.
Those double ups, I think, are the ones, right? You want those ones that have that nice bowl, that nice draw off the sandbank. But easier said than done. I mean, so easy for us to sit here and say, yeah, Ellie, all you need is the best wave of the heat. Go out there and do it. So easy to say. But whether or not the ocean will provide it is another story.
You're on a roll today. You know that, right?
I don't know what's happening. Hey, I ate these chicken meatballs and all of a sudden I think that everything I say is Bible.
3.5 on the clock. Harrison needing the 8.57. She does have priority, and you know, both of these young surfers have been on the beach all day long. Definitely been looking at the conditions and how much they've changed since this morning. Looking at the IC replay right here, Flick, 767, not only well surfed, taken advantage of right here.
Yeah, this is such a well surfed wave. I mean, highest wave of the heat. Just a great read through that midsection, and just a great demonstration of how to navigate that middle section, making it look pleasing to the eye, right? Like, so many times you see people just hop through it and it looks like a dog's breakfast. That was a perfect example of what to do and how to navigate that.
Like a dog's breakfast.
Yeah, mate.
That is as Aussie as it comes right there.
You can always count on some colloquial slang,
Oh, yes.
some Cockney slang, some Aussieisms with me in here. Oh.
Harrison, that's going to switch priority up. Fortunately for her, that is a paddle. It seems like she even lost her. Oh, they got tangled up.
Oh. Oh. Excuse me?
Wow.
Hang on a second.
This is going to be interesting right here. So just to reiterate what priority is, you have unconditional right of way to any wave you like. And that could potentially be a situation where Silva has surfed an amazing heat. She does get tangled up with Silva's equipment, does Harrison.
Oh my.
And because of that, she loses the opportunity to catch that wave. Oh my.
You know, I actually had a very similar thing happen to me, and the other person got an interference, and I actually ended up getting through. This was back in Pro Junior days, long time ago, but that was very clear to me that she was caught on Luana's leg rope.
Well, Harrison up real quick. Seems like she had recovered priority up until that point, but a minute 20 right here. Still no indication as to whether or not we're going to see a penalty on Luana Silva.
How did that happen?
I don't know.
You
Came
know,
out of the blue and...
to do that, you actually have to like paddle so close that your leash loops over their nose, right? Like that is...
Typically, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
It is extremely unfortunate on both sides, and we hope it doesn't really affect the outcome, you know, because if you're Silva right here, especially in need of a big result, this would truly affect the rest of the year right here.
Oh, mate, this is just, I don't know. Look, obviously right here, it must get hooked. It is.
Oh, yeah.
See it? It's hooked. Lulu's, uh-oh. She visibly cannot catch the wave. I don't know. I mean, I doubt this is not Lulu's intention. There's no way about it. I think it's just like the biggest accident ever, but it did sort of prevent her from catching that wave.
There is no malicious intent, as you're pointing out, but rules are rules is the thing.
Lulu's not that kind of surfer. They
No.
both aren't. You know, they both would never have meant to do something like that.
And we're hoping it doesn't get to that point, but we're still waiting on an official call. So the buzzer sounding right there. And the heat is not official, but in terms of points, Silva would be advancing. But we are waiting to see if there is a penalty or not on Luana Silva in that situation.
No.
And it doesn't seem like there's gonna be. So Silva still moving through into the quarterfinals. Unfortunately for Ellie Harrison, she's gonna bow out with a 9th place finish here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Nadia Irosarbe, Kira Pinkerton, and heat number 2 coming up. Peru from Sunbender intros the next heat right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Mitchell Salazar, Felicity Palmatier, and we have an amazing special guest. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, he was in Surf's Up. His name is Salema Masekela. Salema, thanks for joining us for heat number 2 right here at the U.S. Open of Surfing. We got a big one right here in the water right now. Nadia Aerostadbe taking on Kira Pinkerton.
Listen, man, it's first of all, thank you very much for having me to get to sit with the dream team. But it's been really cool to watch the women go at it. I was rooting for Ellie in the last heat. Can I say that? Am I allowed to say that?
You can, yeah.
Okay. Because, I'm not a broadcaster at this particular event, but just the tenacity. I was having a conversation yesterday. This is the hardest event, I believe, to win in surfing.
It's a good call.
Big call, and I agree.
The grind, especially if you come in from the early rounds, like this, what's required to grind through the varying conditions, just the dance that this wave does between high and low tide, a little bit of direction and wind changes everything, not to mention that you have to deal with someone else in the water.
So heat 2, Nadia Aerostadbe representing the Basque Country in the red. Kira Pinkerton from just down the road, and San Clemente, she'll be in the blue. And
she drops in on me a lot at lowers.
Not just on you, Salema, unfortunately.
I've just let it go. I'm like, okay. We're all just here to help you.
Her father, Jim Flick, former national champion at this venue right here at Southside Huntington Beach Pier. She's been a standout on the CS for the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, she's such a strong surfer. She's powerful, she's strong, she's got a good rail game, and she's put together some really smart heats already so far in this event. This is her opening wave. This is a 367, so just a bit of a slower start here, just really trying to set up this inside section. And just keeps waiting for it, doesn't give her any opportunity. She gets the little slash there and backs it up with a little jam. Behind her, Nadia on the backhand, which has been so deadly all week.
And Salem, I know not only you're one of the best action sports presenters, period, in the world.
What are you talking about?
You follow surfing to a T, and you see a lot of these new rising nations, including Nadia Aerostadbe. The last 2 years for her have been sensational.
It really has been cool to watch how global the sport has become. I mean, look at what we just watched in Paris with the young athlete representing China.
Yeah.
At the heaviest wave in the world, where you're like, where did you come from? But the passion is, as we watch Kira here snapping off a couple on her backhand with the patented Huntington hop, which is sometimes necessary.
Yeah.
Some people are S-turners. Me, at Huntington, hop away. No shame in the hop game.
I think it's not only authentic of you, it's very true, because I'm a hopper myself as well. I know we try to S-turn flick, but sometimes the wave doesn't work out that way. 317, the last of Aerostadbe, waiting on the second score for Pinkerton right here. Seems to be a pretty decent backup for her.
Yeah, already, I just think back to, the women surfed yesterday, right?
They did, yeah.
Yeah, so Nadia's performance yesterday, right, was incredible. And it was surfing like this. It was just one big belt, right? She scored an 8 on one way, and then a 7 going the other, 8 going right, 7 going left. This is Kira's left, her last. And she gets a couple of nice turns in here. I thought she was going to hop her way all the way through to a finish here, but the wave just sort of died out. But back to Nadia, I mean, she's just scored a 317 just for the one big backhand belt again. She managed to find 2 sections like that. She's on her way to a 6 already.
And Pinkerton did win a regional QS here just a few months ago at the Jax Pro. Right here at Southside HB Pier. Up on the right, had the one carve. Big finish right there for Pinkerton.
She's got a hammer on her.
Definitely does.
Not afraid to use it. And that's the thing with Huntington. You're not always going to get the opportunity to go vertical, right? It's kind of an extra cherry on top in these kind of conditions. So you have to make the most and really hammer those end sections, as soft as they may appear, so that the judges forget the quality of the wave.
They forget the beginning.
Yeah.
they forget the slower start. No, but I mean, this wave, you're exactly right. I mean, you've nailed it. She hammered that last section, and just speaks to the power and the kind of surfer she is.
Yeah, and I think a big part of Kira's career has kind of gone under the radar because she's always been in the same kind of realm as Bella Kenworthy. Obviously seeing Alyssa Spencer's success too, and Sori Lindblad make it to the Championship Tour, but she's always been there, on the verge of qualifying for the Championship Tour. Just like the former CT surfer who's looking to make her way back to the CT is Luana Silva. She's with AJ.
Thanks so much, Mitch. Yeah, so Luana, first off, just talk us through what happened in the final minutes of that heat.
Yeah, I mean, after I got that 7, I just sat right next to her just to add some pressure, but like nothing not unusual. I think my leash just got strangled around her fin or something and happened to go under. I don't know, but it wasn't anything intentional. I'm sure she's rattled. I'm as rattled as she is. I don't know what happened, and I'm glad there wasn't a call for my sake, but that wasn't intentional on my part. Yeah.
Well, let's talk about what got you in the spot where you could put the pressure on because you got in the lead. Walk me through the strategy for your round of 16.
Yeah, I think I opened up great, and then I just backed it up, and I'm really happy that I just kept building throughout the heat. And just like getting my surfing, just showing my surfing really, because I felt like I haven't showed it since Snapper. I've had a couple rough events after Snapper, so I'm just glad to make it to finals day.
How great is it to be feeling like you're building some momentum into finals day?
Yeah, it's really good. I think just coming off of the Olympics, I just have so much momentum. I'm really stoked with how everything played out there. I wish I could have had more, showed my surfing more, so I came here really fired up just to get a really good result. I want to show more of myself, and I'm really fired up to win. I really want to win. It's been a while, so I really want to do good here.
Well, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow, but before we let you go, você pode descrever seu mindset para no Challenger Series?
Sim, claro. Eu acho que depois das Olimpíadas eu tô mais marradona ainda, mais motivada, tenho objetivos e eu quero me dar bem, eu quero me classificar de novo e quero ir com tudo.
Parabéns, Luana.
Obrigada.
Thank you, AJ, and congratulations to Luana Silva moving through into the quarterfinals. Already a big result for her as we catch up with Kira Pinkerton. She's gone to town on these waves so far. 4 waves. Lowest score so far before this one, a 3.67 flick, and still 20 minutes on the clock. She served great in this one.
Yeah, she's building, right? She's definitely building. I think she obviously knows this wave. She's put in so much time out here. She's got good, positive memories. Like you said, she won that QS not that long ago. And you can just see she knows how to put a wave together out here. She's got a nice pace to her. I like that she's not like outrunning any section. The pace is right for me and the timing of the turns.
She's not trying to overcook at all. Like you said, I really enjoy her patience. You know, that first section there, patient to see what the wave does. I love this setup right here. And then she's like, ooh, what's this that I see? Down the line, drive, break out the hammer. Break out the hammer. And when the scale changes, you know, a good score is now in the 4 range, right? And excellent is probably around 6, traditionally, unless something weird happens. That's why I really am impressed with Kira surfing. She's surfing with that mindset of being like, all right, I have to surf to scale and hammer away.
And now Erostarbe on the backhand, traveling with her partner Guy as always. Had a great result at the Olympic Games. 5th place finish right there for Team Spain. Big hammer right there at the end. And she's gonna have another good score. 19 minutes on the clock. You know, Selema, you talk about the impact globally that surfing has had the last 10 to 15 years. Really, the Europeans have been at the fault lately. Euroforce, back in your day, 09, Tim Boll, Aritz Aramburu, one of Spain's finest. They're in desperate need of a big result right here with Erostarbe.
Yeah, and I like the Olympic confidence that was alluded to in the last interview. There's something about, you know, being able to come from performing there with the whole world watching and then carrying that immediately into being here at the Open. It has to boost confidence. Great smash turn at the end there for Nadia. And also shout out to AJ, 700 days in a row on Duolingo. She told me today. If Duolingo, if you guys are watching, like, make a deal with her. The progress that she's made in her Portuguese is, from a journalistic integrity standpoint, impressive beyond.
Yeah. 3+ years working with AJ now. It's always a pleasure not only working with her, with you, Flick. Amazing to have you right here in the booth, Salema. So what is your particular interest in this event right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing?
Well, you know, I am a surfer first, but we were also able to put together a great partnership at this US Open between the WSL and X Games. So we brought the vert ramp from Ventura down to the beach, and today we're going to have the first ever Lexus Vert Pro men's and women's event this afternoon adjacent on the beach. Traditionally, remember in the old days where we'd have the Vans Bowl, and it just makes perfect sense. You know, originally X Games surfing took place here in 2003 to 2005 here in Huntington Beach. So we're like, let's bring it back, and we have literally the world's best. We have 4 X Games gold medalists in the men's round, the youngest X Games medalist in the women's round, young Reese Nelson, who is just a force to watch. Jimmy Wilkins, who is your favorite surfer's favorite skateboarder, is going to be his to lose. So excited! I'll be commentating there this afternoon.
And I believe starting at 2:30, Salema, this afternoon?
2:30 the women's, 2 o'clock the women's, I believe, 2:30 the women's, and then 4 o'clock for the men's.
Should be a fun afternoon. As you said, skaters, surfers, they all get mingled up every now and then. That's what the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is all about. 6.83 the last one for Nadia Erostarbe. It's the best of the heat so far. 16 minutes on the clock. She's still in second place, Flick. Now only needing a 3.73. So Kira Pinkerton with the 5.83. That was an important score for her.
Yeah, it was. You know what? I just think the judges are just appreciating just that first turn and the last turn from Nadia. I mean, there was a little, you know, a few carves that happened in between, but wow, the way she attacked that first section. I kind of said it, you know, from a 3.17 earlier. I was like, she does 2 of those, she's on her way to a 6, and she did just that.
And here goes Erostarbe once again. One turn on the outside. Really has this reform on lock. DHT looks good under her feet, and as soon as I say that, digs a rail. Kira Pinkerton on the outside of the heat leader. Couple of turns, she's gonna kick out right before Erostarbe too, so maybe a tactical move on her behalf to try to recover priority. Halfway through the heat right here, Salema, and as you mentioned, Pinkerton, a lower trestle surfer, out there quite often, but I think a big factor in her surfing is that she's really good in a lot of big beach breaks, including right here in HB when it's pumping 6 feet all the way to 2 feet or below.
You got to be able to be a Swiss Army knife, right? And that's also the benefit of growing up in the region that she does. You know, there's beach breaks. Everyone talks about lowers, but you forget all of the beach breaks in San Clemente that these kids get to train in, and that sets you up for the majority of the type of waves that you're going to encounter on the qualifying series. Like you got to be able to hammer in all those type of conditions. But I love her. I love her style. I really love her style. I was also impressed with Nadia's first turn on that last wave. When you can get up on your backhand and unweight vertical with little to no section there for that setup, I wish that wave would have given her a little more, but super impressive.
Yeah, she's very smooth in her approach, and Erostarbe has had an outstanding year so far on the Challenger Series. Looking at the live rankings, Flick, she's moving up. Number 5 right now, just under 19,000 points. You see Luana Silva. She's already made it into the quarterfinals. She's at number 6. Bella Kenworthy will be coming up in a few heats. But then you look over at number 15, Kira Pinkerton right there too. This is a big heat for her right now.
Yeah, this is an important heat for Kira if she wants to sort of keep her pace and really keep this dream alive for the rest of the year. We've only got 2 events after here. It's poignant that she sort of gets a result, right? She's sitting in this 15th place. We're halfway through the year. I mean, this would mean big things for her going forward, and equally for Nadia as well. I mean, Nadia sort of surprised me. Last year, she only surfed in 5 of the 6 events, and she finished 8th on the Challenger Series, right? Which is just like, it's incredible. Just speaks to her consistency. And then she showed up this year, has not missed a finals day yet. So she is an incredibly consistent surfer and someone who has really impressed me.
Always smiling too, and that goes a long way, Salema. As you know, in sports, you need to be real confident about yourself, but you need to be really enjoying the moment as always.
The between the ears, we've been watching like a lot of the interviews in Paris where you listen to athletes, talking a lot less about what they're doing physically than that time in between the ears and being able to carry that mood energetically of joy into the day, into the moment. And I think we're seeing that care that the athletes are taking as we see that nice first setup turn on the backhand. Love this transition right here. And she's getting into this little bonus section.
And she's done well on the outside so far. And doesn't need a whole lot either, 3.73. So doesn't necessarily make it all the way through to the inside, but should be scoring very well. As you were pointing out, the both of you, it's really the bottom turn on the outside that sets up the rest of the wave. 12 minutes on the clock right here, Flick, and it seems like we might be seeing the situation change.
Yeah, you know, right now, there's no doubt about it. That last wave, I think, is definitely going to change the situation. And it looks like Kira's got an answer back.
Yeah, and on the outside, wasn't able to get into that one. It seems like the high tide making things a bit more difficult for the Pier Bowl right.
Shout out to the wind gods today. For they decided to be kind. Yesterday got to howling, but today's just enough where it's not the star of the show. They're like, we'll just take a supporting role today, the wind gods said.
Well, the people are out on the beach right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, and waiting on a score from Nadia Erostarbe.
Welcome back. This is the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, and we are right on high tide. As we pan out there, we have Kira Pinkerton about to finish off on the inside section. You can see she's working this one through, coming through the inside. She got one more hit left. She does. And the crowd, they love it, of course. The local girl from just down the road. We are, as I said before, just about on the high tide mark. The sun is shining. The beach is packed. It took us 5 minutes to even find a spot to walk down here. Come on down, check out the action. Women's round of 16 out in the water now.
You're the best, Wax. Reason we love having you on the team right there. Always getting involved with the crowd on the beach. Just under 9 minutes on the clock before the break. Ladies and gentlemen, we're waiting on a score for Nadia Erostarbe. It comes through as a 6.17. So it's a solid backup for her, and she moves straight up into first place. We are waiting on a score now, though, for Kira Pinkerton. It would have to be at least a 7.17 if she's looking to take the lead back, Flick.
Yeah, well, you know, we saw the tail end of it when Wax was giving us that intro. Let's have a look what she got done out the back. Wow, okay, snap up into the lip, jams it. Let's see, just a little bit downtime here. She sort of S-turns her way through this little section, a little bit of a hop, another little jab. And finishes off with that wrap. Look, 7.17, it's got to be the best wave of the heat. My initial feeling is a no. I think, you know, I just compare it to Nadia's 6.83, and, you know, she went straight up into the lip and then managed another turn on the inside too. So I think Kira's going to need to do a little bit more work.
It was close, though. A 6.27 comes through for Pinkerton. Well-surfed wave, especially that one turn on the outside. Now needs a 6.74, and, you know, it's really just the quality of the wave that maybe let her down a little bit on the inside, Salema, but she was on her way to a score right there.
She could have gotten just a little bit of an elbow at the end on an end section. I think she's getting the score because she's been traditionally hammering all those end sections.
Yeah, that was a really good wave that Nadia just let go, right? We just saw it just go unridden. It had like 2 nice sections on it. Kira up and riding.
Yeah, and a very accomplished career for Pinkerton so far. World Junior Champion, ISA gold medalist right here at this same beach. Tight turn in the pocket right there. Needs her single best score of the heat, though, 6.74. 7 minutes on the clock. And historically speaking, as Salema was pointing out, this event really does make or break a lot of careers, too. It's one of the most difficult events to win out of the entire surfing tour professionally. But I'd have to say, too, we've seen a lot of young champions, Salema, especially on the women's side. Considering where you're from, North County, San Diego, Caitlin Simmers, former champion out here. Look at where she is right now, leading the CT rankings.
Yeah, I mean, Katie, I was having a conversation with someone earlier today, and I'm like, Katie reminds me of Tom Curran in that she just walks to the entire beat of her own drum. And what you get today is what you get. It's where you at. She doesn't try to do anything, and obviously her surfing does the talking. But listen, North County is the best place that you can live in Southern California for as far as the options of waves that you can surf from Blacks all the way up to Oceanside. If you decide to apply yourself as a pro surfer, I believe that you have a super advantage over the rest of the competition. So shout out to North County. I grew up next door in Carlsbad. We in Carlsbad claim Katie as one of our own.
As you should. This comes in as a 5.8 flick, so just under the requirement, still needing the 6.74. Well surfed, and as mentioned before, Pinkerton, former World Pro Junior Champion, ISA gold medalist right here in HB 22. She's really done it all.
You mentioned what this event can do. I was here commentating this event when Lakey Peterson won for the first time, and she was 16, 17 years old. And the way that structurally changed the entirety of her career moving forward, the U.S. Open is that event. You can win all the others, but you win the Open, the world does not have a choice but to take notice. And what you do with that then is up to you. But as far as a confidence booster as well, traditionally, like where people get to go on from when they win the Open, it's the on-ramp. This event is the on-ramp into letting you know this is what I'm capable of against like one of the largest fields, global fields in surfing.
Especially on the Challenger Series level nowadays too. Such a big field, as you've been mentioning.
Everybody rips.
Yeah.
The Challenger Series is any given Sunday. When I look at the George Pitar story, I'm just like, here's this guy who was like, maybe gonna call it quits, and now he's knocking on the door.
Yeah.
It's so cool, the richness of the stories and just the level, as you said before. Everybody around, the degree of separation is just based on the day. Like everybody rips and has the stuff. It's whether or not you can sustain it. And that's what I think this series really brings out, that need to be able to sustain. Take the bumps, and how do you bounce back, find a little momentum, because you can't sustain it for very long. Yeah, it's special.
Everybody's going to get knocked down eventually. It's the way you get back up that really counts. And
look at Sally Fitz. Look at Sally. You can't knock me out if you try, Fitz.
I'm getting philosophical. I've been hanging out with Flick all day, and that's what happens. 3:30 on the clock.
Does Flick charge? Does she charge you for the therapy?
I should. It's $100 per hour.
Whoa. We never got to terms.
You've clocked up
okay?
a big bill so far this week, I'll tell you that much. Dishing out free advice here.
3:20 on the clock. Edo Stadova is still in the lead with the 6.83 and a 6.17. Pinkerton's still needing the 6.74.
And look at Nadia already playing shark. Like, hi, Kira. I just want to keep you some company as we are in the short bit.
Well, it would be a major result once again for both of these young women. Pinkerton, she's in the top 15 right now, though, but As we saw in the live rankings, Edo Starbe is in a position to qualify. And she is up and riding, looking to defend her lead at the moment. Just a swooping carve right there for Edo Starbe. It was a good sell by Pinkerton. And she does her job. 2.5 on the clock right here, Flick, needing less than a 7-point ride.
Yeah, good sell by Kira, honestly. I mean, and Nadia kind of had to go. I mean, Kira is asking the questions of Nadia right now, and it's exactly what she needs to do. So she's got herself with priority, 2:20 on the clock. All she needs now is another set. And what she does need is she's getting that strong start up into the lip. She just needs to find that strong finish.
And let's look at the heat recap with 2 minutes to go. Kira Pinkerton up and riding. Uses priority right here. 6.74 is what she needs. And a couple of big hooks on the outside. Looking for this wave to build up here in the shorey though. And it won't do so, but did some damage.
Was there any turns before that?
Well,
Curious.
If there were, then it's just an adding point to that, really.
If there was, I think she's got it. If there wasn't, I don't know about it.
Well, here it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's beautiful rail work, right? And you can tell she's in the flow. She just looks like she's in the rhythm. It looks effortless. But unfortunately, this wave just let her down a bit.
Gosh, her surfing looks so good.
Yeah.
She just needed a section.
Yeah, and Kira's at a point in her life, talking about somebody in her early 20s, but she loves to travel, doesn't really like to say that, you know, she has a home in San Clemente. But she's one of those people that's just a wanderer right now. It's a 5.8, so under, but she's got the skills to accompany all that travel too, and definitely can back it up. So not the requirement that she needed. Not a single judge gave her the 6.74 either, and with 20 seconds to go.
Nadia dodged one though, because if that wave just had a little bit more juice on it, you could energetically, Kira was going to get herself the score.
So true.
And with just under 10 seconds, just a defensive move right here from Edo Starbe. And she's going to be moving through to another Finals Day appearance in 2024. She has not missed Finals Day so far in this year.
Oh, just amazing, right? Once again, just proving like how consistent she really is. It's actually incredible, right? And it kind of speaks to what you were saying. So like, you just got to have that consistency, and this woman right here, she's got it.
And it's a big deal to make the trip back from the hype and the different sort of construct that is Olympic surfing, and then show up here and tune all the way in. Very, very, very impressive, and just carrying that confidence. It has been a joy to sit with y'all. This has been on my bucket list of like, will I ever get to sit next to y'all too? And now I'm good. I leave here with a life well lived.
Oh, very good.
I
Free
love that.
therapy session.
Thank you. Still waiting for Surf's Up 2. Make sure to check out Lexus X Games Vert Pro starting at 2:30 p.m. this afternoon right here in Huntington Beach. Salema will be there. Be right back with more action.
start your stoke. U.S. Open of Surfing.
Round of 16 action this afternoon. A little bit of breeze, but still rippable out there. We saw a nice combined heat total from Nadia Arostarbe. Moving on, and Aaron Brooks sitting with Mike Parsons. Snips was just out there in the Heritage Heat and breaking it down for EB as she takes on a veteran, Sally Fitzgibbons. What a story that will be. Sally basically was Aaron Brooks back when she was 16. I remember when Sally surfed the pier, she had maybe about 15. I just couldn't believe how fast she was going. Remembered her name. I've been following her ever since. Enjoying our host set once again. Waxhead's on the other side. I tried calling him Matt earlier. It's not working for me. So we're sticking with Waxhead. Rosie Hodge. I'm Joe Turpel. Tessa Thyssen taking on Sophia Medina. And this is a really fun one because Tessa came off an incredible heat yesterday. And it's really fun to watch Sophia develop, you know. Obviously, the younger sister of Gabriel Medina with a bright future as well, Ro.
Yeah, it's just been so fun to watch both of these women. Yesterday was extremely challenging, a lot of rip, a lot of water moving around, and both of these ladies made it look really easy. So they're well-trained, well-traveled, and here we go.
Already
Tessa up and
starting, right? Tessa during the break, Waxhead.
Yeah, trying to put a bit of pressure on Sophia here. Tessa lining up this inside rip bowl. We've really seen the pier bowl right come into play. And the Huntington hop as well. She works this one through good for 4 turns. Goes for 5. Wasn't one signal turn that stood out to me, but a nice way to get things started.
Then Sophia Medina during the break, Rosie.
Yeah, just on her forehand, kind of going through the motions. I think these early starts are so important for the competitors as they get a wave under their belt. They feel out the surfboard. I think they're going to be changing equipment as they move to this round compared to yesterday. So nice to see both of the women getting an early start.
Sophia got to watch her brother be the first Brazilian world champion when he was just 20 years of age. Now a 3-time world champ, the best goofy foot of all time in professional surfing, and a hero from the Olympics getting a bronze medal. So pretty easy for Sophia to find some inspiration, and speaks English really well, has watched a lot of contests, and so she actually could learn a lot of English over the years. She reminds me a lot of Carissa Moore. When she talks to you, she's super kind and very polite. A lot of love that she shares with people, and now she's focusing on big result here at the US Open. Throwing a carve, that wave wasn't really helping her out too much, but she got a few turns off. Representing Mauritius, a lot of great waves there, a lot of slabbing waves that have a lot of power as well. Hotbed of talent representing that region. Outside of her brother, you think of like Jesse Mendez, Miguel Pupo lives really close to that beach break. And for her, she wants to get another title for Brazil here at the US Open. Tatiana Weston Webb got the first. For Tessa Thyssen for France, it would be Joanne Defay as the one surfer from France to win this event on the women's side. And Joanne was stellar, getting a bronze as well. Over in the Olympics, Tati for the Brazil have got the silver medal. So they've got some inspiration for their countries as well, Rosie.
Yeah, and that's so fun. I think everyone was tuned into that and obviously drawing inspiration from those performances. It's just cool to see, I mean, the history here at the US Open with this women's event. I mean, such legends that own this trophy.
Paddling and missing that wave is Tessa Thyssen. She will lose priority. Tough mistake there, Waxhead.
Yeah, absolutely. And just look at where these two are sitting on the rankings too. Sophia in 11th and Tessa in 10th right now. So whoever gets through will take the jump and into a quarterfinal result, which for the women, being that we're scoring those top 5, that 5th position's a minimum to be a keeper at the end of the year. Sophia, she's been warming to the occasion though. We saw her, unfortunately, with the first round exit at the World Juniors back in Oceanside in January. But she had a 9th over there and a 5th as well to start things this year.
Not a bad start to the season, and now weaving and just finding the power source. It's kind of fun when you see a little wedge like this, just always chasing the energy of the whitewater. The open face starts drifting and you try to follow it. Sometimes at Huntington you'll get a bonus reform that makes it worth it going the distance.
Yeah, but you do have to just roll that dice and find out if it has that inside connection. These are fun waves, I think, in a free surf for both of these women. Like, they're going through the motions, but it's not really those standout sections that you're kind of looking to make an impact on the heat so far. And just talking about the rankings, I mean, unlike the men's side, most of the top women moving through the draw, I mean, with the exception of Vahine Ferrero yesterday, losing out in a tough loss with an interference call, everyone has kind of made their heats and kept pace.
Yeah, that was a tough moment for Vahine, getting the interference the other day, had a top 5 spot. He's been on such a roll with so much going on in her life, winning Tahiti as a wild card over Brisa Hennessy, being a part of one of the heats of all time with Tatiana in the semifinal where Tati lost with a 10. So she'll have to regroup for the rest of the Challenger Series. Portugal and Brazil remain on the calendar. Let's catch up with Nadia with AJ.
Thanks so much, Joey. Nadia coming in, having secured a spot in yet another finals day. That round of 16 I know was tricky. What did you lean on to get it done?
I don't know. I was really nervous. And not before my hit, but once I put a light, I saw Kira wasn't on the spot I thought she would be. So I was like, oh no, I'll stick with the plan. So I tried to catch a couple of good ones, but really couldn't find. I was having bad selection waves. And once she got those 2 first, I was like, okay, calm down. Have 2 good ones, choose good, and just surf. So I did that. Well, I tried to do that. And I don't know, I got 2 good ones, so glad. And then I tried to manage the heat, try to stay close to Kira, try to take the good ones, and happy made it through another finals day and looking forward for tomorrow.
Your heat IQ is something that has so obviously gotten more and more sharp throughout the last year. What is it going to take for you to get past just finals day and make it to a final, maybe even win an event?
I don't know, it's been so many events I finished in the quarterfinals, so many 5th place, so I'm really looking forward to make it into the semis and final, hopefully win an event. It will be amazing to win this one, such an iconic event. But I don't know, I would try to stay calm, try to just surf, catch the good ones, and try to do my best, try to surf, and that's it.
Keep it as simple as you can. Before we let you go, do you want to say anything to friends and family back in Spain?
Yeah, gracias a todos que me estáis apoyando. Ha sido una manga difícil, pero bueno, para adelante, otro Finals Day. Mañana se va a acabar, será la primera manga del día, así que nada, gracias por el apoyo. Mi esker, viararte.
Back to you.
Thanks so much, AJ. Nadia representing a really cool part of Basque Country, the Basque part of Spain. They've got so many fun waves there, a rich surf history as well. They have that wave Theraut. I think the correct pronunciation would be Theraut. And it's really fun, rippable beach break, a lot of fun. Little wedges, jetty setups too, big waves, so you can be really well-rounded. We've seen Aritz Aramburu represent that region on tour. Incredible barrel rider. Goni Zubizarreta. And Nadia representing. She's into finals day to surf against Luana Silva. Fading on the back end, now weaving on the right and just going down to Sophia. And now Tessa Thyssen throwing some water, using more of the wall there. Great backside work. It's a balance of staying light on your feet in the flats and then finding a wedge and taking advantage of it. Tessa did that well there. And even Sophia, their transitions are smooth. I remember years ago, I heard Dino telling his son Kolohe, he's like, be like Tom Curran and S your way through the flats. Rail to rail, because there's that phrase, Huntington hop. But you actually would rather not hop up and down. You want to actually go rail to keep your speed to that inside short break.
Yeah, I think just keeping that flow alive, not just doing that tap, 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 but almost as a counter intuitive as we watch this one. Like you said, just using those rail lines and keeping it tight in the pocket there, like always going back to the power source of the wave where that white water is, so that she's able to use that power to reinforce her turns, not getting far on the open face.
Also, Sophia weaving here, Waxhead.
Yeah, so trying to find some sections here of substance. Teeing off everywhere there was a little bit of a moment. She had left, went right, back to the left, and just couldn't get up on top of the board there, and it did fade away on her anyway, so no love lost in that. She'll go out and reset. 317 for that effort, which is, I think, I mean, given the way this heat's going, it's actually put her in a commanding position.
Rosie, when you competed at the U.S. Open with the crowd on the beach and the waves, to compete on, did you feel relaxed, or was it a lot of nerves? Because we've heard a lot of different stories throughout this week.
I definitely felt a lot of nerves, Joe. I think it never really dulled either. No matter how many times I came here and how many reps I had, I still had that same heart beating in your throat, anticipation and butterflies while competing here. I mean, there's people on the pier, so many eyeballs, and it's just, it's an intense experience, but it's really just such a fun one when you can turn that into that kind of adrenaline that finds you waves and finds you big moments to make it through heats. I think there's no better feeling.
Did you start with the Pro Junior Series out here?
I did. I came second one here to Leanne Curran.
Wow, what a cool memory.
Yeah, it was really fun to have a final and share a final with some good friends.
Did you feel nerves that day?
I did. But like I said, it's almost like a fun, I think there's a point where the nerves can hamper you, and there's a point where you recognize the nerves and you're like, okay, this is what I really want to do. I want to do well, and there's a reason why you're nervous, because you care. It's because you want to go out there and show your best.
It's like that nerves or that anticipation, butterflies can be a privilege. You put yourself in a place to feel something that not a whole lot of people can compare to, surfing at a high level. As we look at Tessa connecting, real cool flow. Love how she's just weaving on the shoulder. Just a couple of backside hooks, and she'll push harder on the whitewater. Timing solid for the surfer that grew up ripping in the French Caribbean, as Sophia's up and down. Yeah, you'd think for Tessa, she's used to surfing in the wind. Where she grew up, first Guadeloupe, then St. Bart's. It's typically pretty windy over there.
Sure is, and she's making light work of it with that style. We talked about Tom Curran. We talked about Leanne Curran, sorry. We saw Tom Curran a couple of heats ago in the Legends heat. Keeping it rail to rail was Tessa on that right-hander. No downtime, coming back into the power pocket. We'll see a replay of this one here. Tessa does really well on the heels here, just timed that really well. That was a turn of significance, maybe the best single turn of the heat so far. And she keeps going with this momentum, no downtime, no pumping, rail to rail, and she times it really well in the end section there. So I think that'll be the best single wave of the heat so far.
Oh, 100% agree with you, and just love the way the equipment's looking under her feet. So lively, it doesn't seem to be digging any rails. It seems to help her through the flat sections, which also adds to that rail-to-rail component. When you feel like your board has no energy to get to the flat sections, you start stamping down on it, and yeah, that one looks like it's really good for her.
14:48 on the clock. A lot of fun waves to experience this event. Oh my gosh, I want to be on that boat so bad. Those are our friends at Boat Setter. So cool. It's an online marketplace for boat rentals and a lot of type of on-the-water experiences. You can find everything from pontoons. They have wake surfing boats, luxury yachts. You can even get a boat with a licensed captain so you can just hang out. They'll do all the driving, make sure you're safe. That you can actually rent that boat right there. Check out boatsetter.com or download the app. Browse through thousands of different experiences that you can have on the ocean. Filter through the different boats with captains and find the price point that works for you.
Joe, I feel like, in between commentary gigs, you could put your hand up to captain some boats for them.
Gosh, life on the water, right? Isn't that what we're trying to do forever? Yeah, you know who's a boat captain now?
Martin Potter.
What an amazing captain. I'll go anywhere with you, Potts.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, who would know the water better?
Gosh, you just should feel confident, with him at the helm. Yeah, he does a lot of different types of boat deliveries these days up the east coast of Australia. Takes passengers out. Miss him. But he's doing great. Cooking a lot of food, playing some golf.
Trio of
getting barreled. Yeah, he's having a good time. Still watching pro surfing. Just checking out that wave is Tessa Thyssen.
That's someone who would have loved to have been in that Legends heat.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he probably just got fired up. He's like, let's go. Yeah, he was a big hero to a majority of that crew that was in the water. 13 on the clock. Tessa putting together two great waves, a 5.33 and a 6.33. Sophia Medina now needs a 7.66. One of the best ever in the sport. Sally Fitzgibbons preparing for Aaron Brooks. Take a Bonsoy brew break. Gotta love the live rankings that you can find on worldsurfleague.com. We've got Tessa Dyson in the water now against Sofia Medina. Tessa sitting in 10th on the rankings. The goal is to be ahead of that red line where Bella Kenworthy sits, to be in the top 5 to qualify for the championship tour. And flipping this page to Sofia Medina. So 10th, Tessa, 11th, Sofia. All the shaded names of the surfers that have been knocked out of the event. And watching this rankings closely and the heat closely is Sofia's father, Charlie Medina, who always brings a spare set of clothes, because when he gets excited, he jumps in the ocean. As we check out Sofia's last wave, Waxhead.
Yeah, reason to be excited. That one, just leaning back. I was wondering in the break if she was going to get another one straight into that turn there. So nice flow and keeping that board moving, just like Tessa was on her backside. And 2 really quality turns there for Sofia. It felt good, it looked good, and there was some unique lines on this wave.
A little bit of variety. I especially like the way that she set up for this turn. Just hung close to that whitewater section, even essing back and waiting for it to stand up. Wave of the heat.
They're really building confidence throughout this year as well. Since we saw it at the World Juniors with that that first round loss, coming through the year, a 3rd and a 9th as well. So it's really cool to see. She's coming into her own, and she doesn't really draw any comparisons to her brother as well, to her own unique style.
Yeah, they surf really different, don't they?
I like that Sofia's also been working on her air game, like going to the wave systems and really trying to figure out that element of her surfing.
You have to do that, right? I mean, that's where we are in surfing. Look at Erin Brooks coming up next. She spends so much time in the wave pool in Texas, and she can bring it to the ocean. Having that repetition of having an air section on demand, that is just so valuable. I mean, look at the ocean. If you want to try to do a couple airs today, you got to hope, one, you're in position. If it's crowded, there'd be people out if the event wasn't on. Then you're looking for a type of peak that give you that opportunity to try it. Maybe you're getting a few in a day, maybe. In a pool, you're getting hundreds, as long as you can keep signing up for sessions.
Well, I think of how many women have done that and been successful. Molly Picklum was one of the first that I've seen. Erin Brooks, like you mentioned, Sierra Kerr, Bella Kenworthy. Sofia Medina's been applying that. So, yeah, it's been a very good tool for these women to get progressive.
Are we going to have any real-life Rick Kane stories? Rick Kane, the famous surfer in North Shore, the movie, came out of a wave pool contest in Arizona and won a trip to Hawaii and ended up doing really well out there under the tutelage of a North Shore shaper, Chandler.
I think we will, and the other good thing is about those women we mentioned is they don't drive away from good waves. They hunt them down. When it's pumping, the next event on the CT, cloud break. You need to know how to get barreled. You need to send it. You need to understand how to adapt to different boards. Yesterday, we had 6 feet waves today. Today, it's grovelly conditions. You need to understand what's beneath your feet and that connection of equipment. These 2 surfers out in the water are doing that, both of them carrying flow and adapting really well.
Yeah, I guess we don't have a pool yet that imitates cloud break. Yet.
Yes.
Yet. I think of getting scared in a pool.
I don't know if you can get better than cloud break.
The technology could actually get you nervous. That'd be wild.
It is. It's interesting though, because I'm thinking about it, and it's like all about like reading the charts and really having the stars align up to score somewhere like Cloudbreak or score in Tahiti or score at Pipeline. Like all the times that we've been, and you've really had a close look at the forecasts. And like I said, like you just said, like the women are chasing those swells. But yeah, I couldn't imagine sitting in a pool knowing that I can't say I don't want to go on this one because someone's on the inside.
Well, the excuse of I just was out of position and I just couldn't get into it. I didn't have a big enough board.
Yeah.
Wow, Cloudbreak's back on the calendar. The next stop on the championship tour, the Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy, kicks off August 20th. It's almost cartoonish. It's like a little sand islands out there with palm trees and the friendliest people on the planet. Giant left at Cloudbreak Restaurants as a unbelievable backup venue. Big barrels, super rippable. Can be very challenging at times, but it's an all-time surfer's dream, and what a way to finish off the regular season and work out the final 5 for the Lexus WSL Finals. Aaron Brooks, Sierra Kerr, wild cards to compete in the opening round against the top surfers in the world. Can't wait.
Maybe some of the youngest and then the oldest wild cards in the history of our sport, like with teenagers with Sierra and Aaron, and then Kelly Slater.
Yep. I think you nailed it there, Rosie. WSL doing it first.
So cool. Well, that's going to be fun to dive into. Probably an emotional one for Kelly. He's told us that he's going all in on this one. Still not quite sure what that completely means, you know, for the future, but how the year's been kind of playing out, it's leading up to something big. We know that. We'll wait to hear it from his mouth in Fiji. The women are both 17. Aaron and Sierra. So yeah, total grommet still. Little roll-in opportunity for Tessa Thyssen for France. Love how cool she just rips right into the pocket. Leans on that toe side edge and always fades back down to the wedge and keeps her speed up. Never in a rush. Well played for Tessa, trying to improve on a 5.33. 4:30 to go.
I think a little bit sleepy that wave compared to the 5.33. There wasn't a single turn that really struck out. We'll have to look at that replay, but Sophia with the 6.83, she has the best wave of the heat so far and just needing a 4.83 backup. So Tessa really needs to improve to put more pressure on Sophia.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this wave. The surfing she did on it was great, but it just didn't have kind of that. Those were 2 good turns in succession, but potentially a little bit repetitive on the backhand. Sophia needing a sub 5 with just under 4 minutes remaining. Important wave, Joe.
Chipping in now, Sophia Medina, really smooth on the first carve. Nice patience, swings into the pocket again. Little more wall to work with. Clean fading cut back. And a nice series of front side cutties all the way through this inside. She still has a little bit more room, wants to stay on her feet, winds up a little harder off the lip. And a fired up Charlie Medina, loving that performance from Sophia. Got herself the highest single score of the heat on her last wave, and another great score to come in to back it up with 3 minutes to go.
I think it's going to be close. It was a little sleepy to get things started, a bit foamy from that wave from beforehand, but she stuck with it, losing a bit of momentum, but doing well just to carry that speed through. And here, just needed something a bit repetitive. 3 of the same turns, a little bit sharper that one. And again, 4 of the same turns, wrapping it back. Comes down to this inside section. Carries more momentum, just tapping and pumping. Less of that flow. Gets it. I just can't, I can't see it going. Well, it might just be the 4.83 if it is. I can't see it going much higher.
Yeah, it was, we're locking in, but I think to me, it was that end move that she was able to do. Like you said, she got a little bit hung up on the first move, the midsection of the wave. She was able to do some great maneuvers and then had that stamp on it at the end.
Last score for Tessa, a 5. Didn't change anything in her top 2 like you predicted, Wax said. Tessa out there with priorities. She's waiting in anticipation to see what the judges will think of Medina's last. Nice clean carves on the open face to keep tabs on the pocket. Was able to find a lip, even though it was the tail end and about half a foot. She finished really strong. So nice composure from start to finish for Sophia, who got to enjoy the championship tour event earlier this year in Brazil. That was a really cool moment for her family, getting to have Gabe in the men's side, Sophia on the women's side together for the first time at the same CT event. First place is getting crucial points on the Challenger Series and gets to compete on finals day tomorrow. And with these lulls, it also gives the judges an opportunity to watch replays. They can compare the scores that are the keepers at the moment before they're making a decision. They've written a number down first. They always write their gut reaction down. They'll just back it up with replays and make an adjustment if they have to. They never want to lose that first instinct. There's a wrap. Medina's not waiting for the outcome. She's going to keep on swinging. She'll carve it back into the pocket. Still an inside track to work with. She's got more wall on this one. And she'll run out of room as it hits the flats. But her way before was enough. A 5.17 got her the lead.
Yeah, I think it's interesting when you're sitting out there as a competitor, and I love that the judges, you know, they really calculate the scores and contemplate them before they put it down. But as a competitor, you're also sitting out there and you're like, that's almost dictating your next move. You want to know what the situation is. You want to know how you need to surf your next wave. I like that Medina stayed active. This is an important wave, Joe.
Tessa Thyssen rolling into this one, needing a 5.68. Doesn't have much of a wall to work with, but she's got to stay committed to it just in case it bowls up. Nice float to cover some ground, throw some water, and she will sink there. And the celebration already beginning for Sophia's support crew. The loudest on the beach, Charlie Medina, loving that performance. We'll still wait to make it official because Tessa did get her last wave in, needing a 5.68. Great sports moment here as they both talk it over. Even though it was a close battle, giving each other a lot of props. Scores coming in for Tessa, not enough. Sophia Medina gets a big win and will compete on finals day tomorrow here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. So many great hugs there. What a cool celebration on the beach for Sophia Medina. Moving on to finals day. Moving up 3 spots up to number 8 on the Challengers Series. Getting closer to the top 5. We've got a heat just starting now with Sally Fitz and Aaron Brooks. Sally number 4, Aaron Brooks number 2 on the live rankings. Let's get things started. Joe Turpel with Rosie Hodge and Waxhead for the call. Aaron Brooks, 17, taking on one of the greatest representing the south coast of New South Wales, Sally Fitzgibbons from Giroa. Proud of where she comes from. one of the most hardworking athletes in the game. A never say die attitude has brought her to some big things this season. A surfer that had the record for consistency with 45 quarterfinals in a row on the championship tour. For a while there, she just was unbeatable in those early rounds. 3-time world runner-up and a past US Open champion. Already with a 4.17. Rosie, you've known Sally for a very long time. I mean, how do you break down her longevity in her career? How she always turns up and compete at the highest level?
Well, Sally is going to fight and she's going to surf no matter what. We've seen her surf with a burst eardrum and go on to win in Fiji. She's the most athletic woman on the women's tour. Incredibly fit and oh so talented, Joe.
Quickly whipping one through the white water. Sally just staying active. And Erin Brooks just a 0.5 sitting with priority. Yeah, it kind of has that warrior type. Give it everything she's got, wounded, whatever it is. You know, remember that heat at Honolulu Bay? She hurt her shoulder and she actually needed an assist to get pushed up to the bluff. I mean, she was never going to walk away from that heat.
Yeah, there's just been so many things that Sally's had to fight through, but I'll also say another thing that Sally is a positive attribute for Sally is just how into like the art and the game and the gamesmanship in competitive surfing. She loves competitive sport and she definitely applies that in her approach.
See what happened here, Waxhead.
Yeah, getting things started for Sally. See that onshore west nor'wester blowing up, making those face chops incredibly difficult to get around, but if you can harness them, you'll be able to get a good score. This one, just the 4.17.
And now catching up to Erin Brooks. Just by her body language, didn't look too stoked on that. Winning on the Gold Coast this year with a 10 in the semifinals against her good friend Isabella Nichols, is like an older sister to Erin. We all rewatched that barrel from behind the rock. Spit came out first, then Erin, then she still got to slam it with maneuvers. Definitely one of the waves of the year. Let's watch this wave from the start, Rosie.
Yeah, so Erin, just a one-turn combo. And then just reverbs off the white water. So really not the start that she was looking for. But here goes Sally, a lot of bump up this wave.
Whoa, really cool open face hook. I like how she extended that all the way from the top to the bottom of the wave and then spring loaded into the snap off the whitewater. Cool read, bit of variety. That's a classic little Sally special coming off the Pier Bowl right.
Absolutely, and I tell you what, matching up with Erin, who'd have to be one of the favorites going into this event right now, she would have been licking her lips with anticipation. She's really under that mindset. If you want to be the best, you have to beat the best. Doesn't matter which round it's in. And she had a second here last year. She's had a good, solid season so far. And Erin, really just that 3.17 to get things started. The veteran starting to put some pressure.
Yeah, this is an important heat for Sally as we watch this heat wave replay. Almost a little bobble on the bottom there, then tidies things up. Just weaves through this. I mean, think about how many waves just like this Sally has surfed in her time here at Huntington Beach. She's won this event. Like, this is just a muscle memory at this point and just adding a little bit extra every time. But this is an important heat for Sally. We had a look at the live rankings. Nadia Aristabe has moved ahead of Sally in the rankings, and a lot of the women making it through the heats today.
We've had 7 US Open titles won by the Australians. The last one, Tyler Wright, in 2014. But quite a few Australian legends, from Pauline Menser getting a couple on the qualifying series. Chelsea Georgeson was able to go back-to-back on the QS as well. Jody Cooper taking a US Open title on the championship tour back in 1985. Winner of the last heat, Sophia Medina, is with AJ.
Yeah, Sophia finally getting the heart rate back down after waiting for that final score. You knew you needed a high 4. You dropped a low 5. What was going through your head while you were waiting?
Man, I was just, I don't know, when I got the first car, I was like, I need another one because she's been ripping my heat and I haven't done really much. So I was just really putting my trust in the Lord because he's been like guiding me through all of the competitions I've been doing, and more than that, like the training, the hard work, and like all of the time I've been putting in the water, you know, I feel like this comes like, I don't know, just hard work pays off, and also like just trusting the Lord, and I know He can provide with waves. I just gotta be like really patient, and I knew I needed to be patient to get that wave. And I don't know, the timing was just right, you know, sometimes goes your way, sometimes it doesn't, and it went my way, and I'm very grateful God just gave me peace to like, not my heart to stop, you know.
We're very glad that the heart didn't stop. You're on to your second straight finals day here on the Challenger Series. Talk to me about that hard work, that consistency that you've been putting in the time for.
Yeah, well, I can't even believe that I'm already in the second finals day for me, and I don't know, it's been like a long journey, even though I've been here only for 3 years. It's been like 3 long years, you know. I've been putting my time, all my time, as I said, and like I've been in the Challenger for 3 years, and I've just made 1 round since I got in the Challenger. And for a time, I wouldn't believe in myself, you know. For a time, I would, like, all the hopes kind of fall when you lose too much, you know. And like you put all the work, you put all the time, and you don't see the result coming, it's hard. But my dad always says the true champion is the one that stands up when he falls. So every time I failed, like I was just standing up and I was in the water again, you know, and I was putting my time out there. And I know I just want to thank my dad too, because he's been in my corner, like for those all the times I've been here, and the failures, the good jobs, the you know, like when I lose, when I win, he's there for me, and like he really trusts, and that passed to me. So we're always believing, even though the results don't come, like we're always believing, you know.
As you should be. Para o Brasil, o que você estava pensando quando esperava pela sua última nota?
Perfeito português. Eu tava bem nervosa na real, mas eu tava calma ao mesmo tempo, porque eu tenho colocado toda a minha esperança no Senhor e Ele tem me sustentado até aqui, então eu sabia que com Ele tudo era possível e de algum jeito as ondas estavam vindo no meu jeito e, cara, eu só tenho que agradecer a Deus por ter me dado calma pra... Eu realmente só tentei manter a calma para pegar aquela segunda onda e realmente passar essa bateria, mas toda a honra e toda a glória ao Senhor, porque é para isso que eu faço isso.
Parabéns.
Obrigada.
Wow, I loved every second of that. I loved it in English and Portuguese. She is so cool. What a gem of a human. So much kindness. You could just feel it coming out of her heart. And what a great moment, just competitively into another finals day. And especially here at the U.S. Open. What an awesome accomplishment. And she's not done yet.
Yeah, and you were right, Joe. You just compared her to Carissa Moore, the way that she carries herself. She does have that bit of spark that she has and light in her eyes. So good on Sophia.
Yeah, it really strikes me she's enjoying the journey too, win or loss. You know, she was surprised that she did make it through to finals day, she said. But having that emotion and really, if you don't embrace, especially where we are, Huntington Beach, if you don't embrace this surf city, this is where the industry converges. To explain to everybody at home, yes, there's an empty ocean, but there is quite literally tens of thousands of people lining the sand right now. Not too dissimilar to what you get on a sunny day in Brazil, but this is a pressure cooker moment, and she's enjoying it, lapping it up, and she'll remember these moments and channel them for many more years.
So many fun heats in surfing history to break down, but I think one of my all-time favorites is when Sally Fitzgibbons went wave for wave in perfect conditions at Honolulu Bay with Carissa Moore. Lead changes, the rivalry was just on fire. They kept pushing each other. Could rewatch that final over and over again.
The waves were absolutely firing too. It was just 8-foot Honolulu, and yeah, like you said, I have those visions in my head, and it's just like, as you say it, it all just comes rushing back. It was an amazing heat with Sally and Carissa.
And Carissa got barreled and then kind of surprised herself and was like, whoa! Like, but it was like pure joy claim, not like I'm trying to get a score. It was just natural, like, whoa, that happened, and then did that big turn to shut it down. And Sally's had probably a million more she could add to that list. 12 championship tour wins, 3-time world runner-up, and honored just the other day the Surfing Walk of Fame as the Woman of the Year in 2024. Big congrats to Sally. It was an emotional speech. always tells great stories, and mentioned the late Sean Collins, the founder of Surfline, staying with him in those early years and got really comfortable with learning the ropes of forecasting and surfing the south side of Huntington.
I love that they shut down the entire main street for that, and just like, you have your moment. Like you said, Sally's been coming here since she was 15 years old. So to see that recognition, winning the US Open multiple times.
And on that, we asked about how many waves she would have surfed here. I did a quick little bit of maths. I'm going to say it would be up around the 1,500 mark.
Oh, how many she's got out here?
Yeah, she'll usually go right through. We know she's good for quarters, semis, or finals. So on average, she'll be catching 5, 6, 7 waves. Sometimes in a heat, you surf 15 waves, but she free surfs here a lot, so maybe up around 2,000.
Wow. It's such a good thing, like, to wonder about that. Like, how many waves have you caught in your life? What if you could know that number? Especially just one wave as well.
Yeah.
And for Sally, how many of those waves are excellent, you know, from 8 to 10? What if we had those kind of stats? In free surfs, too.
And, you know, they would always have, like, there was this competition with Courtney, Carissa, Sally, is who could get in the lineup first and free surf every single day. So these guys would be coming down, like, pitch black and surfing and kind of bumping into each other.
At the Surf Ranch, there's no waves when they don't turn the machine on. And remember showing up there before competition and there's a silhouette just going back in the basin and it's flat? Sally just wanted her routine going. The machine's not on and she's just paddling.
Doing laps.
She's doing laps in the dark because that's her program. It's amazing. EB on the left, little snap. She has so much control over that board. Sometimes it just looks like a roller skate. It's just so, she has so much control, but it's really loose. Fits in the pocket so well in these small waves. Erin Brooks, 4.63 and a 3.17. Has her in second. Remember, she has a shot at clinching a spot on tour if she can go on to win the event tomorrow. She's going to have a busy year regardless, getting the call up to surf at Cloud Break. This is what Erin said about it.
I'm so grateful because Fiji is one of my favorite places in the world. They have the most epic waves, and as a goofy footer, it's my front side and Cloud Break. On your front side, I feel like you have a bit of an advantage because it's a little bit tricky. You want to have like a really good line so you can go all the way through. It's such a wide playing field, like you can kind of get lost a bit, but I spent the whole month of April just surfing there before I even knew I got the wild card. I was just there for a fun trip. And I got to surf Cloud Break and restaurants, and we got to surf it pretty much all sizes. During the last little bit we were there, it was like almost second reefing, like it was so big, but it's one of the most perfect ways, so I'm really excited to be able to compete there.
Erin Brooks, a wild card in the next event on the championship tour, along with Sierra Kerr to try to upset the world title race. Still trying to work out the final 5 for the Lexus WSL finals. And Erin Brooks is happy to play spoiler. Sally's had to deal with that and some tough waves in her career. Wild cards have always been a big story in pro surfing. Sally showed up in the yellow jersey, world #1 at Honolulu Bay, was upset by wild card at the time, Brisa Hennessy. Erin Brooks on the wind up for one big closeout hack, but she can't control it.
It's been a tough heat for Erin. You look at Sally's early start with the 417 and the 717. Erin just hasn't been able to tap into that same kind of, first of all, same kind of wave. That was really nice.
This was on the outside just before Sally's last wave. We just saw a glimpse of that. Maybe one of her best waves yet, throwing some power into it. Just good for the one turn. But really failing to get any combinations going. Lefts going back to the rights. I'm sure she would have loved to have had just some of those waves that Tessa and Sophia had in that previous heat with lots of opportunity. But using her experience now, perhaps a little bit frustrated, things aren't going the way she wanted. She did come for a surf this morning. It was super clean. But obviously with high tide, Just going after high tide, things changing a lot throughout the day, and one of the biggest tides that we've had.
12:40 on the clock. That south-southeast swell that we had yesterday maybe came a bit early and almost overperformed, and then left quickly on us as we see a great beard. Jeff Brooks, so dedicated to really providing everything he can for his daughter's career. Not afraid to travel to about 7 countries in a single year and book out the wave pool in Texas, and they're on their way. CT coming next, but first she's trying to qualify if she could win the US Open. Has priority. Erin needs to try to make a comeback against Sally Fitzgibbons. We'll see what happens right after this.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By IC Polarized, anchored in style for under $50. By Nissin Cup Noodles, the original instant ramen. And by Tractor Beverage Company, organically farmed beverages.
Erin Brooks has priority and has Sally Fitzgibbons up on a wave. Fitzgibbons has put Erin in a big combination, and Erin trying to break through it. A 5.17 for Brooks, just broke the combo, now needs a 9.83, so things moving quickly in heat number 4. A lot on the line for both athletes. Erin very close to qualification. Sally on the comeback to the tour. And Fitzgibbons with a 7.17, 7.83. But Brooks is building with a 5.17 2 waves ago. Let's get caught up. Sally first, Rosie.
This is the 7.83, I think. Just 2 major maneuvers on the outside section. The judges really enjoying the commitment on that 2-turn combo. Works her through the inside. Does she get the bonus hit? She kicks out.
This is, I mean, a 5.17 for Erin's single turn. Hopefully she can take some comfort out of that, knowing it was just one turn. She will have hopefully not be spooked by the 7.83 from Sally. Even though Sally took it all the way in, it was just a 2-turn combo. Erin has that arsenal. She can perform, but I just hope that she's not waiting for something in particular, because the wave isn't out there. There isn't anything special. Sally getting that was just a moderate set wave. And Erin's right in this. Maybe not the 9.83, but she can chip away at at that scoreline.
Chipping into this one and trying to get some board speed up is Sally, and she's over it. But a solid lead out front for the past US Open champion. Interesting start to the career of Erin Brooks. She's actually raised in Texas, kind of far away from the ocean, and moved to the island of Maui when her parents retired. She was about 9 years of age, where a neighbor said, hey, you want to go surf? And next thing you know, she's like, hang on, this is the best thing ever. Erin remembers seeing Eli Hanneman and all these stickers on the board. So she's like, hey, Dad, I need some stickers. And her dad was like, well, you got to earn those. He gets paid to put those on there. And all of a sudden, she put her head down and signed her first contract by the time she was 11 years of age.
Yeah, I remember my first glimpse of Erin surfing Pupo sandbar, and I was just like just out of nowhere. You know, when you see someone, you're like, whoa, this Grom is unbelievable. And to get so good in such a short amount of time, like from 9 to 11, she just leveled up. And I mean, if she started surfing at 9, she's 17 now. That's like a quick evolution in our sport. Like, it takes a really long time to get this good.
Yeah, she's got some great people to push her as well. From Kahea Hart, that was the move. They actually left Maui because she was so dedicated, went to the North Shore so she could be close to the training program with Kahea. And then you'd see her out at Rocky Point. She was getting more waves than anyone. She was weaving around everywhere, and everyone's just stopping going, wow, she rips.
Yeah, that was my first glimpse of Erin at Rocky Point, actually, and just buzzing along these lefts, hopping and popping along. And I mean, that's a great training ground, especially when it's not perfect. You know, it can be onshore a lot of the time in the afternoons, and she surfs there all the time. She's got that repetition, and she's trained in waves like this. So the judges want to give her the score, a 5.17 for that one turn. It's just difficult to. I'm sure the coaches around the world are tuning in right now, and they can feel it when the judges are trying to will the surfer. You know, say, hey, you know, you're doing a good job, but we've been generous there with the 5.17. It was a great attack. We liked it.
They've definitely been loving Sally's waves as well. Let's see how she got 15 points in this recap.
When I say I can't stop, man, I really mean it. Was already at the top, it was so scenic. Man, I was really at the top, boy, you should have seen it. But I couldn't keep my nose clean, no Kleenex. They know that I'm a real one, no fraud. And I believe in second chances, on guard.
Tunes of Mad Child and Michael Bradford, You Don't Stop. Fitzgibbons will never stop. I hope she never does. Always wanted to get back on tour, goal to win a world title. She'll keep that goal until she gets it. Sally out in front. Brooks needing a 9.83 to make finals day. Wouldn't mind seeing Erin start to mix it up and try some of those big airs that she's been working on since she started surfing. She's nailed some crazy full rotations. Surfs a lot with surfers like Jackson Dorian, Grant Parsons. Just absolutely loves it. And they move around a bit. So yeah, the Maui to the move to Oahu, then to Oceanside, getting a spot there to have some fun waves to surf with in Southern California, be a bit closer to lowers and some fun beach breaks. But I think the time on the road's been the big difference. Months on end in Indonesia. Really successful in barrel riding events over there in Bali and beating a lot of the guys. But she's starting to run out of time, Rosie, and you know, it's kind of tough. You know, you want to make it all happen at the US Open. All your sponsors are here waiting to celebrate qualification. She'd still be in a great spot though if she does get knocked out in the round of 16.
Yeah, it's been a tricky one for Erin. I mean, knowing that she could qualify at this event if she makes the final. But it's just that rhythm of the ocean. Sometimes it just eludes you. She's had moments. She has the 5.17, the 4.63. They've just been for one turn, like you touched on, Waxhead, but just tricky to see someone.
Here we go. No.
Unable to find a little bit of luck in this heat, essentially, to get a little wave that's had something. I mean, hats off to Sally, because she really has worked this break inside out. A 15-point heat total
It's like right when you think the next generation would take over in these types of waves with performance and good sections, it's just Sally's veteran style where she's always reinventing herself as well. There was a session at Karamas after the contest was done, and Sally just decided, hey, I'm going to try airs. She caught so many waves that day and didn't try anything else but reverses and frontside airs just to work on the technique. You can tell she loves it. You know, you got to love every part of your job, and improvement keeps Sally going. You know, she still wants to get better. You'd think she'd be satisfied with what she has with so many wins and runner-ups, but she still is looking at ways to improve. Next heat, we got a lot to look forward to in the Rad Power Bikes heat to watch. Lakey Peterson versus Bronte McCauley. Lakey, a U.S. Open champ. That was her first CT win back in the day as a young teenager. Lakey was actually a 16-year-old in the final the year Sally won hers. As she takes on Bronte, the goofy foot from Western Australia. They have a lot of mutual respect for each other. Game on. It's actually 2 wins apiece when you talk about championship tour heats. Lakey versus Bronte. This U.S. Open matchup might settle things. Aaron Brooks, minute 20 on the clock, is up and out. Winner of this heat takes on Sofia Medina in the quarterfinals, and Sally will run the clock out with priority. Great job for Sal picking the best waves, but ripping them with a mix of carves and snaps. Her patience for the lip to show up on these waves was brilliant. Through the gutless section, she held her speed, and a little whitewater chip would pop up in the onshore breeze, and she really did take advantage of it.
Absolutely, yeah. Didn't put a foot wrong. Really capitalized on some ugly looking waves. That wind blowing up considerably during this heat. A lot of change. Sally adapted, and she pulled out a lot of versatility in her turns.
Aaron Brooks peaked at a 5.17. Was starting to work her way into better scores. 18 seconds to go. Aaron will take this way, but it's staying really full on the face, so you can see Aaron just having to chop out of there. And we will be seeing Sally rip this wave to the inside, hammer it right there still in fine form. Sally dominates this heat in the round of 16 and moves on to finals day at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Rad Power Bikes heat to watch coming up next. Lakey versus Bronte. We'll bring in Mitch and Flick for the call.
when you visit Huntington Beach, you get to surf with Sugar the Surfing Dog and Ryan Russin on Northside HB Pier. It's the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. That's Bronte McCauley, longtime CT surfer, great surfer out of Western Australia. And another great surfer from West Oz is Felicity Palmatier, former Small Fries national champion, Rip Curl Gromsert's national champion. Flick, you've also competed at the Open before. Welcome back.
Thanks. Thanks for having me. Nice little segue there, Mitchell Salazar.
I try. I do my best. Well, it's one of our rad power bikes heat to watch out there in the water right now, and conditions are fun. They are challenging, though. Lakey Peterson, former champion, against Bronte McCauley in the water, and you can see right there the US of A against Australia. Peterson, a lot of experience out here. Same thing could be said for Bronte.
Yeah, you know what? On paper, though, you just look at, Lakey's obviously done amazing out here. She's had a win out here, surfed in so many junior events. The reps on the board, you've got to be swinging with Lakey, right? But, I mean, Bronte on her backhand out here, just obviously they're both two former CATers, lots of experience on there, but Bronte's just got this deadly backhand, which I think might give her an advantage out here. Let's have a look at the backhand now. Up into the lip. Okay, she gets a little bit caught there, but the ability to be able to pivot tight in the pocket on the backhand in conditions like this, I think, is an advantage.
So just a 3.33 here, Flick, but as you've said, we've seen her been able to get multiple wins at the QS level. Challenger Series level, she's been outstanding too. Last year in Bolito being one of the highlights of her career, really. From Gracetown, Western Australia, originally Bronte. Father Dave, also a former professional tour surfer who was in the top 10 for many years in the 90s. Also had a good amount of success right here at HB Pier.
Yeah, I mean, Dave's an incredible surfer. He still is today. I mean, it's incredible to watch him. You go down to, the golden stretch down in Margaret River, or Gracetown as you like to call it. There's a wave there, left-handers, and Dave absolutely dominates. I think, he's won a Grand Masters world title in the Azores a few years back, but he really is, for his age, I say it all the time, one of the best. He is the best in the world, no doubt about it. The way he attacks those waves is beautiful to watch. Third in the world in 89 and 93, so this guy has some serious, competitive experience logged, and all of that he's been able to transfer to Bronte pretty well. Pretty well.
Well, and I'd almost have to say they have the exact same style, if I might add. Not a big difference right there between Bronte and her father Dave. Looking at Lakey Peterson, 6 career CT event victories, one of them being right here in HB. That was in 2011. Really stands out though at waves like Jeffreys Bay. Can't forget about her final against Steph Gilmore at Punta Roca a few years ago too, but when it comes to point break surfing and Lakey Peterson, really a match made in heaven. Just as good in beach breaks though, Flick.
Yeah, she's just as good in beach breaks. One final that stands out to me was her win at main break in Margaret River. I think that was just, really big for her and her career and where she was at with her surfing. We've heard her talk about it before, but she wasn't confident in big surf. She made a point at the time with her coach, Mike Parsons, to really hone in on those skills, and she got the win.
And here she goes. One turn on the outside section. This wave does have a good little foam ball on it, though. It seems like she's going to get the reform. Wraps it back around once more. Trying to keep the speed going, and not much doing right there, so really just a score that one would be thinking she's going to throw away at the end of this heat. 26 minutes on the clock. You bring up main break. That is a very difficult wave to really succeed and stand out at, and for Peterson to be able to do so, especially against people like Bronte McCauley, really says a lot about her character.
Well, I think it just says she's ready to rise to the challenge, right?
Here goes Bronte on the answer back. That's some beautiful stuff from McCauley on the backhand. Once again, that DH looks good underneath her feet. A lot of flow on this one, Flick. Really the Paddington maneuver right there of Bronte, always sticking in the pocket of the wave. Trying to maximize as much out of that one as she can. Not much doing on the inside, but she did do a good amount of work on the outside.
She gets a finish on that. She's on her way to a 6.5, a 7, I feel. The fact she didn't get that finish, it leaves that little bit of question in the judges' minds. However, I think that was just the perfect example of what I was talking about before. She's just able to go so tight up in the pocket on that first turn, and it also comes down to her positioning before she even took off. She positioned deep enough so she could bottom turn around that first section and actually get critical in the pocket. This afternoon, just with the way the tide is and the pier bowl, a lot of the surfers are getting pushed out wide and are going to have to go to these carving maneuvers out in the face. That was a hit straight up into the lip. This is it here. Up into that lip, hits that coping, drops down again. Nice little carve. One more snap here. Things get a little bit tricky and dicey to read through this inside section. But she still taps off a couple little more maneuvers. Score's coming through now, Mitch.
Yeah, 5.33, and then this one is a 3.5 for Lakey Peterson.
Yeah, so Lakey straight up into the lip again for her first turn. A little bit caught up there, gets a bit slow. You can just see how casual and easy she makes this look, right? Just her style, very poised and just very mature style, you know, worked on this a lot.
And she has scored a 10-point ride out here at the US Open before. That was about a decade ago, though. But she did it on turns, on the backhand. So very impressive stuff. The maturity you mentioned, going to be 30 years of age in just over a month and a half. Macaulay's already there at that point, and a lot of experience on both sides. Speaking of the tide, we do have a falling tide right now, 4.3 feet at the moment. The low will be at around 8:30 p.m., so by then we're going to be long done by this event, hopefully, today. But, you know, just looking at the wind conditions right now, relatively light for this time of the year, because you normally see, especially when it's a decreasing swell flick, that northwest wind truly gets up in the afternoon. It seems relatively quiet right now.
Yeah, well, Sal said it before, you know, we can thank the wind gods for this afternoon. Just this wind staying super light, just a gentle breeze there. You can kind of see it in the flags. But yeah, I mean, yesterday was a different story, wasn't it? Really well and truly felt the brunt of that storm pushing in, and those winds were very strong. You know, it was so difficult. So, I mean, really, it's still so contestable right now.
And you could attest to this being from West Oz. The windier usually the better, because strong offshore winds over there means that it's barreling on the outside.
It's true. It's true.
Especially where Bronte is from. 22:30 on the clock. A masterclass out there by former champion Sally Fitzgibbons, AJ.
A masterclass indeed. Sally still can't take her eyes off the waves here at Huntington. What is it about these conditions, these kinds of heats, that you just thrive?
I was still getting psyched. I'm watching LP, like all the vets. Yeah, you can't put the fire out, especially 2-foot Huntington. For some reason, that gets me so psyched. Like, almost dares you to not be able to surf it. And I'm like, I don't know, I just felt springy and love my process today, and like just the lead up into it and build up to those really big matchups. I think that's where tours really serve me well. Like, you get so excited for a big matchup.
Let's talk about the matchup, because Aaron Brooks, you're right at the top of that Challenger Series rankings, trying to get that spot back on the CT. How has all your years on tour prepared you to be ready for when all the lights are brightest?
Oh, I guess at this stage of my career, you kind of stop trying to connect all the dots all the time and just enjoy the singular moments. Like, that's two crazy generations smushed together. I was actually sitting out there thinking like, oh, well, that was me like 20 years ago. I had a heat against Karina Petroni. Crowd was going wild and we'll pier bowl rights, and I was that little one just scrapping. She was like 2 foot taller than me. I was just like, whoa, this is the big stage. And yeah, those roles reversed today, and it just felt so cool to reflect on the history here for myself.
Another finals day for you. What are you looking forward to about tomorrow and showcasing?
Oh, just the opportunity. I'm here to push my surfing. I want to showcase it. Obviously, it's going to be small conditions again, so it's making smart decisions, but I hope I can bring some stuff to the table for you guys, and yeah, why not me? I want to go all the way.
Let's go. Congratulations, Sal.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for tuning in.
I don't know if I've ever met somebody with the same amount of stoke to surf 2-foot slop and 20-foot waves out there in Fiji like Sally Fitzgibbons does. And she's moving up in terms of the rankings too. She's been looking good all year long. Another finals day appearance tomorrow for Sally Fitzgibbons. 20:30 on the clock right here, Flick.
Yeah, she is stoked, isn't she? She's one stoked human. Gives great post-heat interviews. Just so much great insight, and yeah, there's a lot of depth there. Comes with age, but I mean, cool little story there with Karina Petroni.
I
Shout
know.
out to Karina.
North Florida gal right there. And speaking of depth, looking at the live rankings, the chase for qualification right now, Flick. Sally Fitzgibbons, number 3. She's looking good, more than 21,000 points on the board. Nadia Dostarbe, but she's up to number 4. Bella Kenworthy, she's coming up in a few heats. She gets dropped down to number 5 in the live rankings. And Luana Silva, who just really dodged a bullet earlier on this heat, She's up to number 6 right now, Flick.
Yeah, I also looked there at, Sophia Medina in 8, jumped up 3 places with that last heat win. And I look at Bronte right there too. So, currently she's dropped a spot. She's in the 9th. She's in this current heat. Yes, she's against Lakey, but Lakey right now, she's already secured this wild card for the 2025 World Tour, right? It's kind of like Lakey's out here just trying to gain some experience, bit of fun, improve her surfing. It's all on the line for this woman right here.
Yeah, Macaulay up and riding again, the heat leader. Took her a while to get to the open face. She does, though. And once she does, she truly goes to town. A beautiful combination right there. 2 turns. And you just see the style right there, and her reading the wave down the line the entire time. Technique on point. Have to say, though, a lot of patience shown on that wave right there.
There was a lot of downtime before she got to her first turn. But she kind of had to wait for it, right? She's just waiting for that one section so she can get tighter in the pocket. Looks like Lakey's having a paddle.
Yeah, on the outside. Could be a fun double up right here. Peterson snaps on the outside and looking to get the reform going right here. A lot of speed, deep bottom turn up into the lip. Gets a little stuck. And that's going to be it for Peterson. 18:25 on the clock. Got to be thinking that Macaulay's going to improve on the 3.33 right here. So the requirement really for Peterson will probably increase more than a 5.17 Flick.
Yeah, you've got to be thinking for sure. I just know the level of surfing that both of these women possess, and I just think that we haven't seen them open up yet. I mean, we've seen a little bit of it in that 5.33 from Bronte, but I think we're waiting for one of these good sets to come through and someone to go to town. I mean, these, this was our Rad Power Bikes heat of the day, right? So they've got so much experience. This is Lakey. Let's have a look at this. Just bringing this one through, gets that little inside track. Gets a little tap for a finish. And then Bronte, this is what you're talking about, Mitch. Just a lot of waiting here. She's waiting for this wave to sort of hit this double up. It does. Gets a little bit of steepness to it. Cracks it once and for a second. But I just feel like, obviously in this draw, I mean, these two women have, arguably some of the most experience, along with Sally in that last heat. So I'm expecting big things.
Well, so far, Nadia Rosarbe, Sally Fitzgibbons, they've had 2 of the highest heat totals of the round. To really clarify, though, 15 points in these kind of conditions right now, that is a major number right there for Sally Fitzgibbons. So statement made in the previous heat. The last of Macaulay comes through as a 4.5. And the last of Lakey Peterson, her personal best, a 4.03. So that now means that Peterson needs a 5.8 to move up into first. There's a lot of things going down today, especially over at the Hurley stage. Today's lineup looking pretty fun as we look at the lineup outside. Peterson had a look at that one. There's the Hurley stage right there. West Chiller from 1 to 2 p.m. The band Not Felicity Palmatier will be playing from 3 to 4. That sounds like my kind of music right there. I might get into the mosh pit.
You might be able to just make the band Not
I think I will.
Post show?
I think, I'll have a talk with our producer.
Yeah,
Milby
you'll get
Shannon.
it off. Maybe we can sub you out.
So
get down there in the mosh pit.
It could be 2:30 p.m. local time right now. So the band Not will be coming up in around 30 minutes. Make sure to check them out over at the Hurley stage. Experience is one thing. We've seen that really matter in the close heats, Flick. For Lakey Peterson, she was a spot away from qualifying on the championship tour. The event in WA was difficult for her. Her best result this year was over in Portugal. She made it over there into the semifinals. A lot of people were thinking it was going to be her breakthrough event. As we look at Lakey right there on a quick left. But really, it was a slow start over at Pipeline that kind of set her off balance for the rest of the year and wasn't really able to get going until WA.
You know what? When she announced that she had this wild card, she took to social media. There was a post about it, and she started talking about, and she's even been candid, in some of her post-heat interviews that she says she feels like she's doing the best surfing she's ever done in her life, right? And then for that not to translate into the results on tour is something that's sort of hard to grasp, right? And even if you think about last year, the win at J-Bay, incredible to go from a win, arguably one of the most iconic events, and you get on tour, that's definitely an event you want to win. And then to find yourself in this weird position of not making the cut after so many years on tour, that's unfamiliar territory right now. She's obviously got this wild card, but I respect her for just being so open and being like, what, I've got things to work on. There's things I've wanted to have the time to really hone in on my surfing. And we've seen her a few times. We saw her at, like you said, El Salvador. We saw her on the Gold Coast for the first Challengers Series event of the year. And you know what? Also that first Challengers Series event of the year, smart decision, because you know why? That's going to be a World Tour event next year.
She knew something before everybody else, it seemed. Having a look right here, former champion Peterson, she's up. Quick one right there. 14 minutes on the clock and a spot into the quarterfinals on the line right here in heat number 5 of the round of 16. Be right back. Lakey Peterson currently needing a 5.8 to move up into first place. And she's going to be up and riding right here. Off the bottom, deep turn right there. Up and over the whitewater. And looking for the inside reform right here is the former champion Peterson. Looking to get her first major win of 2024. Getting something close to a 6-point ride here in heat number 5 of the round of 16. Mitchell Salazar with former tour great and big wave surfer Felicity Palmatier. Lakey looking for something close to a 6-point ride here, Flick.
Yeah, unfortunately, this wave is just so tricky to surf. You can see it here. She's got caught already a couple of times. Jumps down this little section here. Gets caught again. It's not Lakey's surfing and her ability. Right now, the conditions are tough, right? It's swell's deteriorated in size. That wind's picked up. They've moved in on this pier bowl. It looks like there's a lot of water. I mean, you look at that right now and you're thinking, hang on a second, is there waves breaking there? It's tricky. It's no doubt about it. She's obviously haven't got the score on that last one. She's not going to need to regroup. There she goes. She's regrouping already.
Yeah, and just a bit off of the main peak over there at the pier bowl too. Macaulay with really heat control right now. Positioning-wise, with priority, a very smart and astute competitor is Macaulay. Second generation tour surfer as well, Father Dave, longtime great from WA. And the previous of Peterson was just a 2.9, so really doesn't even improve a single thing out there for her. Bronte very patient. We've seen this before on her behalf. This year on the CS, a 5th place finish on the Gold Coast. She has lost in this round the last 2 events though, so looking to make up for some ground right here at the US Open. 10 minutes on the clock. AJ, where you at?
Oh my gosh, I am on the top of the X Games Vert Ramp. Some of the best skateboarders are just showcasing their skills here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. It's so cool to see it up close and personal. A huge crowd has gathered here. They're popping between the surfing and the skateboarding. So the action going until 5 o'clock this afternoon, and then again tomorrow afternoon from about 1:30 until 4 o'clock. So if you're coming down to the US Open here at Huntington Beach, there's something for everybody. It is so cool, and Mitch, I'm very glad that I'm not afraid of heights.
AJ, you're the best. The Lexus X Games Vert Pro going down right now. That's a tall vert right there, Flick.
You wouldn't catch me doing that sideline hit. I couldn't do it.
You're a big wave surfer, though. How is that intimidating to you?
No, note to producer and director: don't pull Flicky up the top of that vert ramp. I will be sick.
So the Skate Vert Pro Finals happening from 2:30 to 5. Peterson up and riding right here. 9 minutes to go. She's really had a few waves in a row that haven't given her a single opportunity to really get up into the lip flick, and really 3 duds on her last. And with just under 9 minutes, she's looking for something close to a 6-point ride. It would have to be the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, it's honestly, I understand what she's doing though. She's sniffing around. She's trying to make something happen. She's trying to provide opportunities for herself, because the object of the game is surfing. You got to stand up to get these scores, and I understand the theory. However, right now it's just a bit of an uphill battle for her, because best wave of the heat, and with these conditions, you know, this scale is quite low at the moment, right? We're not, and I think Sal kind of mentioned it before when we were in here, and he was saying, you know, 6s right now. I mean, you look at that last heat of Sally's, what she put together, the 15-point heat total, break it down, you know, the 7.5s, 2 7.5s. That's basically excellent, right? It's not on the traditional scale, but for today's conditions, I mean, to pick the eyes out of it and to find 2 waves like that is a job well done. So you kind of got to lower your standards just a bit. So you see that vert ramp just getting put to full use.
I feel like you could do that.
Oh my gosh, no way.
With enough practice, Flick, I think if we gave you...
Hang on. There's a cameraman skating on the side of that vert ramp. Can someone please just have a look at that? That is just so hectic.
I didn't know you were afraid of heights that way.
Yeah, I am. I'm terrified of heights.
Well, the Pacifico fan picks are in. Overwhelmingly, the love for the Californian surfer has been noticeable. 75% of the fans online voting for Lakey Peterson in this heat. 25% for WA's own Bronte McCauley. Well, at the moment, it's McCauley in the lead with just over 7 minutes on the clock, and has heat control with excellent use of priority of positioning, and just goes to show you, too, maybe the Challenger Series in terms of confidence and experience could be the best factor out there for an advancement into the quarters right now. Peterson up. Another big factor to take into consideration, Flick, is that Peterson has a great air game. It's been a while since we've seen it, but when she burst onto the scene, early to mid-2010s, she used to be really the person to look up to in terms of progression of surfing. And up until the point that she had qualified, she hadn't been surfing for that long either. So when you put it into perspective, she's really had a meteoric rise to the top. But as you said, this sport will humble you. She's back on the Challenger Series. Luckily for her, she does have the CT wildcard for 25.
Yeah, I think you're right in saying, yeah, there was women before Lakey, you know, like the Mel Bartels, the Claire Bevel Aquas, who, you know, I mean, especially Mel Bartels from the west side, you know, on Oahu, really sort of pushing that air game. But you're right in the fact of Lakey pushing it in junior contests. And this was around the time of the internet starting to have a rise, right? And social media. And I remember when Lakey first did I think it was an air reverse at lowers in an NSSA, right? And my dad showed it to me, like, on the internet, and I was, like, blown away that there was a girl on the other side of the world, similar age to me, doing this, and I got to see it, like, you know, pretty much instantly, right? So she just, at that time when, you know, the internet was helping sort of perpetuate all this stuff, and, yeah, I was just blown away. She really was at that forefront, you know, just helping push that sort of progression in women's surfing.
Yeah, Silvana Lima.
Yeah.
Also one of those. Melanie Bartels, though, what a ripper.
Hey, what a weapon, Mel Bartels.
Ahead of her time, too.
Oh.
Win in Brazil that she had many years ago. Yeah, you look at all different types of generations, and I think that's why what, Carissa's done, Steph's done, really outstanding. Tyler Wright, back-to-back world championships. And Caroline finally kind of breaking that curse of only those 3 people winning since 2007.
Okay.
Peterson has been there multiple times, though, competing for a world championship. Wants to make it happen again in 2025. Quick one right there for Lakey. She's caught 10 waves so far, Flick.
Oh, it looks like there's a couple of bigger lines maybe rolling through, but you feel flaky, right? Like, Bronte, on the other hand, obviously commanding position, she's done well. But on the opposite, you feel for Lakey because she's just trying to find opportunities. There just hasn't been any. So, yeah, it's just really tough right now. I mean, she's having another look here too.
Peterson looking. I got a theory for you. Tide's high enough right now. I know it's dropping at this point, but what do you think about just going straight to the shore break right now? It seems like there are a couple opportunities, and the roll-ins seem to be just a bit easier. As we look at Peterson right here. Ooh, this wave might have a good line on the inside. That's a good start for her. Roundhouse cutback right there. Not easy to do at a beach break like this. And once again, it's that mid-zone that just lets her down. Needing a 5.8. And not for lack of trying, Flick. 11 waves, and this one after about 4 or 5 attempts, her best.
I don't know about the shore break theory, but what I reckon is, well, I mean, the swell's dropping, right? You're not wrong in maybe, let's just forecast to tomorrow. Swell's still on the decrease. What's it going to be doing around this time tomorrow? You might be right. Might be a shore break situation. But right now, I mean, let's look at this one. Lakey, little tap there. Roundhouse, really beautifully done. Another little foam climb, but she just can't find this connection. You know what? It all comes down to your preheat analysis. In this situation, you want to be timing sets, right? You want to be knowing how long those sets and the timing between those sets, and in relation to your heat. When you're paddling out, you kind of want to get a gauge. Has the heat previous to mine, has there just been a set? If so, I'm going to wait. If there hasn't, you know what I mean? If there hasn't been a set, we'll get back to that. Bronte looks like she's using her priority.
Yeah, and she really wanted this wave. Maybe playing a little bit of defense too. A couple of foam climbs on the back end for Bronte. Into the lip right there, and that's going to be it for Macaulay. So looking to improve on a 4.5, and she had been very patient up until that moment right there. Good pressure by Lakey Peterson, though. Kind of sold her on that one. Let's see if this improves the mid-4 that Bronte has in her scoreline.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is going to improve on her situation.
And really struggled to get into the wave, too. Looking at the replay here, Flick.
Yeah, she wanted this. She was a little bit far behind here. She pumps around this section. Another little tap. Another little snap there too, but this wave just losing all energy. I think, yeah, I really think it comes down to just noting when these sets are moving through the lineup, how frequent they are, and making smart choices around that. Lakey.
And the last time Macaulay doesn't improve, it's a 3.1. Much better right there for Peterson. And her previous ride was a 4.4, so the requirement was just a bit smaller. A 5.43, what she was needing, and that might cost her the heat right there, because Macaulay could potentially recover priority right here. She does. A minute 20 on the clock. And outside of that last wave that Macaulay went on and maybe left the door a bit open right there, Flick, she has served a great heat, very smart, and when it comes to tactics, maybe the best one out of the round so far.
Wow, okay. I just feel like the way that Lakey took off on, when she went straight up into the lip, I feel like she made that. There was one more nice bowly section, maybe another carve. Ooh, a little bit of a mistake. I mean, she's going to know that too. But great news for Bronte, regaining priority, and, just with the, just how quiet this ocean has been this afternoon, I'd say the odds are in Bronte's favor right now.
35 seconds on the clock. Peterson right here with the chance to potentially get the score. Macaulay's going to play defense, though. She's up and riding, looking to improve on a 4.5. Won't be doing it. 20 seconds. Will there be a chance for Lakey Peterson? Some cleaner water right here. And she's up. She's looking left. Has the one big section right there. That's a good start for Lakey. and adds in a second one. Didn't necessarily connect as well as she wanted to with the lip on the second. The first one was definitely a quality turn. The heat has ended, and this wave's still counting for Lakey. So really just the combination on the outside flick and needing her personal best. It would have to be the best wave of the heat too.
Yeah, to that point, it has to be the best wave of the heat. Is it better than Bronte's 5.33? That's the question, right? It was a shorter wave. It was only the 2 turns. Let's look. That's a nice turn.
It is.
Right? That's really crisp. To your point, when you were calling this live, she didn't probably get that, you know, release that she probably wanted out of that last turn. So I think this is going to be right there. This is going to be an interesting one. This could even go, you know, a couple of judges giving the nod, couple not. I'm interested to see where this goes.
Especially with the context that you've put it in before, just based on the conditions, that could potentially be a good score.
And you know what? Maybe they're going to value the fact that she got these 2 turns done out the back as opposed to 1 out the back like Bronte and then 1 on the inside like Bronte, you know, maybe because it's 2 major maneuvers out the back as opposed to 1 tap, pump, 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 and then tap on the inside, you know. This is going to be this is going to be telling, right? This is just going to give us a good indication of where the judges are at.
I can't believe we've had so many of this type of heats this year. We might be having another buzzer beater right now. And there's a lot more to lose for Bronte McCauley than there is for Lakey Peterson. And unfortunately for Peterson, it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. Waiting for one judge to make it official. That's a 4.93, so about half a point under. And McCauley will be advancing into another finals day appearance. It's her second so far of 2024, and she's looking to make it back onto the Championship Tour for 2025. Heat number 6 coming up right here at the Lexus US Open. It's the place to be, Huntington Beach Southside for the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Heat number 6, round of 16 out there in the water for the women. Kiala Tamara Bannert from the beautiful island of Kauai in the red. Yolanda Hopkins, a 2-time Olympian for Portugal, out there in the blue. I'm Mitchell Salazar with former tour great, big wave surfer, and all-around great person, Felicity Flick Palmatier. Flick, we got a good heat. Kiala Tamara Bannert, she's made it to this round before this year, whereas Yo-Yo Hopkins, not only has she made it to the round of 16, she also has a quarterfinal appearance.
She does. And you know what? I mean, I won't say underground for both surfers because Yo-Yo's been around for a while, and Yo-Yo, you know, we've seen her in... Actually, you know what? Kiala's definitely the underdog here. There's no doubt about it. Yo-Yo, on the other hand, she's had CT experience. She's had that wild card there in Portugal. You know, she's had big heats up against Carissa Moore, 2-time Olympian, like you just mentioned. And, you know, some of the Olympians that have come from Tahiti or, you know, have just competed are really carrying that momentum.
Here goes Yolanda on the right. Seems like she already has a score on the board, too. So a couple swivels on the outside for Hopkins so far. Ooh, that's much better. Up and over the section and tried to do it a second time right there closer to the shore break. Incomplete on the second one, but did some work closer to the outside section. You know, it's not every day you get to see front pads in competitive surfing. Yo-Yo's definitely one of the few that loves to have them on every single board out there, Flick.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think I've actually seen I could be wrong. Does Nolan every now and then
He does,
knock one?
yes.
Yeah. No, Nolan on the men's side, but I haven't seen anyone on the women's side rock the full grip on the board. Yo-Yo obviously likes it. She's done that for a long time now. She obviously loves it. But, I mean, that last wave, it's going to come in. It's going to be a nice little backup. She had that one little moment of glory there. But, I mean, it's Kiala at the moment with the advantage, that single wave.
Yeah, the surfer from Kauai, longtime junior competitor. One of the great junior surfers coming out of Kauai. Who's really grown up, you know, with the same kind of era of Gabriella Bryan, among others, from that great area of the Hawaiian Islands. Just 22 years of age also for Kiala. And we used to have the women's QS 6-star event in Los Cabos that you participated in multiple times. Kiala was always a standout at that point break right there at Zippers. As we look at Yolanda right here, kind of flowing through the motions on this one. Last score came through as a 3.33. We'll see if that replaces that. But, you know, just in terms of the consistency of surfing, you always know that Hopkins is going to go for it regardless of how the conditions are, Flick.
Oh, man. She is the classic example of a bull at a gate. There is no backing down for Yo-Yo. As she threw herself over the edge of the first Challenger Series event of the year at Snapper Rocks. Here we go. Let's replay this one. This is Kiala's first wave, so just that big, nice float there. Another little jam. And she's looking to bring it through to the inside. See if she gets any work done. And she's out of there. But yeah, back to my point. Yo-Yo, I mean, yeah, first Challenger Series event of the year, Snapper Rocks. It was pumping. And basically the wave of the day came through, and it was an absolute drainer. If you know that wave, it sucks so hard behind the rock, the back of the rock there. You got to paddle so hard to be in it. Look, there's a lot of people that would never have gone that, you know, especially in a free surf. There's a lot of free surfers, you know, your average punter never would have gone it, but Yo-Yo, no backing down.
And Kiala up and riding here. She's just got a beautiful style. I mean, has a great read on these waves right here. Good amount of competitive experience when it came to a junior surfer out here at Southside as well. As we transition to Hopkins now. A few wraps on the forehand right there and throws the tail out. Not necessarily a section we had seen too much in the previous heat, so that should add a few points onto the extra platter right there. 23 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Back and forth exchanges right here, Flick.
Yeah, you know what? A little bit more consistency right now, which is nice to see compared to that last heat. I think it'll be interesting as also to know if Yolanda got more work done out the back. We kind of caught up with her. Here we go. We're going to find out. Let's see. So she goes straight to that carving maneuver. We caught it right at the beginning, basically. So, I mean, there was a couple of nice wraps. She does get a little bit caught there, but does a little bit more work on this inside section. Stands up nicely. Gets a little layback jam in the pocket. So, could possibly improve on that situation.
Yeah, and Tamara Banner did take the lead with her last, the 3.77. So waiting on the last of Hopkins, it would have to be a 4.28 or better. The opener of Tamara Banner, the 5-point ride, the one turn on the outside, a much larger wave. And when it's like this, Flick, you usually want those waves that seem to be closing out, just like the one Kiala was able to get right here.
Sorry, I was just yawning. It's been a long week, Mitchell. But yeah, I agree with you. You've got to look for those ones. I also think you've got to look for the double ups, right? Look at this little inside track that she just found. That was one beautiful turn. But yeah, I think that, yeah, you've just got to find those ones that hit that bank, they double up. You know what? I just turned around and had a look over my shoulder too, and it's so funny, right? If you're sitting at home watching this on a computer, or you're at work, or wherever you are, your phone, the webcast, the broadcast does a really good job at masking just how difficult it is. I feel like every time you watch it, it almost adds like an extra foot. Don't you think it always makes it look a little bit bigger than what it is? I get that feel. Like right now, this is incredibly hard surf to surf, right? Like, you know, I even think back to where did Sally find basically 2 7.5s? Mate, she was relishing in these conditions, and this is not easy. She said it herself. She's like, it's almost like Huntington dares you. Like, I dare you to surf me good. I'm 2 foot slop. Let's go. You know, and right now, I mean, how did she find those scores out there? So impressed.
Has anybody told you how fun you are to work with? How funny you are?
Oh, thanks. Thanks. I'll take pride in that.
21 minutes on the clock. Might be having a look right here is Hopkins. She's going to let it go, and it was a big win for Bronte McCauley. 2 finals days so far in 24, AJ.
That's right, Mitch. Trying to get some rhythm here in Huntington Beach is Bronte. Talk to me about how you did it in that heat. The conditions have changed a lot, and yet you navigated it very well.
Yeah, I got really lucky, to be honest. Looking at the draw, I had Lakey, and I feel like she's the best surfer in the draw, and we actually been hanging out all week surfing Oceanside and having a few drills and had dinner at her house, and yeah, she's one of my closest friends, so I was so bummed to draw her. But yeah, the waves just stopped breaking, really. Like, there was really good waves in the first few girls' heats, and then we had nothing. So we both had shockers, and I guess I had less of a shocker, but like, yeah, it was really tough out there. I think the tides was dead high at 1:30, and yeah, it was hard.
It was a hard challenge, but you rose to it, and now you're on to finals day, your second of the 2024 Challenger Series season. What does that say about the consistency that you're starting to find?
Yeah, I've had, not the best year, I guess. Like, in the girls, there's only 5 spots, so if you get to the quarters, it's not really a keeper, and I've had 2 nights in the last 2 events, so yeah, I'm just trying to find some rhythm, really, in this event. I feel like I haven't actually, had a good heat yet, so I just really want to have a good heat in the next one, and whatever happens, happens.
When you say you want to have a good heat, what does that mean that you want to showcase?
Just want to get over a 4 or 5. Not so much to ask, but just to get a wave where I feel like I've connected well, and I'm happy with my surfing, and then I can feel good about myself.
Well, you get another chance tomorrow. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks, AJ. Cheers, guys.
What a great human being right there is Bronte McCauley, and appreciate the honesty too. I mean, she's absolutely right. It's tough out there. Definitely slowed down, and she was just thinking to herself, where have the waves gone? They did not really appear that much in that previous heat against Lakey Peterson. She is at least guaranteed another 5th place position. She could be right though, Flick, because you look at a lot of the last few years on the Challenger Series, you don't necessarily want to be counting too many 5th places on the women's side as we look at the last of Tomoto Bennett right here.
Oh, I mean, Bronte, yeah, we do. This just is a sort of smaller wave. She tapped that first section, brings it through to the inside, couple of little carves, and she looks a bit disinterested. But I mean, Bronte can talk to that. Last year she won an event and she still didn't qualify. If anyone's going to speak to how consistent you have to perform on that women's side and how small a number of women that get taken through to the championship tour, I mean, it's unbelievable. As far as I'm concerned, I just can't believe it every time. I sound a bit cynical when I talk about it, but it really feels that way to me, that I feel there's so many women that are so deserving of that place, and it would be amazing to see more go on to the CT than just 5. But yeah, I mean, you've got to be consistent. You've got to be making semi-finals, or you've got to be getting a win or a second. That's a keeper. So yeah, important result for Bronte.
Well, and she has not only solidified her place in the top 10, she is looking for her best result of the year so far. 17:35 on the clock. Hopkins is looking for a 5.23. She does have priority. Meanwhile, Kiala Tomoto Banner in the lead. Last wave came through as a 3.73. So not enough to replace her low score, which is a 4.73 at the moment for the surfer from Kauai. Hawaiians have done well here before on the women's side. 4 wins 2 on the QS side, 2 on the Championship Tour side, and of course, can't forget about Betty-Lou Sakura Johnson a couple of years ago, beating Macy Callahan on the final right here at Southside. Really similar conditions to that too. It was a Hawaiian sweep that year, actually. Ezekiel Lau was able to take out Joao Chianca in the men's final. They had a great performance. A lot of NSSA experience for both of those champions. Hopkins right here, she's going to use priority. Up and riding, needing a 5.23. Lovely wrap right there for Yo-Yo. Up and over the white water, that's more like it. And a lot of energy through the inside right here for Hopkins. That should feel good. She's looking for the best wave of the heat right now, Flick, and she just might be getting it.
Yeah, that, you know, all these waves right now in the last sort of 40 minutes to an hour, they all have one moment of glory, and that one definitely had it. I feel that single maneuver, potentially the best well-timed maneuver. Was it the biggest section? Maybe not compared to Kiala's 5. Let's have a look. Taps it there, drops down into this second little bowl. Nice little wraparound carve, but this is the turn we're talking, oh, not that one, this next one here. Cracks it, sends a lot of spray flying. So, you know what? I think it could be this best wave of the heat. I think this is going to serve her well.
And outside, the answer back by Kiala. Looking left now. That's a strong combo right there from Tomoda Banner. Mentioned the success from the Hawaiians before right here at this venue. They have a lot of amateur experience, including this young surfer in the red jersey. A couple of years since we've seen a women's champion from Hawaii. The last one was Betty-Lou Sakura Johnson in 2022. Last of Yo-Yo Hopkins comes through. It is the best of the heat. 5.43, so just enough to move her up into first place. Now the answer back would have to be at least a 4.94 for Kiala halfway through the heat right here.
Yeah, let's have a look. I mean, I like the tactic going left. Nice foam climb here. Another little tap that was well timed. Gets a foam climb. I think that might come close. I think that might come very, very close. But right now, for me, splitting hairs, right? I mean, we've got a bunch of 4s, 5s. It's just, it's so tight. And, you know, I thought it was quite hilarious. Bronte says it's basically not breaking right now. I mean, the honesty is great. I love to hear it. I mean, let's not beat around the bush. You know, we call it as we see it here. Looks like, as you know, as soon as I say that, we got a set.
Oh, and she lets that one go by. Is Yolanda Hopkins, maybe a tactical move right there. Has recovered priority and does have the lead. The last of Kala Tomoda Banner comes through as a 3.87, so not enough for the lead. 14 minutes on the clock. Let's go to AJ.
We're back here with Hogue Health, a really important message for people who come down here to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Dr. Armstrong, break us down a little bit of what you guys are trying to spread the message of here.
AJ, we've been here all week. This is our second year, Hogue Hospital down here, just taking care of the athletes out in the sun all day. And we brought together one of our melanoma experts. And just on a personal note, about a year ago, my mother-in-law had a large skin lesion on her arm, turned out to be melanoma, and Dr. Steve Wong saved her life.
So Dr. Wong, this is a really important thing, especially for those who love to surf.
Definitely. Thanks for having me. First of all, it's great. There are 3.5 million new cases of skin cancer diagnosed each year. So it's very important for everyone to get their skin checked. And at Hogue, we actually have one of the best technology. We have this Vectra 360. It's one of the kind in California that basically scan your entire body in 1 second and build a 3D avatar and map out every single one of your lesions. The key is detect the skin cancer early and see your dermatologist and get it checked out.
Thank you guys so much. Such an important message from our friends here at Hogue. We appreciate you guys being down here.
Thanks, AJ.
Thank you, AJ. And 3.5 million new cases each year. Wear your sunscreen out there. Hogue Hospital, they're right down the beach in Newport, and appreciate their time, especially Dr. Kurt Armstrong. He's been doing a lot of great things throughout the event area so far this week. Might need to go get a checkup pretty soon, Flick, after that kind of info I just got.
Yeah, it was a bit scary, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's the harsh truth of being a surfer. Last of Yo-Yo Hopkins during the hit with AJ. Looking to improve on a 4.5 right here.
Yeah, I'm trying to you know, go back to her 4.5, and yeah, it's not it for me. Here we go, Kiala.
Clean face right here for Tomoda Banner. It's a strong start on the outside, beautiful turn. Much better right there, lays it on rail. It's just gonna keep that rail going. A few carves already, that's much more like it from Tomoda Banner. Needs a 4.94, so basically a 5, just under 12 minutes on the clock right here, Flick. And we know it's tough, we know it's challenging. We've probably said it about 20, 30 times this heat already, but guess what? It's the same for exactly everybody else, so you gotta go out there and try to do the best that you can in 30 minutes allowed. And as of right now, it seems like Tomoda Banner just might be doing that.
You know what though? I go back to that left where she didn't get the score on, and I'm comparing it to that, and I don't know if it's better than that. You know the two-turn combo on the left?
Yes, the previous one to this.
Yeah. So here we go, little snap there, carves it around. It's quite a good angle actually. And if I must say myself, actually, you know what? Second thoughts from this angle, I think it's better.
I thought you were going to say that eventually.
Yeah, well, it's been a long day. I've said that about 30 times too. It's also been a long week, Mitchell. And, you know, maybe almost surfboard ride it out, I'd say.
Well, you also need to stay hydrated.
That's what this is for in front of me.
Yeah. You got to get your Yeti, fill that thing up.
I was more talking about that one, but sure.
Oh. Red Bulls are good too. Just don't have too many of them in the same day, because then you'll be like Italo and maybe doing too many backflips off the stages. 4.57 for Kiala Tomoda Banner. It was not enough. It's Yolanda Hopkins still in the lead with just over 10 minutes on the clock. And Tomoda Banner needing a 4.94. Let's see if she can do it after the Bonsoy Brew break right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. This is Kiala Tomoda Banner in heat number 6 of the round of 16, needing a 4.94 to move up into first place. Great style, a lot of flow on this one so far. Much better right there. Into the lip a few times for the surfer from Kauai. 4.57 on her previous ride. She's looking to go just a touch better on this one right here. Under 8 minutes to go. Mitch Salazar with all-around great person, phenomenal big wave surfer, Flick Palmatier. Flick, 4.94, what Kiala needs right here.
You know what? This end of the wave had some serious promise. I'll say that. She drops down into this little double-up inside bowl, and this thing just starts getting better and better. I mean, look at the smooth face, look at the bowl on this wave. That little two-turn combo there at the end, you know, that got me a little bit fired up. I like the way that looked. I like the way it felt initially watching it when it was my first impression. And I think the judges might too.
Yeah, scores coming through right now. It's going to be close. to what she requires. 7 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. You know, Rochelle Ballard, also an outstanding surfer from the island of Kauai. 5.03, she takes the lead.
Wow.
And just enough to move up into first place right there for Tomoda Bannert. Yolanda Hopkins down to second, needing a 4.6 now. And, you know, Kauai has always been an excellent destination. Surfers, they've prevailed there. The Irons brothers, Dustin Barca, Sebastian Zietz. You mentioned Gabriella Bryan, Rochelle Ballard. You have young talent like Kiala Tomoda Bannert too, and I always felt that there were a couple underrated surfers. Evan Valier also from there. Stephen Coney. Great barrel riders, the Alexander family. And you just look at how small the island is.
Manuel.
Oh, Manuel. Could go on and on. Alana Blanchard, Bethany Hamilton, of course. Got to give a shout out to former NSSA national champion Kaimana Hakias, his father Kaipo.
Najee Melamed.
Oh.
Hey, the list goes on and on.
And it's such a small island too, and it just breeds a lot of talent. And it goes to show you, it doesn't necessarily have to be the biggest place in the world. As long as it has the right waves and you have the right attitude, you might be able to achieve a lot in life, Flick.
Yeah, I think it's a small island, but it's an island. Its circumference is by the ocean, you know, and there's great waves. There's great waves there. Some more secret than others, and there's just such a great surf community and culture there. I mean, you're growing up by the beach most likely, so therefore you're probably going to be throwing a surfboard pretty early on in your age. And you know what? Hats off to Kiala, because she's really kept at this. She's kept trying time again. You know, 3.7, 4.7, 3.7, just almost getting it, not quite, and then finally cracks it 5.03. So hats off to her. 5 minutes remaining, and it's all up to Yo-Yo. Can she get the job done?
Also have to give a big mention to Sebastian's nephew and niece, Oliver and Zoe Zietz, up-and-coming rippers. I'm telling you, representing the Netherlands right now. 5 minutes on the clock. Tomoda Bannert with the lead, and Hopkins trailing. Let's look at the heat recap so far.
I wanna believe I'm the washed up shell. It brings me down when my records don't sell. 'Cause I don't recall staying up all night. I look much better when I turn off the light. Yeah. All the people want is something to believe, but I don't even know who I wanna be. All these voices in my head got me feeling fuzzy. Yeah, I don't even know who I wanna be.
That's my kind of music right there, Flick. I'm into it. Let's get things going right here in these next 4 minutes. Let's see if Poseidon, Neptune, anybody out there in the ocean can kind of send some waves to the two surfers out there in the red and the blue jersey.
We need some sort of god right now. We need some sort of god to send us some waves.
A deity, anything you want to call it. 3:50 on the clock. Tomoda
Huey.
Bannert.
We need Huey.
Is that an Aussie thing?
You've never heard of Huey?
No.
Huey is the surf god, Mitchell Salazar. You never heard of Huey?
I have not, no.
Jeepers.
Go on. I'm here.
Yeah, I don't know.
We
It's
got
just
time.
Always, yeah, we do. We got plenty of that. I'll tell you that much. It looks like Yo-Yo having a dig.
And she's up. Needing a 4.6. Uses priority on this one, too. Throws the tail on the outside. Lays it on rail, too. Big contrast of styles right here. A lot of power. She loves it. Hopkins could potentially be getting the score right here. Back and forth battle. And I just think it's the style of Tomoda Bannert that has really stood out. But then you have the aggressive attack of Hopkins right here, especially on the outside flick. She could be getting the requirement right here.
I'd say so. It was initially, you know, when I watched that wave, I just thought, okay, she's onto something here. She looks fired up. Even just the way she, you know, ended that wave. She gave that claim, that little fist pump. But hold the phone because it looks like Kiala's out the back.
And she is up and riding. Deep off of the bottom. Strong carve right there on the open face. Maybe a maneuver that we have seen so far a good amount of times today, but guess what? She's got a double up here on the inside. Much better stuff from Kiala Tomoda Bannert right there. Looking to improve on a 5-point ride and still waiting on the last score of Yolanda Hopkins as well. 2 minutes 15 on the clock flick. What a great heat. The score comes through for Hopkins. More than enough, a 6.67. 12.1 heat total for her. And now Tomoda Banner needing a 7.07 or better.
Yeah, I mean, I saw it though. I mean, you've got to admit, Yo-Yo's wave was really beautifully put together. There wasn't any downtime between maneuvers. Looks like we might be getting a look here. She goes up into lip, hits it, drops into this second section, carves it around, and then there wasn't much hopping. It was just straight up into this finishing maneuver. So judges really clearly liking that. And behind her was Kiala getting to work, throws a bit of spray there, nice little redirect. Another carving maneuver here. And Wave gets a little bit sleepier here, gets another little finish, probably hoping for a bit more.
Minute 20 on the clock right now. Last of Tomoda Banner, not enough, a 4.83, so needing a 7.07 to move up into first place. Hopkins with priority, taking away the outside section, which is the smart thing, right, if you're playing defensive tactics right here. Just over a minute to go, and give props to Hopkins because not only has she had to go through a lot of adversity in this heat, she had to find the opportunity to get the 6.67 flick in. Tomoda Banner, after taking the lead, seems like she was slowly and surely improving on her scores. Next thing you know, she's chasing a pretty significant score given the conditions right now, 7.07.
Yeah, it was showed good poise from Yolanda. You know, she was out the back and had priority and knew that she needed a score and ends up dropping the highest one of the heat. You know what? I think probably speaks to a little bit of Olympic momentum. She's literally just come straight from there. She, you know, she really dug deep there. She had some crazy, you know, moments there where she was absolutely charging and also representing your country. She's a two-time Olympian now. I mean, that's got some weight behind it. And you know what that does for your confidence and your psyche going into an event like this, it's got to be big.
Well, she has a tattoo of when she qualified for Tokyo with the Olympic ring. She has a tattoo of when she qualified for Paris with the Olympic rings. If she wins the event tomorrow, maybe a tattoo of the Huntington Beach Pier as well. We could potentially see Yolanda Hopkins onto the quarterfinals right here. Defeats Kiala Tomoda Banner in a back and forth heat in the round of 16. Bella Kenworthy, Amuro Suzuki about to hit the water right here at the US Open.
Living by faith, I'm gonna lift up the praise. It's a beautiful day for my soul to sing. I'm living by faith. Hallelujah, amen. Time to make space for the blessing. Thank God, we abide, we love. Living by faith, can't steal my joy. I'm gonna sing and rejoice today. I'm living by faith, faith, faith. I'm living by faith.
It's a Saturday afternoon, about 3:26 to be exact, and we still have some surfing to watch as we enjoy the Challenger Series. Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. How's it going, everybody? Joe Trappell, Rosie Hodge, and Matt Chinoski, also known as the Wax Head. Big heat still to look forward to. Bella Kenworthy's in the water now, representing Southern California, taking on Amuro Suzuki, bronze medalist from Tokyo 2020. Starting with Bella, she's got this entire beach backing her, representing California here.
You're so right, and I mean, just thoroughly impressed with Bella Kenworthy, taking away a big win on the Challenger Series in Bolito. Her career first, and at such a young age, she's become a force.
And Amuro, Japanese surfer who got a wild card on the Challenger Series. She's only young in age, but she's really set the precedent for what we can expect from the Japanese women over the next decade, doing amazing things over there. A clean sweep on the qualifying series.
Amuro Suzuki had some reps on the championship tour, real smooth style. And definitely a threat out here in these conditions at Huntington Beach. Yeah, the swell came and dropped pretty significantly into Saturday. Talked to some of the competitors. They're trying to find some grovel boards for Sunday, as it's supposed to drop even more. It's kind of typical for those tropical storm systems in Southern California, especially that south-southeast direction. It's not as kind of easily reliable as like those stronger southwest ground swells. It can sometimes come really early, can overperform, but it also could disappear really fast. We kind of saw that happen today. Glassy conditions this morning, switching to stronger onshores this afternoon. So the surfers adapting. Yolanda Hopkins got a 12+ total to get past Keala to move to the quarters. All focus on Bella, though, after her first win on the CS over in Bolito.
All right, we're here with Yo-Yo.
Getting the first wave. We've got the snap there, heading towards the pier. And now hustling for a reform, still hanging in there. And she's got to step off. Conditions looking like this, Rosie, what's kind of a quick strategy you're thinking of right now?
I definitely think that quick start, and even just you could tell that they were kind of jostling for position right there. You know that this is going to be a very competitive heat, but just the fact that Bella was able to get that wave and take it from Amuro, it gives her that edge of dominance at the moment.
Solid win for Hopkins. Yolanda, AJ, we could call her Yo-Yo, right?
I think we can call her Yo-Yo. That's an appropriate nickname, yeah? Okay, Yo-Yo it is. Let's talk about, with 3 minutes to go, that wave that you found. You knew you needed a good mid-range score. How did you identify that wave?
I mean, I reckon she actually gave me the wave because I wasn't really looking at that wave too much, but I could see it looking. And it looked similar to the one I had before for my best score, for my 5. And I was like, I'll give it a crack. I saw the first section and I figured that's what they're counting for the most. And I was like, if I can do this first section good, I gotta finish the wave. So it just actually, the wave gave me everything, but she helped me with the decision a little bit.
Well, and one of the things that we've been noticing here in Huntington is you're one of the few surfers who rides with that front pad. Walk us through how that helps you.
I kind of started with just grovelers. My coach used to use it like back in the day, and he had a few like in storage, and I put in my grovel and I tried it. And at that time I went to Japan and the water was really warm, and I was like, oh, the grip is always the same. Why would you wax it? You always keep needing to take it off and put it back on. It's so annoying. And because I actually like my things, like my board bag's really clean as well. So without any wax, it stays perfect all the time, and the grip is always the same. I just wax the top of my feet a little bit because of walking in dirt and stuff. But other than that, it's always the same. It never changes. It can be cold, hot. It's always the same.
So we like eliminating some of the variables with surfing. You're on to your second finals day of the 2024 Challenger Series, coming off the Olympics. Just how are you building momentum in the back half of the season?
I mean, the loss I had in the Olympics was pretty heavy. I even spoke about it publicly. That wasn't my hardest losses in the last few years. I really felt like I could be in the finals there, so it really broke me down a little bit. But I reckon as athletes, we need to be broken down a few times to rebuild. And I feel like since my qualification at the beginning of this year, I've been having like a slow rebuild.
And yeah, just going day by day and just trying to keep it chill. I mean, we're in California, why not? And just enjoying the moment, to be honest.
Well, before we let you go, me diga sobre suas emoções quando esperava pela última nota.
De andar em português? Ok. Não, eu estava um bocado nervosa, mas estava a tentar manter-me calma porque está um bocadinho lento, mas eu sabia que eu tenho capacidades de fazer esse tipo de scores, então apenas mantive-me calma e eu tinha quase certeza que conseguia fazer com as ondas que vieram.
Parabéns, see you in the next one.
Obrigada.
Well done, AJ. AJ can talk so fast now. Like, she's learned a lot, but now she's going so quickly. She's been working on it. She downloaded that app, Duolingo, and she just gets better and better and better, and she can even change her accent to the Portugal accent and then differentiate to the Brazilian accent too.
I think Salema said that she's got like 700 and something days in a row on Duolingo on
Oh
that
my
app.
gosh.
Yeah.
Legendary. It's
Yeah.
all making sense. It's paying off. Great job, AJ. Great job to Yo-Yo, Lolanda Hopkins. What a bright spirit she is.
Absolutely, full of beans, eliminating the variables, which is what we're talking about the other day with flick and big wave surfing, which is why a lot of the surfers opt for the pads because you don't know what to expect. You're not riding your big wave guns very often. But also, with high repetition, also would come with so much regular checking of your wax. It makes complete sense for someone who's efficient as Yolanda, who'll probably, most likely, be going for an afternoon run after this.
Totally. Double pads. You ever try that before on your board? You like wax?
I don't even run a deck pad.
Oh yeah, that's right. Not even on the tail.
No.
It's very few of you left. Oh wait, you're getting a fist bump
Yes.
from Wax Head. Well done.
Tom Curran, we saw him.
Yeah.
Tom didn't have a pad.
Yep.
Michael Ho, Mason Ho.
Yep.
Shane Basham
Coco?
didn't even need one because he was so far up the nose, trimming on that board
Right.
as well.
Wait,
It's funny, Coco started enjoying the feeling of a traction pad, but it was like against the rules in the house.
Yeah.
So she'd be like, guys, I like this. And it'd be her brother or dad going, yep, we're peeling this thing right off. Who else? Aki.
Yeah.
A good one. No pad.
Classic no pad.
Never seen him with a pad, actually. There's cool things back in the 90s. Barton Lynch, remember he had that whole signatured entire deck pad across the board. Christian Fletcher always used him at lowers doing big airs, and he's like, well, do you skateboard with one shoe on? He always liked the grip on both feet. As we look at a snap from Bella Kenworthy. Drives off the lip. Doing really well in these small, gutless waves. 317 was her start, and that'll go into her top two with 20 minutes to go. Amuro Suzuki has priority and is going to take off deep on the next one and have to step off. So advantage Bella for getting two waves where she could get some turns off. Yolanda winning the last heat. Bronte getting past Lakey. It'll be Yolanda versus the Western Australian on finals day. Winner of this heat takes on the winner of Heat 8, Isabella Nichols and Alyssa Spencer in the last heat of the day. Back to Bella's wave, Rosie.
Yeah, nice little hook in that pocket. Just did so well to identify that little section. And then connectivity again. So definitely her best wave. And, you know, the thing coupled with her quick start and then Amuro's quick in and out, you definitely feel like Bella's got that little bit of momentum in her favor.
Think back to the opening wave, just the 0.5 there for the 317, sorry, for Bella. She took off and Amuro was really pushing the fact and really wanted that priority. So understanding that at such a young age, Bella's got, you know, the world at her fingertips, but also competitive prowess coming first in Bolito. She's not taking this very lightly. So Amuro, still nothing of consideration, but she's gone into this with intent and wanted to get the first wave or at least push the issue, but it's not working in her favor at the moment.
Yesterday we were talking about the Pink Helmet Posse, the skate crew that Bella Kenworthy was in when she was 6 years old, and had Sierra Kerr in there and also had Rella Murphy. There's a movie about it, a documentary called Gnarly and Pink that featured in the Tribeca Film Festival. Just these little 6-year-olds taking over.
Well, I was watching the skate in the Olympics and all of the girls on the podium were pretty much teenagers.
As we see it, just a quick one up and out. Yeah, it's such a Talk about a youthful movement in surfing. It's even younger in skateboarding.
Including Sky Brown, who won gold at the last Olympics, but was competing on the Asia QS as well with Amuro. And I mean, it's pretty nice to have somebody of that caliber crossing over to different craft as well.
Yeah, we had Sky in the World Junior Champs in January this year, and then she's taken out, I think she's got 2 bronzes at this year's Olympics.
Yeah, and I heard she got hurt in the lead up to it, so that was impressive. She was able to heal up, and 2 bronze medals already for Sky Brown, who loves to surf as well. She featured in the Lady Birds contest for the Stab Magazine series in the wave pool systems, and has done a lot of big airs. Bella with a 3.17, then to a 4.33. A huge opportunity this year to put herself on the championship tour, growing up competing against Katie Simmer, Sawyer Lindblad. A lot of her peers already having success on the main stage. And adapting to these changing conditions, doing well to put up a couple numbers over Amuro.
Joe, I must say though, Amuro coming from Shonan in Japan, this is a day of swell over there. This is a considerable, you're surfing all day. This is a beach day in Shonan. So she'll be aware of these conditions and how to navigate smaller, fuller waves like this as she's up and riding.
Nice fading sweep. She'll fade again. There's that little hop just to stay in the wave. It might pay off. Now she's got a finishing move, but she loses it. Did all the hard work to get there, but still you could see how soft that inside corner was. Scores in for Amuro, just a 2.27. You see it's going to be incredibly stressful when the conditions are kind of shutting down. One wave can change everything. Amuro on the replay, Rosie.
Yeah, just winding through the motions here. This really is her first wave that she's got to her feet and got moving. She's looking to get over this double up and make this count. And unfortunately just missed time there, but that wave was extremely soft. You were really going to have to manufacture something to make it worth it on that one.
Let's go enjoy a hurleyboard breakdown with Mitchell.
Thanks, Joe. Here with Brent Power from Team Channel Islands. He's the team manager, and Bella Kenworthy's backup board right here. What can you tell us about this, Brent?
So this one here is a modified Rook, and it's in the ECT construction, which is a carbon fiber that we actually put in the resin. So it's a string and EPS, but we laminate them a little bit differently, and the carbon just gives that little bit of extra strength and like zing through turns. But this is just the backup. The board that she's actually riding is a board that she got rushed because her boards didn't show up in South Africa, and she went on to get the win on that board. So that one's got a little bit of magic in it, and yeah, it was a bit of a surprise. And now this was the one that she was actually waiting for, but now it's a backup. So hopefully she can find a score here in the end. It's been a pretty slow heat so far, and she can find some rhythm and keep that magic happening.
Yeah, and it seems like we do have somebody up and riding here with the Kenworthy clan, Joe. It seems like the waves are arriving now.
That's right, Mitch. Thanks so much. Bella Kenworthy still interested in the tail end of the wave, and she will get a turn off. Always hard to get this kind of work done when there isn't a true bowl on the wave, but wow, she did well to stay light on her feet through the flats. A lot of hard work to get there from start to finish. You know, good waves, it's easy to look good. And smaller waves that don't have much power really shows off their skill set of finding the pocket, the power source, being light on their feet in transition.
Look at the trail of the whitewash there. The top left of the screen, you can see the white water, and she's come all the way around, linked it up to the right of the screen, back over to the left of the screen. Incredibly difficult to time that, just zigzagging and just tapping off to where the whitewash is. If we have a look there, pushing the envelope there was Amuro. She starts off in the left, and that was a considerable turn by this heat standard. She stays in the white water, that pier bowl right, looking for something, tapping, gets a little connection there, keeps the water moving, keeps the board moving through the dead water, just hunting, just knowing that every little increment is going to add to some spice on this wave. And she does get the finishing turn, and looking to drop a low of at that point a 3.17, and she does so.
Great work all the way down to the inside, turns in a 5.17. Great read. Building on her top two. Amuro Suzuki now needs a 7.23. So Bella playing a smart game in the first half. We'll see if the back half, Suzuki, if she can really get going here. 12 minutes still on the clock in Heat 7, and we'll watch Bella Kenworthy find a fun inside wall and falls on the first turn. She's trying to build on her lead on her way back out as Amuro holds priority. Be right back for more in Huntington right after this.
Today we are here at the 9th stop of WSL Rising Tides at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. This activation is pretty unique as we had Pura Vida join us today, and they brought bracelets that had 6 different words on them. The girls got to walk up and handpick a word that meant something to them, and whether it be inspire, believe, perseverance. And their mentor also had on the same word on their bracelet. So not only are they wearing it, but someone who inspires them is wearing the same word and the same kind of mindset.
All the pro girls, I love how they come here and like help us. Maybe because they're your idols, it makes it cool because you can just learn from them and see their technique or what they do in the water. They're just always so nice to me, and they also rip.
I really think that it helped inspire me, honestly, like seeing these girls and just their fire and passion.
So it just like makes you feel like younger again that way. It just like takes you back to when you were like super excited about everything.
When I was a little girl, I absolutely loved it when the older girls would be really nice to me in the water, let me go on waves. They were really good role models for me, and I hope to do that for the next generation.
Another excellent edition of WSL Rising Tides presented by Pura Vida. Alyssa Spencer was there to cheer on the next generation, now doing a warm-up with Maddie Myers, her coach, making sure she's ready for everything. Her peripheral vision is spot on, and her balance. She can do anything she wants in the next heat. She's got Isabella Nichols in the last heat of the day. Bella Kenworthy getting this wave during the break, Rosie.
Yeah, just an amazing read on the conditions at the moment, just building every time she stands on her feet. So this is Just so interesting watching her, because I feel like all the hours that she spent surfing this little pier bowl are starting to pay off. I mean, Amuro, this is her first kind of proper look at a wave. She's got the 377. Can she find connection on the inside? Oh man, that's a lot of effort for a little reward on that wave for Amuro, but I just feel like Bella has spent enough time here, and even when the conditions get challenging, she's still able to identify those little double ups.
Good thing is 7 minutes 20 remaining though, so Amuro, if she did need, well, she needs a 5.73, but if she needed to get that, she could, of course, but she can chip away at that score, given that the paddle out is about 30 seconds today, as opposed to what we saw yesterday, where it was taking as long as 7 minutes to get back out.
Rolling into this one, Bella Kenworthy has some whitewater to play with there. Smart decision to take off behind the peak. And now the lip lines up again, so really connected to all the meaningful parts of this wave. Smart surfing from Bella Kenworthy. Amuro Suzuki thinking about it, she'll paddle over it. Bella had some big heats in Bolito. Got through the round of 16 over Pacifico. Then got past Nadia Aristarbe in Q4. She also had a great semifinal against Tessa Thyssen, who's been ripping in this event, and then a big final and a win over Vahine Fierro. Vahine knocked out of the event, had that interference call that went against her. She's already dropped out of the top 5 down to 7. Kenworthy's down to 5th just because she hasn't surfed in this round yet. Nadia moving up 2 spots to number 4. You can also see the next heat. Isabella Nichols, number 1. Alyssa Spencer on that front page as well. As Isabella has a chance to qualify for the championship tour once again, if she can go all the way to the final tomorrow. Very consistent, you know, even with going through the mid-season cut drama that we have on the championship tour. Bella made a comeback this year, and it looks like she's going to be in that same position to be back in 2025. Very close to making it official. Hard paddle into that one for not much. Amuro has to kick out immediately. She's got a little head start on the priority race. It's interesting with priority, especially with the swell changing dramatically. Before we talk about that, this was Bella off the pier. Waxhead?
Yeah, just teeing off 2 sections there, lining up this one too, kind of manufacturing those turns, just pivoting and digging that the fins in, sinking the tail, and just pumping, doing the hop. Couldn't get that inside, but it is enough just to go into her top 2.
So Kenworthy 4.73 is improving. High score still the 5.17. Amuro's making good decisions because she's going from a 2 to then a 3.77. Down to 4:30 on the clock. And now a little wave popping up. Let's see if Bella can pull off something big here. Yeah, it's just a throwaway. Checks it out, kicks out. When you don't have priority, you've got an advantage of kind of moving around a little bit, taking some chances on some smaller waves. How fun's a reform? When you roll into something that doesn't look like much and then you find a bonus wall before you hit the beach, Huntington can surprise you sometimes.
And I mean, you just look at the Amuro's waves. I feel like she's been surfing quite laterally, like trying to go through the motions on the waves, maybe a little bit bigger. Where Bella, like you said, those little reform sections where you kind of tic-tac-toeing through the wave and then dropping back in and using that drop in on the double up to project yourself out. Like the read on that little rip bowl or that little pier bowl has just been really impressive to me. Similar to what Sally was doing in her heat.
It's almost like Amuro just wants to find those waves of substance and quality and isn't quite relegated to the fact that she's just got to roll her sleeves up and start manufacturing scores, much like Sally did, much like Yolanda did, and Bella. We're really starting to see that those surfers that have adapted, taking off in the ugly waves, but sort of making it happen. That first 5-on-7 at Bella was an ugly wave. It didn't know if it was a left or a right, but she made something out of it and performed.
And I think that's the key to success in Huntington, is just being like, knowing what wave to get, like knowing what the peaks are going to do on different tides and different winds and different swell directions, and just being able to adapt your game.
This event has changed from a Challenger Series, a qualifying series, specialty event, championship tour, Surf City, USA. A lot of different events to celebrate. Back in '82 was the first time it got a championship tour upgrade. It was won by Becky Benson, representing Hawaii. I live a few houses down from Fielding Benson, her brother, who won the Pro Cross Trials at a similar time in the early '80s. As we have a roll-in from Amuro, just not much happening on this wave, staying really soft and full, but she's hanging in there. Has to float the white water and working hard for a good section, just not finding it. A long way to go, and Bella's already squaring up with a better maneuver. And all that patience and time at Huntington Pier, she's identifying the good waves, and she might be separating herself even further from Suzuki. Always good at finding the power source and lighting up the lip on the beach.
You know when you surf and like you come in and your one friend's like, I had such a fun session, and you're like almost in tears because you haven't, like, you're like, what are you talking about? That was like rubbish. And the other person's just flying because they've had so much fun. I feel like Bella's that person at the moment. Even in front of Amuro, when she had the priority, it's just like, yeah, you could just be so kind of out of touch with the lineup, and I think that's happening to Amuro at the moment. She's got, you know, just over a minute remaining. She's not out of the heat, but just been out of that rotation and rhythm.
I'm sure a lot of sports can talk about rhythm, but I think surfing might be the most connected to energy in the ocean. It's spontaneous, it changes a lot, and nothing better when you're on the right side of that good rhythm, like a good tempo to a song where almost you can make no mistakes. But when you're off of that and trying to find it again, it can be really frustrating.
Philosophical reference there. I like it, Joe. No, you're right. We're tapping into the energy of the ocean, and Bella came tuned in, ready to go for the low energy. She brought high energy to a low energy ocean, where Amuro wants to tap into that too, but she's waiting for something. She's got a board that obviously needs some push. She hasn't got that wave yet, being quite heavy on her feet. And I'm sure if this wave comes, needing a 613, we'll see.
15 seconds remaining. Amuro does have priority. And we are into the countdown. Bella getting closer to making finals day. As we close this one out, her last wave ended up being her best, a 5.57. As Amuro Suzuki will ride this one into the beach just a little bit too late. Kenworthy from the win in Bolito still on fire into finals day tomorrow here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Last heat of the day coming up next. Isabella taking on Alyssa Spencer. We'll be right back. How's that, Bella Kenworthy?
Yeah, bro. All those times grinding, it paid off.
Cool little chat there from her father, Jason Kenworthy. Longtime photographer, filmmaker for many years in surfing. Surfs himself really well, skateboards, just grew up in the lifestyle in Southern California and has 5 kids that all rip. Bella, the oldest, trying to get ready to make the championship tour, one step closer as she's into finals day. Speaking of requalification, Isabella Nichols is trying to make the final to guarantee her spot in the top 17 next year. She takes on Alyssa Spencer from the United States. Australia versus the USA, a classic rivalry since day one of competition in pro surfing. Some classics there. Lisa Anderson, Lane Beachley. I still feel like there'd be some heat if they're in the water today. 7 world titles for Lane. Lisa winning 4 in a row.
Lane surfs freshwater almost daily in waves very similar to this. That little rip bowl in the corner just on the other side of Queenscliff. Talk about the Manly stretch a lot. Lane's on fire still and links those tic-tacky sections really well.
How's Lisa been surfing?
Ripping, and also back in Florida, so probably she'd probably feel at home back at Huntington, but definitely getting some small wave reps in Florida.
Are we voting for a Heritage Heat next year?
I think they'd
Rosie
definitely
in
be
there
up
too?
for it.
Rosie, yes.
Oh. No, come on.
Yes. Come on, yes.
The best rivals in your generation that you had to deal with?
Well, Lane was around when I was on tour. With me? Oh, I was... let's watch this live action. We'll get back to it.
Goofy footers, Alyssa Spencer. How'd she find the speed on that low row? That was a cool, steady little pace as she was pumping and driving that board. Found a good board. It's got a little zip to it. Look at her just play with this peak, and she just created a big section right on the sand. Real savvy line to earn that lip to shut it down. Great job to Alyssa Spencer. As we saw a wild start during the break. This was Alyssa's opening ride, Rosie.
Wow, really nice opening maneuver there from her. And you could tell both of these women wanted to get the opening exchange. Alyssa held her guns. We haven't seen a maneuver like that on a left-hander in a hot minute, so Bella getting this ride right here. Let's see if she finds connection at this pier ball right. Kind of just S-ing her way through this one, going through the motions. Nice hit off the top. Doesn't complete that maneuver. Alyssa getting vertical off the top of that one.
Really loved how she stayed nice and low, squared up, and then still had a lot more on this wave to look forward to, Waxhead.
Yeah, on the front foot as well. You can see the back knee just cocked a little bit, leaning forward, all that weight forward, just trying to generate speed, and then springing up, and then back on the front foot again to ride out. Because it is so weak out there, incredibly difficult to maintain momentum and speed, just like we saw in that previous heat with Bella. Alyssa is bringing that fire, and she's motivated, activated, and showing the judges the wave she wants is it. And watch me, I'm going to perform, give me the score, as opposed to just waiting for that section. She's activating.
We went to all the fans out there in the world to see who was going to win this heat. Checking out the Pacifico fan picks. It's hard to choose for all of you out there, and that makes a lot of sense. Isabella Nichols just barely favored in Heat 8 of the round of 16.
This is a great matchup because I feel like it is so evenly matched. I mean, both of these women, Alyssa having her first bit of experience on the championship tour this year. Obviously, Bella has had a couple reps now. She's had Challenger Series wins. Alyssa has had some emotional Challenger Series wins. This is a fun one on paper.
Yeah, Isabella had a really fun win at the Sydney Surf Pro. Was in a final with Erin Brooks, and they're like sisters, and Erin got past Isabella on the Gold Coast with that 10-point ride. So it was a fun rematch. Next event, a final. Bella got the win there. Has herself in a great position, #1 on the Challenger Series. But it's all about Alyssa improving. A 5-point ride to start, a point better with a 6.0 in her second wave. Judges don't think about numbers from the heat before. They had their scale set from that heat, but their comparisons are just for the 2 surfers in the lineup. As we see Alyssa up and out. So if they write a 5 down for Alyssa's first, their first thought is, was that better than her first wave? Was it not as good? All deciding that it was a point better. That's the separation of their scale, 5 to a 6. And Alyssa with 11 points out front. That would have won the last heat. Bella winning with a 10.74 total. I really had to work hard for it, so that just shows how solid Spencer is right now, Waxhead.
Surprisingly, both these surfers haven't had a great deal of success at Huntington. Both light on their feet, both really savvy in terms of their heat IQ, but it seems that wins and finals have eluded them. A 9th and 33rd for Bella in recent years, and although she's been coming off the CT, and Alyssa with 2 9ths, 2 years apart from 2019 and 21 as well. So, I mean, both of them moving forward from this will be a career best Huntington result for them, but that really surprises me, those statistics.
That is really interesting. A flashback to last year, Alyssa Spencer was looking amazing in this event, and I think she came up against the event favorites and was knocked out in.
Yeah, early round, I think was it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, both surfers in the seat falling off at the midseason cut from the championship tour, both trying to earn their way back there. The top 10 on the CS coming into stop 4 of the season, and we've got the weave from Alyssa, finding the lip again. Great transition, it bowls up, and she is just enjoying these conditions. Great timing, and really love how she can kind of mix it up rail to rail. You don't want to get there late in these sluggish conditions. When you got the lip, you've got to really make it count. Alyssa did that right there.
Yeah, that 1-2 punch on that wave was really quite something.
Let's have a chat with Bella Kenworthy with AJ.
Yeah, Bella, coming out of that heat, you told me it was a bit grindy out there, but you managed to find some good ones. How'd you do that?
I just tried to catch every wave that I saw come through. I just kept going and giving waves chances, and thankfully a couple of them worked out for me.
A couple of them worked out for you indeed, and you seem to be figuring some things out here on the Challenger Series. You win in Bolito, lock in your spot here for finals day in Huntington Beach. What do you think that says about the way your surfing has progressed in the last few months?
Yeah, I've just been working on my surfing a lot, working on my mental game and confidence, and yeah, I'm super excited to be making some heats.
How do you work on the mental game and the confidence? Because it's such a massive part of the game, but it's also one of the hardest things to work on.
Yeah, it's definitely really hard to work on, and it's definitely a big part. I don't know, I just kind of, I don't know, just focusing on, honestly, I don't know, just focusing on believing in myself, I guess.
That's a massive step. Going into tomorrow, what do you think is the key for you to get the win?
Yeah, I don't know, just, I guess, watching the conditions and hoping that some good waves come to me.
It worked today. We'll see if it goes tomorrow. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great job to Bella Kenworthy. Thank you, AJ. Bella will take on the winner of this heat. At the moment, it's looking like Alyssa, but there's some time to enjoy the rail work of Isabella Nichols. Solid hack there through the whitewater and a epic answer back. Just kind of has to tap her way towards the last part of the wave, but a very committed open face rail hook and comboed it up out the back. Her best wave so far, and the combination will be broken. Alyssa threw down a 6.67 on the last wave as the Californian continues to improve. So like we were talking about before, the comparisons, judges felt Alyssa's last was better than her 6. Now she's up again off the pier bowl right. That's going to be a throwaway. So for Bella, being a regular footer, they've got some comparisons to Alyssa's waves, and they'll see where it fits in.
I really like that answer back from Bella, and just you know, having the comparison, the goofy versus regular. The goofies definitely seem to get that tighter transition in the pocket, but I love the way Bella emphasized both of these maneuvers on this wave. This one right here, Waxhead, was super impressive, just sharp on the rail. Backed it straight up with that. I mean, 2 really impactful maneuvers.
Yeah, she doesn't have any interest in groveling for those scores, waiting for that wave of substance, putting a lot into that first turn and then carrying momentum into this next one. A little bit of a tic-tac there and a real contrast to Alyssa's surfing.
Yeah, they've got a totally different type of stance, the way they present themselves on their surfboards. Really enjoy the rail work from Bella Nichols on that last opportunity. Hard-working athlete, did a lot of school at the same time when she was on the road. Felt like it was a good balance of preparing for pro surfing and being really well-rounded. Really likes engineering. How cool is that, just with engineering, working on making perfect waves in wave pools around the world. And as a world-class athlete, she'd be a great person to set up a round wave pool and develop something in the future with giant waves that look like cloud break.
I think also the competitive prowess for people that are applying themselves, not just to study, but to something like engineering, trying to work your way through a logical sense in a heat. It's a matter of statistics. Someone will win, someone will not. You need 2 waves. You have 30 minutes to do it. Just breaking it down, although she does get nervous, I would feel that she logically goes through the process and says, okay, well, I better just go out there and surf and get 2 waves.
You can almost see the wheels turning. I mean, it does eliminate that emotional factor when you kind of just make it black and white numbers and stats. So that's probably pretty handy when you in the heat of the moment, you're like, okay, well, I'm going to narrow it down. This is the score that I need. Right now she needs a 5.74. She's going to be methodical in her approach.
Bella Nichols, 6.93, best score of the heat so far. So judges compared it to the best wave of the heat, Alyssa's 6.67. They felt it was just a touch better. Alyssa's answering back, a lot of speed. Second turn really lays into it. Now redirecting to her backhand. That's what you love about reform. She could find a backhand finish. Back to her forehand again, checking out her options. Still hanging in there just in case. She'll sink there, but good effort and great execution with some big turns out the back. Speed, power, and flows in the criteria. She had speed. Between both of those great points, Alyssa trying to better a 6.0, Matt.
I think she's going to do it. That was some explosion on that second turn. She cut it short so she didn't run through the pier and come back to the right a little bit. That's going to be a healthy answer back nonetheless. Carrying a lot of speed and power and flow, as you suggested, Joe. Less manufacturing on that wave and just surfing what was in front of her.
Now hitting the halfway mark for the last heat of the day. 1 spot left in the quarters. Rosie, this was fun.
Yeah, really fun first turn, but definitely that last turn was where all of the impact for me was. And looking to replace the 6. I mean, there's definitely opportunity for the judges to go a little higher here. I wonder how much they're going to like that first turn, which was kind of quick in transition, but that second turn was really powerful.
Scores in for Alyssa Spencer, 6.77. Continues to strengthen her lead out front. Bella needs a 6.51. Back half of this heat, last heat of the day. We'll wrap up after this Bonsoy brew break. The chase for qualification is on here at stop 4 of 6 on the Challenger Series. You keep your best 4 results. You want to be in the top 5 to make it onto the top 17. The World Championship Tour. Bella Nichols has been there. She just fell off in the midseason cut. She's number 1 on the rankings. If she makes the final tomorrow, she will clinch a spot back on the championship tour. Aaron Brooks did go down earlier today, but still in a great position to qualify. The later events this season, Yolanda Hopkins has moved on to the quarters to take on Bronte McCauley tomorrow. Just outside the top 10. She's fired up. She's representing Portugal. She's good at karate, really good, as she loves the body mechanics and understanding with a flow and rhythm on land. She could take it to the lineup. A coach and a mentor for her suggested her kind of diving into martial arts, and she didn't know she'd fall in love with it. When she was in the Olympics in Tahiti, it was actually something she was practicing in her downtime on land.
She would be one of my dad's favorites. My dad's got a purple with a brown stripe.
No way.
In karate.
Legend.
Yeah, he took it up when he retired.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
I think it's a pretty common thing now with surfers and like leaning on martial arts. I think the most popular seems to be jiu-jitsu.
Well, just movement in general, and just being able to have that discipline of the martial arts and working on that connection between the movement and the body.
Finding a lot of speed and really cool snap through a lot of foam as Alyssa Spencer got her board all the way around. It might not change anything to her top 2, but she's in rhythm with these lefts. Like she's got an extra gear with little effort to get speed on these really small waves.
Yeah, she just looks so tapped in at the moment. I think she knows, watching this round, how many women that are above her on the rankings have moved into the quarterfinals. The fact that she's up against Bella, who's leading the rankings, she's just made that decision that she's got to go all out in this heat if she's to overcome Bella and keep her dream alive of qualification.
You see those warm-ups that she was doing with Matt Myers before her heat as well, just trying to get the body aware, and just, it's been a long day sitting on the beach, watching, observing. Obviously the coach does a lot of that for you, and you rock up to the beach and you need to be performing, tuning your body and your eyes and your head, your equipment, connecting it all together, and that's where martial arts can help. Hand-eye coordination and all the little subtleties in our body as well. So, I mean, I'm just thinking to the inside of my body. I've been sitting down all day and go out there to perform. I'm not going to surf anywhere near as good as if I just finished a jiu-jitsu roll around, as long as my shoulder's still in socket. But yeah, just feeling the connection between your body and reacting to the ocean, because we talked about the logical approach from Isabella. Some others are a bit more spiritual and connective, and just depends on what type of mindset you have going into the heat.
Also, when you're under pressure, time's ticking away. If you're tensing up and panicking, I think martial arts helps you with that, staying calm, flowing like water, as Bruce Lee would do.
And breathing through your movement too. Get more power and more rotation.
It's interesting when one of these surfers paddles past you, the breath work that goes down. Remember, like Mick Fanning on a long paddle back out from J Bay, he actually had very purposeful breaths that were oxygenating himself. The moves that Jack Robinson makes with his nose and Owen Wright would do them to like wake up their brain to activate.
Matt Granger, the coach for Isabella back in Narrabeen, I surfed some of the bigger waves with him in Sydney. You can hear him from 20 feet away. I'm not going to do it on X. It's going to bet it decompressing and recovery breaths, and you can hear him actively, decompressing after a wipeout and just trying to get his oxygen back up, and he's got those little techniques.
No example? No, that's okay.
Oh, I can do it, but it's embarrassing.
No, it's cool. I just love how...
It's like exhaling through a straw and breathing in through a straw. But not actually filling it all the way up to the chest, just stopping at the diaphragm and filling the stomach up, and it's just about the controlling your breath.
So much goes into being the best surfers in the world, prepared for long hold downs and big surf, preparing for stressful moments in competition when your career's on the line, and always trying to push yourself towards competence and bring your best surfing out. Alyssa Spencer is doing well in the seat, 6.77 and a 6.67, but Bella got right back in it with her 6.93, representing the Sunshine Coast. Waxhead, a little description of that area. I know you spent a lot of time up there.
Yeah, for the most part, unless they get cyclone swells, the southern swells that hit northern New South Wales, Sydney and Victoria don't make their way all the way up there. So typically it's like this for the majority of the time. I'm going to say about 300 days of the year it's relatively weaker summer wind swell. And so Isabella would have grown up cutting her teeth on those until she's been, on the tour for quite a long time herself, traveling to the Pro Juniors and QSs with a lot of experience. But yeah, this is what she would come to expect about this time of the year over in the Sunshine Coast.
Coming from a place called Huntington Beach.
Bred a lot of champions, yeah.
Julian Wilson from that same zone.
Sophie McCulloch, so many. Reef Hazelwood.
The sunny coast, as it's referenced.
Dimity Stoyle.
Yep.
Dimity. DJ Shimmy Disco.
2022 Longboard World Champ, Harrison Roach as well.
What a great all-around surfer. One of my favorites in every type of craft. And actually, I grew up with Julian as well. Julian rode a lot of longboards as well. Kind of a cool tradition in that part of Australia.
I think surfing aside, I think Isabella and Alyssa have given us some of the more emotional wins, and like watching Isabella in Margaret River secure her place on the championship tour back in 2022 with the mid-year cut, that was incredibly emotional. And who of you guys cried when Alyssa won in Ericeira?
Oh, like, tears.
It was because you just watched her the previous year. I think she was two spots short.
Yeah.
At that Haliva contest, and yeah, wow, just to see her on the championship tour this year, obviously falling victim to the mid-year cut, but they both have so much grit and so much heart and a lot to give on the tour.
Oh, it's such an amazing moment when you see someone put in all that hard work and live their dreams. I mean, Isabella said on the sand at main break at Margaret River at Surfers Point, she went through the highest high and the lowest low, in a year's time, going like, wow, I just fell off tour and being absolutely devastated, really emotional. And then also having the celebratory feeling of going, it's the best day of your career. All at the same wave, looking at the same staircase and setting. And wow, surfing is one of the most challenging things to conquer. You never really master it. You're always learning and adapting. And it's cool when you see surfers like Isabella always looking to redefine herself every year.
And speaks to her character, to fall off the championship tour and then to go to the Gold Coast, she gets a third, and then to get a first at Narrabeen is just incredible that she was able to process all of that emotion, process all of that energy that she's given, and redirect her focus.
That was almost similar conditions to what she lost to Sally Fitz the year before. Big old left-handers as well. So that resilience starting to pay off for Isabella, but she still needs a wave. 4 minutes 30 remaining. Logically, there should be one.
Yeah, right?
But it's the ocean. We can't control it. We have to work with it. And that's probably what's going through her mind right now. They're sitting so close together. I saw them speaking to each other, actually uttering a few words. Obviously, right now, Alyssa knows she's got 2 mid-sixes, so she's going to start playing defense as soon as she starts getting priority back. But Isabella, having a look at this.
Bella Nichols wants to make the final to put herself back on tour. Throws down a serious hack over that section. She still has some speed. She's now chasing the pocket. She wants one more to seal it. A great opening turn, and this wave just not going to give her a bonus section on the inside corner. Man, she worked hard for it. Just love how she can sit for so long and just still just explode on that first section. That was a rad turn. Did she need the bonus? Did she need a finish to combo it up to get a 6.51?
She did, Joe. I mean, when you look at the context of the heat and the surfing that's been done to get that 6 Ranger, I mean, that first turn was phenomenal. You're just thinking she's well on her way, and really it was manufactured on that section. And then that wave just did not cooperate.
How about this turn, Wax?
Wow. Frees the fins, goes back into a layback, and carrying momentum through the inside, but just couldn't get the inside connection with anything of significance. She was hunting for it, though. That wave just dissipated, lost a lot of energy.
Gosh, I love that start. Fins out, so compressed. That'd be a shot in the magazines right there. Perfect technique. Way to go, Bella. Unfortunately, No combo on the inside, so she gets a 4-1-0. But she had the type of surfing and headspace where she was definitely on her way to turning the heat if she got an inside reform. Our 2 qualification scenarios on the women's side are Erin Brooks and Isabella Nichols. Erin Brooks out earlier today. It's just Nichols to see if we'll have a celebration tomorrow. Can I see that turn again?
Definitely one of the best turns of the heat. I mean, getting 4.10 for that single maneuver, and definitely manufactured on that section, Waxhead.
That would have made a little quarter-page photo in the back of Surfer Mag on the replay, on the recap of the US Open back in 1999, or Trans World Surf perhaps, or something. Speaking of that era,
specific.
Rosie, when are we, well, just those images of those legends that were out in the water, those guys grew up with the era before them up on their walls, you know, that the style, the form, that was it for Isabella. We don't often see comp recaps in magazines anymore. We have to tune in live to the WSL to see it, and that's
so
it.
True.
That's it. That was the
iconic
form.
Hit with the pier in the background.
It deserves a photo. Like, she should post that up. It was sick. It was an epic moment on a waist-high wave. She manufactured it. She hucked the fins. Good on Isabella, but bummer for her there was no inside section. And Rosie, we want to see you in the women's, in any type of recap heat of Masters. Well, not quite Masters. You could easily be on tour.
I'm definitely in my twilight years, but thank you. I'll start training now. I'm going to pick up karate.
I agree, Waxhead.
Thank you, guys.
Let's work on Rosie's requalification campaign. I love it. Led the San Clemente Board Riders to a championship. As we have 45 seconds on the clock, Alyssa putting together a stellar performance. And that magic board, really lively in this gutless surf, so well prepared for all the different moods of Huntington Beach. From big south-southeast walls running into the pier with a crazy current, to 1 to 2 foot surf with some mushy little sections where you got to find the pocket. Alyssa's just been weaving in the power source, starting off on her forehand, smashing it on her backhand. Well surfed. Now with priority, she's ready to close this one out. Alyssa taking the last wave and knocking out #1 on the Challenger Series, Isabella Nichols. Spencer moves on to finals day to take on Bella Kenworthy in the quarterfinals. What a big Saturday at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Coming up next, it's the 8:05 post show. We'll see you then. everybody. It is Saturday afternoon, and it is time for the 8:05 post show to go through all the major highlights and upsets that went down today on the south side of Huntington Pier for the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Good rhythm, good music in Orange County. You always love it. Been some great shows this week. Sublime's been playing, and some locals have been enjoying all the action and all the waves we've had in Southern California. 8:05 post-show time. Joe Turpel, Mitchell Salazar, and a man that's been dominating on the Challenger Series, representing Long Beach, Nolan Raposa. Good to see you, Nolan.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. I'm stoked to be here.
God, it's always fun hanging out with you. And I was really stoked to hear about what 8:05 was doing with the Athlete Booster Program, and you being a recipient of that.
Yep.
That has been awesome to help you around the world.
Yeah, I was so thankful, man. I kind of just heard about it before going on the Challenger Series, and they reached out, and I was like super honored because 8:05 is just such a huge brand in our surf community. So, I mean, for them to want to sponsor me and help me out for this whole season and support me from behind the scenes and being here, like marketing a lot over here at the US Open, I just couldn't be more grateful.
Man, it was fun to watch you podium in Bolito. What an experience.
It was wild, man. It was crazy. I just trying to stay present and, you know, like just stay focused, and Myers was helping me out a bunch, and the waves were cooking. Shane Sykes' family helped me out a bunch, and just, I don't know, it was definitely a surreal feeling for sure.
How do you balance competition, you know, year-round, Nolan? Because this is a long tour, and you do have to do the regional QS every now and then, too.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because it's like every single weekend, it feels like. I mean, we were doing this since we were Groms, though, so it's like, I mean, you just kind of like can't think about the losses too much, you know, because you'll get caught up a lot in it and get in your head a lot, and you kind of just, like I said, trying to be present and trying to just like look at the main goal and just keep the head down, and you know, every single day is different. So
awesome. Thanks, Nolan. Maddie Myers mentorship program paying off in that last heat of the day. Alyssa Spencer's with AJ.
That's right, Joey. Alyssa, a fantastic showing for you to wrap up here on this day before finals day in Huntington Beach. What did it take for you to get the win?
Yeah, it was definitely a pretty grindy heat out there. I just was trying to stay active in the start of the heat and really just roll the dice on any wave that looked like it could be a score, and managed to find 2 6s out of that. So yeah, I kind of just stuck to our plan that we had and just closed out the rest of the heat with priority.
So you're heading into a finals day, and obviously the goal for you is to get back to that championship tour. Just how do you build momentum throughout the season and with each heat to get the confidence?
Yeah, that was definitely a really big heat for me. This event is actually the first time I've made a heat in the US Open in 3 years. So that was a huge like monkey off my back, and it's my first finals day here. So I'm just super excited, and of course I don't want to finish here. So hopefully we can make a few more heats.
What do you think was the reason you cracked the code this year on winning the heat here at Huntington Beach?
I think really just changing my mindset to use all of the support that I have here, and you know, there is like a little bit of added pressure that you put on yourself when you're competing at home, so really just trying to be grateful for all of those things and really sort of like change my perspective on it and use it as my power instead of pressure.
Well, we'll see you in finals day. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Love it. Great performance. Thanks, AJ. Alyssa Spencer really was solid at the start. Couple of great 6s, closed it out well over the season leader, Isabella Nichols. And Nolan, it's cool. It's fun when you look at these different coaching crews, and with Matt Myers, who you've been working with for a while. You guys got a lot of great surfers to work with. So do you almost learn from each other, and as you watch each other perform on tour?
100%. There's like, you know, every single heat that I watch, it just like, it's another thing for me to add in my notebook and just remind myself. I don't know, watching Alyssa surf over in Portugal last year, she won the event, and like I was telling Mitch earlier, like there's so much that I was able to like, you know, take in from that, and I feel like it's going to help me out for like the next event coming up.
Exactly. Gosh, these programs are great. If there's someone new that wants in, do you got to vote them in? Because, I mean, that's a tight circle. You got to protect it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's always up to Myers. Like, he gets to pick. But, I mean, he will sometimes, out of respect, ask us, you know, if, like, we feel comfortable with someone coming in or whatever. But, I mean, usually we're pretty easy about it.
Yeah, I'll get us in. Yeah, we're good.
Oh, well, yeah.
we had
Maybe.
maybe. We had some big heats today. There's a cool rivalry that's really popping up that we've been enjoying. These goofy footers, Jet Schilling, Jackson Bunch, were ready to go Hammertown today, Mitch.
Yeah, it was a rematch of the World Junior Championship final, and
Bunch opened up with the better of the first exchange, a 7-5, and then Schilling for the majority of the heat did have the lead, Joe, but then despite this good surfing and quick surfing, I might add, by Jet Schilling, there's the great wave selection of Jackson Bunch that got him the lead back and was able to take away the win, and his first quarterfinal appearance right here at the U.S. Open. Big victory for him.
Yeah, great to compare these two goofy foots. Nolan, you being a goofy foot yourself, I mean, we had a lot of hype on this heat. It really lived up to the expectations.
Oh, yeah, I watched this one at the house, man. I love both these kids, and I mean, they always inspire me to surf way better. Like, they're both two of my favorite goofy footers, I think, on the Challenger Series.
And fun when you have these younger rivalries. I mean, from a World Junior title, that's going to be on the rest of their career.
100%.
Yeah, and like Jackson just got him back. Jet was happy to congratulate Bunch as he moves on to the quarterfinals. Checking out the finals day bracket for the men. Is there one heat that pops out for you, Mitch, or is it the whole round?
Well, really the whole round, but I got to say, just my heart, Alan Cleland Jr. up against Crosby Colapinto. That's really, to me, the heat to watch right there. There's a lot on the line for Alan, and obviously nothing to lose and very little to gain for Crosby Colapinto out of this event too, Joe.
And also, Nolan, I mean, Kolohe was talking about how tough these last few years have been for him competitively. His first finals day since Portugal in 2021.
Yeah, dude, I'm rooting for Kolohe. I really think that he deserves everything that's coming to him. I think that I could easily see him in the finals this event.
As you think about the prestige of being here in the United States, and when you're a local and you've got fans backing you, what's that feeling like when you grab your jersey in an event like this?
It's a lot of pressure, man. I mean, you see everyone you know down here, like everyone's talking to you, and there's a lot that can get stuck in your head. It's kind of hard to like stay focused, but it seems like a lot of the San Clemente guys are able to get away from here, and it seems like they're staying focused.
Well, we had some interesting moments today. An awkward moment with Luana Silva and Ellie Harrison at the start of round of 16 where there's a little leash tangle up, and Ellie Harrison came in kind of hoping for a call that was never made, Mitch.
Yeah, and she had a good heat, too. 10.94, a couple of fives that, by this heat standards, was a good heat, and Lulu was just able to get the advantage with the opening exchange, 6.67 as her backup, the 7.67 as her best score. I thought her wave selection was on point, Joe. Just really goes to show you that the amateur experience she brought from the NSSA days into the south side of the pier were really efficient to her. Harrison did battle back, though. She had a good heat total, but as you said, it was a tangle up of the leashes with Ellie's priority that did not make a difference in the result of the heat at the end.
Yeah, a lot of great flow and form from Luana Silva. 7.67, 6.67. So a 14.34 combined total. Sat at the end, was putting pressure on Ellie Harrison. Ellie had priority, and it's almost like the leash was wrapped around Lulu's fin, and then it was kind of had to get untangled right there. Ellie Harrison came in, talked to Travis Logie, was talking to Will Hayden Smith. They came down and said, hey, there was no call from any of the judges on that one. And Lulu was emotional too. She's like, I want to make sure you guys know that I don't play like that. That was not intentional whatsoever. They both did shake hands to move on, but that's pretty rare. You don't see that every day, Nolan.
I've never seen that before. I watched this one live and it was just insane. I kind of think that the leash went through her nose and then all the way through the board, and then they were completely locked together.
Yeah.
So I've never seen something like that.
Wild. There was one heat, remember Margaret River years ago? I'm going deep. Tabid, Taj, and having to resurf that day, but that was a different type of scenario, but another accident that could have gone either way with a call. No call today, and Lulu moves on to take on Nadia Arostarbe, quarter one. Sophia Medina will move on to take on Sally Fitzgibbons, Makale, Yolanda Hopkins, and Bella Kenworthy and Alyssa Spencer. So we had a couple of clinch scenarios for the women. We'll have to put those on ice with Bella and Erin Brooks moving on to Portugal, Mitch.
Yeah, and I think that the loss to Erin Brooks kind of did hurt because Sally Fitzgibbons had 15 points, and given how the waves were right there, it almost felt like a perfect heat out there, Joe.
Oh, it certainly did. Gosh, well, a lot of great stories to look forward to tomorrow, but today we got to celebrate some big names, some legends in the Heritage Heat, really focused on California superstars. An absolute treat, especially for HB, seeing Jeff Deffenbaugh represented on the Walk of Fame, but also throwing some big combos out there today.
Yeah, I used to actually coach with him when I was a little mini Grom, and he used to throw me out here at HB with no leash on because he'd want me to not lose my board. So yeah, he's just the ultimate legend.
Oh, so cool. Tommy Curran, Mike Parsons, Shane Beshin, Archie. All in the mix here today.
Yeah.
What a great tribute to surfing.
And out of everybody in this heat, Archie definitely had the single best turn. But we'll say it was really awesome to see D behind the event and him get his merit for what he's done, not only for Huntington Beach, also for the Southern California surfing scene. Mike Parsons, also known as Snips, big legend of the sport. And obviously getting to see 3-time world champ, 3-time open champ, Tom Curran. This is the turn I'm talking about, though, Joe.
Gosh, that was just exactly what he did his whole career in the form of Beshin.
Yeah.
Nothing's changed, Nolan.
These guys are still ripping so hard for their age nowadays. How old are these guys?
50 plus.
Yeah,
50 plus.
exactly. And then the 60 club for Tom Curran. Parsons, 59, and still ripping, still riding like contest blades. You know, it's not like they're on mid-lengths or gliding. They're still shredding.
Tom's riding Jiao Chianca's board,
Yeah,
right?
that's crazy. Yeah.
You're like, you can get a brand new board anytime you want. And anytime he's in a heritage seat, you're like, where did you find that? And
Yeah.
like the mystique of Tom Curran continues.
Hey, I'm going to bring up, I got another goofy footer right here. The union's coming on, Nolan.
Hey.
Where was the goofy footer in that heat?
Hey, let's celebrate surfing, you guys. Come on.
Says the regular
That
footer
was
over here.
wonderful. Okay, who do you want to see?
Well, definitely needed to get Rob Machado in there, I
That's
felt.
good. Nolan,
That's
any
fair.
California contributions?
I think Rob Machado's it. Right
Bobby
there.
Martinez.
Bobby would be insane.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Yes.
Be down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we'll throw them in the name list for next year.
Well, how about a goofy foot taking over the day when we talk about the Nissan Cup Noodles wave of the day? Here we go. Miguel Pupo is in just vintage type form.
Yeah, and this was one of his first waves out of the entire heat right there, too. 833 right there for the nice rotation from Mickey. The entry point already going sideways into that one. Perfect grab and rotation. And how about the landing, too, Joe?
Gosh, so perfect. Exactly how he made the final of the U.S. Open a long time ago. He said his sister sent him a clip of him making the final in the U.S. Open to give him a little hype. Do you remember this? He's like, oh, you just made me feel old. He was cracking up going, that was a long time ago. But I think he's surfing better than ever now, Nolan.
Yeah. That looked like vintage Mickey right there. I mean, he's been ripping on this tour, I feel like, the whole season, but that definitely showed me some back in 2013 days of Mickey.
Oh, big time. As we look forward to seeing him compete further. Now time for the top 5 moments of the day and see who's going to win the post show. For our Goofy Footers on set and Goofy Footers around the world, just watch this highlight in the mirror because then you can see them what they look like as a Goofy Heritage Heat celebration, a special part of the day.
Yeah, it was awesome. Diva, Snips, right here, as he said, 59 years of age. If any of us get to this point where we're still surfing as good as these guys, to me it's a major W, especially Tommy Curran, 60 plus, Joe, riding Joao Chianca's board. That seems to be like a lot of fun out there.
Gosh, how good's Archie? He's participating in the Board Riders 50 Plus Club, Beshin, home in California, living in Hawaii these days, but I see him do turns like that all the time at Rocky Rights. He's still looking so solid, Nolan.
Yeah, him and his son, man, they rip. They look the exact same still.
Number 4 on the top 5, Sophia Medina, 6'8", 5'17", feeling really comfortable.
Yeah, and back-to-back Finals Day appearances, too. She did the same thing over there in Bolito and finally gaining her form throughout the Challenger Series season. We still got to remember, she's a junior surfer, too, so the fact that she's been able to do this in her first 2 to 3 years on the CS, especially when we don't see many Brazilian women succeed at this point of their age group either. Awesome stuff, Joe.
Oh, the celebration was incredible. Screams, hugs for everybody. Into Finals Day for Sophia. Well done. Number 3 on the list, Jarvis Earl. 4 for 4 has won every heat he's been in so far, Nolan.
Dude, that board looks really good. Seeing him do these airs and stuff, I think he's got a magic stick under his feet.
Absolutely flying. And listening to the coach, Brett Simpson, really well at every single matchup.
Yeah, and I think it's really important to know not only 4 for 4 in this heat, 5 for 5 out of the 5 first waves he caught too.
Yeah, very consistent. Smile gets even bigger. Number 2 on the top 5, Sally Fitz, the veteran, knocks out the grommet, Aaron Brooks.
Yeah, and this is not only a huge win for her, it's, you know, a hard loss for Aaron Brooks because she had the chance to qualify at this event right here, but veteran knowledge is one thing. To me, the most impressive part was the way she was able to navigate the lineup out there, Nolan. Really impressive stuff from Sally.
Yeah, she looked like she was a local out here. Courtney Conlog, maybe, I don't know.
Totally. There's some good comparables there, the two just absolute warriors of the tour, multiple-time runner-up in the world, and winning the post show. Marco Mignot, a buzzer beater for a 7.3.
Yeah, and he had an outstanding year on the CS last year. As you know, Nolan was right there to qualify in Brazil, and he just got edged out, but not today. Defeated Dakota Walters in a tight heat.
Still trying to figure out what that claim means.
I don't know what it means. I don't know. Is it Mexico? Is it France?
Mexico Mignot, maybe?
Yeah. Oh, right.
Yeah.
Because he's done it a couple times with some big airs this week.
Well, he's looking in form, that's for sure.
Some of the best surfing I've seen him do with a jersey on with Marco.
Yeah, I agree. That board looks amazing, too.
Yeah.
Really like the carbon out there this morning, Joe.
You can really tell a magic board quickly in 1-foot surf when they're going to like an extra gear. They look faster in sloppy sections, Nolan.
Yeah, exactly. Like whatever board is easier to ride in this small stuff, like you just kind of know and you can feel it in your surfing, you know, it kind of just comes natural.
Stoked to hang out with you, Nolan, and thanks for joining us on the 805 Post Show. We love watching you do your thing, man, and best of luck, best of waves as the season continues.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, you guys been crushing it here. You guys got the best spot in the house.
Oh,
so.
hey, you're welcome anytime. Always open.
I mean, you guys have the beers here, so.
Help yourself. It is Saturday here in Huntington Beach. Thanks for watching. Tomorrow, Finals Day starts at 7:30. We'll leave you some highlights with the tunes of a band called Strange Case. We'll see you soon.
I try to focus, you tear me up inside. True love is hopeless. I think I'd rather die. I think I'd rather die. I think I'd rather die. Wish I could run away, but you know me and my resume. I try to brush it off, but my mental health is in decay. I count the hairs on my head, I think they're falling out. Your face inside my mind, I need to get you out. I try to focus, you tear me up inside. True love is hopeless, I think I'd rather die. Said she would wait a while, but these words feel so damn juvenile. I tried to write her off, but I know it's 'cause I'm in denial. I try to think it through, I'm filling up with doubt. Your face inside my head, I need to get you out. I try to focus, you tear me up inside. True love is hopeless, I think I'd rather die.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.